That's what we get for staying up late.
People are popping in. Hello, Allison. All right. Let's see. Robin, I just saw that you might stay for the Joel Silverman, Larry Crone seminar. That would be awesome. It should be a fun one. We did a 6-day certification course with Joel Silverman, literally the 6 days right before we started this. And it was fantastic. Really, 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 really good stuff. I always, say it's a little bit hard for me to learn new things in terms of tricks because I've, done a lot with trick trainers, with freestyle, people that teach freestyle dancing, people that, do shows and things like that. And definitely hadn't learned anything about, training movie dogs or, dogs for TVs and commercials. It was awesome. There was so much really solid information, and he's a pretty darn awesome teacher too. Definitely sets it up really well. So I definitely recommend it if you can. Yep, I'll be out there already with my dogs. Yep. Yeah, I've done tricks with your dogs. I did the middle. No, it's so much fun. And as long as your dogs already have, a decent foundation of, sit down and maybe go to a place, you'll be fine. My McNabb and one of my burners, my middle child burner, actually, I use both of them. And I, of course, had Penelope there too. And they really didn't know much other than, super duper minimal sit down. They knew how to get on a place. Actually, I don't think Dunn did. He jumps on everything, but it didn't, so that didn't phase him. But, and they learned so much stuff in the 6-day certification course. Now, I'm not sure exactly what he'd be teaching in the 2-day with him and Larry, but even if you get a chance to just do that, it's awesome. And then from there, if you get a chance to do a 6-day certification course, I really recommend it. It's really good. Hey, Jamie. And who else do we have here? Lydia? That's a pretty name too. Anybody else that I'm missing? Oh, Tavi. Hey, Tavi. Oh, and Nikki. Hey, guys. We're going to just be waiting till maybe just a little bit, like 10 after, something like that. So you're picking up a puppy. Oh, for you, what kind of puppy? Let's see here. Maybe you already say at the end of July. Currently 2 dogs. What do you recommend for multi-dog households that are traveling to pick up puppy? Do they bring their dogs if current dogs travel well? Do you recommend they leave the current dogs home? Well,
I've done it both ways.
I own 11 dogs, so
I've had puppy owners do it both ways,
yeah.
And it's worked fine either way. The only thing I do tell people is that if you bring an older dog with you, the puppy needs to have a crate.
Yeah.
So that the older dog is not just getting
in the back seat.
And you can't do anything about it.
And honestly, just for my own sake, I usually like to just take it with the puppy. You're getting a border collie. Oh, holy smokes. Where are you getting a border collie from? That's really exciting. I have one of those. But in terms, honestly, I would just prefer to go pick up the puppy without dealing with the other dogs. Only because, if you're spending the night anywhere, it would be really nice for you to just have some one-on-one time with the puppy and help the puppy get acclimated a little easier. Although I'll say when I picked up my border collie from Georgia, I think I had 3 other dogs with me. But that was like a huge trip. It was like from Tucson to Georgia. So it was quite a way. Double J. I don't know if I'm familiar with Double J, but now I'm going to look it up. And what do you plan to do with your border collie?
Border things. Patrol the border.
The ocean border?
Yeah.
It's apparently in Oregon. Double J Border Collies. Is it a smooth coat that you're getting? Or do you know yet? Do puppy culture, very cool. Good, they're preserving the working Border Collie, I like that. Sports, obedience, set work, and all this stuff should be smooth. I'm hoping for a male.
All the stuff.
I love all of this stuff too, Robin. My Border Collie is off at his herding instructors right now while I've been in Utah for 2 weeks, and he is doing all the stuff. And by all the stuff, I mean working sheep and ducks. So he is a very happy Border Collie right now.
I just sent a puppy to live with a Border Collie home.
Oh, you showed me that picture. It's super
totally
cute. Love it. No, this looks actually like a really nice breeder. I mean, they do all the house testing. They have at least a good social program. But it definitely, I'm sorry, did you say if it was a smooth coat?
She said,
is that what she breeds? It looks like they're all, well, no, she doesn't have all smooth.
Well, she said it's supposed to be.
Oh, did I miss that? Should be smooth. Oh, I see it. I was thinking in my head.
Should be smooth, hoping for a male.
Yeah. I was thinking in my head, like the process should be smooth. I'm sorry. That's really exciting. And I'm going to tell you though, Border Collies are really, have you had Border Collies before? A lot of fun.
Border Collie mix. She has a Border Collie mix now.
Cool. You should have a really fun time. I have a smooth coat Border Collie, a male, and he comes, straight off the farm in Georgia from a really phenomenal breeder out there. Her name is Cindy Duan. She runs Rafter W. That's her breeding program. And I always say my dog he's like the best working partner I've ever had. Actually, he's kind of a terrible pet though. But he works so hard. He is just phenomenal. So I think you are gonna have yourself a fun time with that. Yeah.
Oh, we have a Q&A.
I'm sure it'll be a great worker.
Oh, Jamie, I'm going to be in and out again today.
Oh, we're glad you're enjoying it, Jamie. And we hope you get to tune in as much as you can, but no worries. Guys, as soon as today is over, we'll have all of these things downloaded, and then one of us, probably me, will get to work on editing them so I can get them up for you in terms of recording. We kind of made a boo-boo in terms of how this was being recorded, because it was supposed to be just uploaded directly to Zoom, and then you guys would be able to have access to it through there. But apparently the function to have it uploaded to the cloud needed to be enabled, and we just did a local download and
Broke it.
we broke it. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Now we have to figure out a different format that's not going to charge us an arm and a leg, because we paid for the Zoom function to do that and messed it up. So we'll have it working. So it should be up. Hopefully tomorrow will be exactly when it's up. If I'm feeling ambitious, maybe tonight, but we'll see. All right. So Lena said, what's it like having all different dogs that have very different needs? Fulfilling my one dog's need is a lot of work. Oh, it's exhausting, but fun. Like, so for me, I have living in my household, I have two of Beth's Berners, my Border Collie, I have my German Shorthair Pointer, my McNab, I have Penelope, my little Aussie mix, and then a bunch of little terriers. And for the most part, I try to do sports that my dogs that definitely need work can do. So dock diving, disc. So, my McNab, my Border Collie, and my GSP, those are my three main dogs that if I don't keep them busy will drive me up the wall. But they all love doing those things. Oh, and my one Burner, she loves this stuff too, but even without it, she wouldn't drive me up the wall. They love it. They all love that. And with my Border Collie, and as soon as my McNab turns, I think she said a year, then they will both go off and do herding. So my Border Collie does it now. I usually send them to their herding instructor for a week at a time. And it makes it really nice for me for that. And my GSP, my German short hair pointer, as soon as he is old enough and ready, I will send him off to do some bird things. I know a guy that's a few hours north of me who raises, trains, GSPs for hunting, and he's, not a horrible, hard, hard on the dogs hunter. So it should be good in terms for training with him, but it's expensive to do all of those things. I've got a dock diving competition that I'm doing. I leave Utah on Thursday. I'll get home Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, I have a dock diving event. And just for 2 dogs, it's like $300. And that's for like an abbreviated weekend.
As a breeder, events
Yeah.
cost just as much as the breeding side of
Yeah.
things. Titling our dogs, doing all the events, entry fees, training,
Yep. It's
travel.
It's having that many dogs is a lot of work and a lot of expense.
Yep.
And it's one of those things where one gets sick, half of them get sick, or something goes wrong. One, has something happen, and then like all of a sudden 3 others. It's like, what just happened? And you have no idea what the heck. Let's see here. It's like the cost of having a ton of kids that all need tutors in the summer camp.
That all do soccer and piano and dance.
It's super
gymnastics.
I'm loving the seminar. I'm catching it in between training sessions. I'll definitely be watching it from start to finish when you post it so that I can pause it. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are really enjoying this. We love doing this seminar. It is one that, I go to a lot of seminars and I host a lot of seminars. And so when we were putting together our program, it was one of those things where I know the things that I like to see out of seminars. I know the things that I, like to do hands-on versus, lecture, the type of content. And so we really tried to keep that in mind when we were putting this together for you guys. And so far we've had really great feedback from it, and we appreciate all feedback. Even constructive criticism is really great. In person, it's always more fun. We're working puppies. We get to play with the puppies, and it's
there's more
just
variety of dogs. And
at minimum, we have 10 different puppies there, which is awesome. But truthfully, this has worked out well, and we're really happy with the way it's going. So let's see here. Can we get a midday before lunch potty break today? I don't know how you guys go so long without peeing.
You
Be the
don't
training
you notice
having
that we get up and leave occasionally?
Yeah, every once in a while we pop out. So the first thing we're gonna
you can do that too.
Yeah, we're gonna go through a couple slides, and then
don't want to miss anything.
and then we have to break to go downstairs and get the camera set up for the proprioceptive work that we're gonna do, and then of course we'll break when we're done with that to come back up here. So at those breaks are the perfect time to go. We are not doing a lot of talking today, except at the end. So today's a lot of hands-on stuff. So we'll be kind of bouncing around, which of course gives us, 10-ish minute breaks anyway. So and also if you need a break or something and you're like, hey, we're running long, just maybe make a note of it to us, because sometimes we just get flowing and we just get flowing. So all right,
you won't bug us if you ask to take a
seriously, we'll probably be happy about it, because we don't think about it sometimes. We're just in the flow.
Sometimes we have to shake things up.
I just get up and leave.
Yeah, all this
I have to pee like every hour, so
all this sitting is like, ugh. And I slept weird, and so now I'm all kinked up in my back. All right, so we are gonna go ahead and
Ella,
we're gonna.
Ella wanted to make.
Oh, Ella! By the way, this is Ella. I own one of her puppies. She's just one of the bestest doggies.
She wanted to make an appearance today, apparently.
She needed love. We've been ignoring her, apparently. All right, we're gonna get the show on the road, guys. Where's this computer?
Oh, it's in my car.
Oh, that's all right. You know what? I'll just, if I need to.
Hang on, I'll go get it.
Okay.
There's actually Megan. There's actually not a lot of words on the slides today.
Bullshit. All the proprioceptive stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They're all not small words. It's okay. All right. So I'm gonna get started. Though, is that okay, Megan? Okay. All right. We're gonna get rolling here, guys, and
Miss a shot. I think we're good.
yeah, I think we're okay. Cool. All right. So day 3. So once again, continuing on from 10 weeks to 6 months. Actually, what we need to do is open the floor for questions from yesterday or the day before. So if you guys have questions, shoot them off right now. And if you don't, then we're going to just pop right into the slides and get moving.
We'll wait a few minutes.
Yeah, I guess we'll just wait for Megan to get back while you guys ask your questions. And by the way, the Border Collie on the screen, there's a litter of Border Collie puppies. The one that's right here with the one blue eye, that's my boy. That was when he was a baby. And then with the black dot on his chest, so that's my boy Stark. What is this? Oh, geez.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Cheese wrappers.
Any questions, guys? Oh, come on, humor us. All right, we've got a question. Can you read it?
Yep. We have a standard poodle who is awesome, but her flaw is barking. Do you think DRR would be a good way to help with this, or is there something that would be more effective?
DRR is awesome.
It's awesome for barking.
And it moves you into what we call punishment by reward, which is another training between the ears term. And so punishment by reward is where you are rewarding the dog for the thing we don't like initially. So dog's barking, you say yes, throw food. The dog, it goes to eat the food. We've got a change of behavior. When we get that change of behavior, we want to reward the change of behavior. So you'd say yes and throw some more food. Dog goes and eats that food. Now the dog's got a choice to make. And honestly, regardless of the choice the dog makes, whether it goes back to barking or it stops, I'll probably reward it again. And from there, I probably won't reward the barking again in that session. I will reward the times where maybe the dog barks and then goes, hey, are you going to do that thing where you throw the food? And I'll be like, yes, I'm going to do that thing where I throw the food now. So as soon as we get that stopping of the barking, even if it's momentary, I'm going to say yes and throw more food. And then we would go into DRR to help the dog relax. But hands down, 100% DRR and punishment punishment by reward is going to be very effective for you. All right. Any other last second questions? Type faster. I'm just kidding.
Type like the wind.
Oh, little baby Dot. Oh, she's so cute.
Little dotty dot. Right
The
up top.
yeah, the little Frenchie chewing on the antler.
One of the most like ripped Frenchies you'll see.
Oh my God, and she snores so bad. She snuggled me so hard last night. Oh.
There you go.
All right. So
I think we're good.
yeah, we're gonna move on. If you do have other questions, just throw them in there, whether we get to them right now or in a second before we head downstairs. Is TBD. All right, so let's talk about proprioceptics. Proprioception, which means self-perception, is the body's ability to reference itself in space. And proprioception is something that I find many trainers know a little bit about, but not enough. And what this plays in terms of not only physically for the dog, but also mentally how it makes connections with the brain. And I was one of those people that didn't, that knew enough about it to be, decent. And then I went to a Marina Ozuna seminar and I did her movement markers clinic, and holy smokes, my eyes were just wide open at all of the things that proprioception does for the body, for the brain, and helping create a healthier, more stable dog that you can actually really communicate with. And since then, one of the things that I found with my clients is, suburban dogs that are stuck in the backyard, they have very poor proprioception. And one of the things that we have to do is get them out and moving and work really heavily on this. And then all of a sudden they become so much easier to train because their body and their mind are far more connected. So now we're gonna talk about what that proprioceptive quotient is. And all of this stuff comes, this particular piece comes directly from Marina, and she was gracious enough to give us the approval to teach it to you guys. So the proprioceptive quotient, in each of the motor joints, there are specialized sensors that provide the brain information on the body's relationship to gravity. As an animal moves over uneven terrain, the proprioceptive system is stimulated. The less stimulated the system, the lower the proprioceptive quotient, or what we call PQ. The more our dogs move over terrain or obstacles, the higher proprioceptive quotient. So increasing the PQ is the reason behind doing such modern day development practices with puppies, is having them climb over rolled towels, move on varying surfaces, or play in a kiddie pool filled with plastic bottles. And so all of those things that, Bethany and Megan do in terms of all those pieces of equipment for their litters is all because they are working really hard on that proprioceptive quotient, that PQ. And whether they knew that's exactly what they were doing or not, but it is one of the biggest things that why it's so important for the puppies. And so we teach this a ton in our puppy classes. And we're going to talk about what we put in our puppy classes today, but towards the end of the day. Yeah. So that PQ, the learning capacity, there's a direct correlation between learning capacity and the PQ. The higher the PQ, the higher the learning capacity, including the ability to acquire information, retain information, sequence, generalize, and extrapolate. And I cannot say this enough. It truly helps the dog with all of those things. If you've ever struggled with a dog that is just all over the place, they can't think, they are super spazzy, get them out and moving. Get them on a long line and just going over all different types of terrain and going for longer walks and moving. And all of a sudden, you're going to have a very different dog mentally. And of course, different, obstacles and things like that are really important too. So well-being, your dog's emotional balance at a core level is based on his neurophysiological perception and awareness of himself and his universe. A dog perceives his world through his body. Leaving aside management and training issues for a moment, the more accurate and integrated your dog's perception of his body, i.e. his proprioception, the more well-balanced mentally he will be. Higher proprioception equals increased mental well-being, and low proprioception equals impaired mental well-being. All right. Proprioception and instinct, fight, flight, and freeze. The whole idea behind training is that we are replacing reflex with learned cognitive responses. Where an animal is in reflex mode, it is not possible for them to learn as well, if at all, or as completely as one who is not being distracted by a triggering fight, flight, or freeze reflex. So unbalanced physically equals impaired proprioception, which may result in an animal whose body perceives of itself as potential prey, equals an animal who has impediments to their learning. And so basically all of these things can be helped, changed, and really worked through when we do a lot of PQ with the dogs. And by the way, that's my awesome Border Collie doing a handstand. Yeah. All right, body awareness. So the things that we really like to work on, especially with puppies, that focus is really heavy on that PQ, is confidence in movement. We like to talk about long line movement, learning to navigate obstacles and getting them really comfortable on different textures, different surfaces, ups, overs, unders, arounds, rear end awareness. They can be taught with and without equipment. So equipment would be like touch tub, wobble boards, stairs, fit paws, cavalettis. Without would be one of the exercises that we're going to teach you is doing ground pivots, and the back up, doing like a bag really helps with fitness and learning about body awareness and things like that. 2 feet up on an object, whether it's the front 2 feet or the back 2 feet. All of these things, bow so they could really stretch that core. All of these things are huge for teaching body awareness. So let's see here. Oh, look, we're going to go work some puppies. So really quick, do you guys have any questions on any of the ideas behind all of this proprioceptive stuff?
I think it's funny because in horses, they do this also. But they have a much less scientific term for it.
What do they call it?
Sacking out.
Sacking out. Definitely slightly less
Scientific.
scientific. Sacking out. Guys, I'm just gonna be over here sacking out. All right, bring it on. I like the attitude. Let's do it after this question.
Can you say more about the emotional connection? This is going really too fast for me.
I'm so sorry, Elena. Hold on one second. Is this good to work on older dogs too? That's a super easy question. Absolutely. Basically, any dog that I get, it's one of the first things that I start with. So, all right, talk about the emotional connection. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. There we go. All right. So when we talk about the dog's emotional balance, one of the biggest things is, let's see here what she says. It's based on his neurophysiological perception and awareness of himself in the universe. So basically, if a dog has a very low PQ, they're going to have a much lower ability to perceive themselves, physically where they're at. And in turn, that is going to change also into that emotional balance as well. And so what we're saying, or what Marina is, this is all, like I said, directly off of her particular words, is that when you start introducing more, the proprioception to your dog, getting them out moving, getting them out doing things, their brain starts making connections with the rest of their body. And all of a sudden, all of these little lights are going off in their brain. She always likes to refer to it like lights on a switchboard, and they just start going off. And when we are able to bring that awareness to the dog, we're going to find that it also increases their mental well-being, because now they have a much better perception of the things that are going on around them. They can intake information better, that they can retain that information better, and a bunch of other things that are going to be happening with that, which of course then lends itself to the emotional balance that the dog has. And so, if you think about us, when we are not feeling our best physically, mentally, it also really affects us. This is the heaviest I've ever weighed in my life, and it absolutely every day affects me in my emotional balance. And that's not necessarily just PQ, but it is the physical aspect, and not just because of the way I look, but because of the way it internally, physically is making me feel. And that is very much what is going on with the dogs as well. When they have a very low PQ, they have impaired, essentially, mental well-being. So hopefully that answered your question a little bit better. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, that's really funny. So going back to kind of the question about if older dogs can do this as well, absolutely, 100%. Obviously, if we start them as puppies, we're probably not going to run into the issues that we would have as an older dog. So starting them as puppies is really going to make just a world of a difference. But like I said, we just did a 6-day certification course with Joel Silverman right before we started this. And pretty much all we did was a lot of stuff that's PQ, and not because that's why he trains it, but because he's a movie and TV trainer. He does commercials, movies, TV shows. And so a lot of the training that we were doing was making the dogs so incredibly aware of their body. We taught things like head down. So the dog had to lay its head flat on the ground, and then head up, and then head down and head up. And that's the only part that they're moving of their body. And then we taught them to lay on their side, which a lot of the dogs already knew because we taught them, like the play dead command, but this was more control. So lay on your side and then straighten up, lay on your side, straighten up. And we would just toggle them so they would learn, lay on your side, straighten up, head down, head up. And then, feet up, which is putting 2 paws on something and then getting off, and then putting 2 paws on something.
Walking backwards.
Oh, walking backwards, huge. So, it was, all tricks that are awesome for movie stuff, but truthfully, it was just bringing so much awareness to the dog's body. And we didn't use a single puppy in that course. I had 3 dogs that were, about a year to 10 years. So I had a year, my McNabbs will be a year old next month. My burner is 4. And then, you know, my little Aussie mix is 10. Bethany was using an almost 2-year-old dog. Glory's 5, her both's around.
5.5, yep.
And then everybody else had older dogs as well. And a lot of these dogs knew some stuff, but not most of it, or the control pieces. You know, they knew how to play dead, where they'd flop on their side and then hop right back, you know, fully up on all fours, but never anything about controlling their actual body and being, you know, in control of it, where it wasn't this like, woohoo, I'm gonna flop down, okay, I'm back up.
One practical application of just the fitness of some of these actions that you do. I mean, if you have a dog that has a weak top line and they need to work that, a lot of these are core exercises. And so it may seem like play and fun, but it's like you doing crunches. And so strengthening
the core,
core can help with structure. And
you know, the beg command where they get up into a beg, that has a lot of core work that they have to do. When they go into a bow, they're stretching all that back and abdomen out, right? So they can get down with their front legs and their back end stays up. I mean, there's just so much stuff that just training even tricks without equipment can do. So we had somebody say something.
Yeah, we have 2. So Elena asks, how do you explain the importance of this to owners?
So maybe not go into the long rambling like we're doing right now. But truthfully, I walk through these points with them. I talk about how it affects learning capacity and their emotional well-being and their instinct between fight, flight, or freeze. Because, you know, a lot of times with puppies, let's say it's a shyer puppy, you know, we see that puppy kind of freeze up. And so I talk about all of these things where, you know, that's an instinct response and we want to turn it into a cognitive response. And so by the way, I talk to my clients very similarly, just like I talk to you. I know that some of it's very sciencey and I don't drill it on them and like make them remember every little thing, but I truly just talk to them and they hear me say it enough that all of a sudden they're using the same words too, because I just normalize it for them. I don't treat them like they're babies or they're infants and they can't understand it. I just talk to them in this way. And if they don't understand something, I break it down for them a little bit further. But then I go right back to using the terminology and the language. And I explain it all just like this because I want them to be as knowledgeable as they care to be. And they're only going to get that way by us giving them that information. I don't overload them with it.
It's just like teaching kids, you know, hand-eye coordination and wanting them their balance and, you know, playing on a playground is basically the same thing for kids in that they're building their muscles. They're learning how to use themselves. They're learning how to make the connections between their body and their brain and how to be strong and things like that. It's all the same concept.
All right, we had a second question.
Just a comment from Robin. In my GRC club, we do a lot of work with new members on FitPaws, as most come to us very unsure. It is so fun to watch in one practice the dog gain all this confidence and be able to do more with their bodies. They all love the activities.
Yeah, and you know, and the reason that you see, you know, that change is because the dog, you know, as it becomes more aware of what's happening, all of these, you know, these light switches are just triggering in their brains, and we are really making them very aware and very connected to their bodies. So one of the things you're going to see us do downstairs is an exercise that, you know, since I learned from Marina, that I had started teaching in these puppy potential workshops, and I get the same exact reaction every single time. If you're by yourself, you won't be able to do it right now. So when, you know, you get around somebody that you can do it with, have them do it to you, and you are going to be like, wow, that's really weird. And I'll show you what that is as soon as we go downstairs. Does anybody have any last questions before we move on to work some puppies?
Not that they're popping up, but they can always ask and we can
Yeah,
answer right
I mean,
before we
you
start.
can always ask. So we are going to go work puppies. We're going to be right back, guys, and we'll pop downstairs. So give us, you know, 5-10 minutes. Oh, that's probably old. Give us 5 or 10 minutes and we will see you down there.
Okay.
All right, guys. Oh, is this turned on? Did you turn it on?
Mm-hmm.
You guys hear me? Okay. Let me know if you can hear me. Of course.
Yes.
All right. All right. So we've got Nessie, the Westie again here.
Nessie the Westie.
Nessie the Westie, and she's 5 months old. Have you done any work with her? No. All right. So she's pretty green to all of this stuff. She did just eat breakfast. So she's going to work for more food. Luckily, she's a crazy food-driven little girl, which makes life a lot easier. So we've got a whole setup here. Normally when we teach these in-person seminars, we've got a huge area full of different pieces of equipment because we've got a bunch of dogs out working. So, a lot of times people only work on one thing at a time. I like to get at least, 3 or 4 out so I can just kind of hop the dog through and don't get bored with one thing. But we've got kind of a tunnel thing here. That's really nice. At some point, I could probably put some ramps and teach her to go up and over on top of this thing. We won't do that today because we don't have the ramp set up. Yeah, right. We have this little separate ramp here, so we can just teach her to kind of come up on this and get up on a block. We've got a fit pause going here, and these things are pretty cool. They got just these little nubs on them, and it's just a different texture. It's kind of squishy, so the dog has to be able to get comfortable with that. We've got these kind of cavaletti setups that we've got going on here. So just teaching the dog about individual foot placement. They have to become very cognizant of where each of their feet fall, otherwise they're going to hit these and kind of trip over them. And then we've got a cot in the corner. Once again, just a different texture, just a different feel, being able to get the dog comfortable going up on different surfaces. So just a lot of different little pieces that we want to work on. So when we do teaching equipment for proprioceptive work, I actually just like to free shape it. I could easily lure the dog through in all of these pieces of equipment, but we talked about luring a little bit earlier. Kind of one of the downfalls or pitfalls of luring is that we're the one doing all the work and the dog doesn't have to put a lot of thought into it. My reasoning for wanting to teach a lot of these pieces of equipment is obviously for the body work, but it's also for the mental work. I want the dog to be the one that's putting the effort in to decide and think about what they're doing. So we do a lot of free shaping when it comes to teaching these pieces of equipment. And that's what we're going to teach you today. And one of the biggest things that we find at our in-person seminars when we watch the owners or the people that have the puppies doing the hands-on work is free shaping is really hard for them. They get really caught in the habit and the trap of wanting to work. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. They get caught in the habit of really, really wanting. Is it windy out again? Holy smokes!
It's supposed to be like insanely windy all day.
Wow, it's crazy out there, you guys. Holy smokes. Okay, so they get caught in this habit of luring and they don't even realize they're doing it. And it's really hard because you want your dog to succeed, you want your dog to do the thing, and you want to get them there as fast as they can. But inadvertently, you are the one kind of holding them back by continually offering them all of the help. There's a difference between asking a child to figure out what 2 + 2 is, and when they want to the answer, even if you need to help them figure out what the answer is, versus saying 2 + 2 is 4. Inevitably, they get to the same result, but the way they get there is different. And the child that has to do it on their own and figure out what 2 + 2 is a child that is going to be better set up for success in the end because they're learning how to be self-sufficient, do it, more confidence in what they're doing, and they're going to learn easier all of the stuff later on. So a lot of times free shaping, especially with a dog that's never done it, can be really challenging because I'm just doing what you want right now. I'm really trying hard to figure it out. So for you, your job is, find the small of the approximations, the successive approximations as your dog needs, give them that help. I might set Nessie down and she might jump straight on this piece of equipment. She's a pretty confident puppy. She's got lots of drive. She's really eager. As where, Megan's puppy, the Swissy, is a little bit more lumbering. She's still very confident, but she's just slower. She might not be as interested in putting that much active thought into what she's doing. And so, Nessie, probably would just take a little bit less, as where Molly might take a little bit more. Every dog is different. I might get Nessie through 4 or 5 of these pieces of equipment right away. As where Molly, it might take me 5 days to get her through 5 months piece of equipment. She probably would do them all, you know, but
Not very motivated.
she's just a slow lumbering kind of gal. And that's okay either way. Like, don't rush it. There's no reason to rush it and feel like I've got to get my dog to do this right now. Because in the long run, you're setting them up for far better success when we do a lot of the free shaping stuff. So I'm going to set Nessie down. I'm just going to start with some of these front pieces of equipment so you can see that it's easy, and then we'll kind of move on and see where she's at and what she's doing. So when we do free shaping, I'm going to start this right up here. Yes. Any interest she shows by looking at, touching, anything, this ramp, I'm going to say right yes and reward her. I'm not looking directly at her. I'm trying to keep my body relatively still. Yes, I'm looking at the thing that I want her to interact with. And if you remember the Bob Bailey rule, we mark for the behavior. Yes, reward for position. So if you notice, each time I'm progressively rewarding her a little further up that ramp because she's moving a little further up that ramp. So every time she interacts in any way, looking at, touching, sniffing, putting paws on this ramp, in any, yes, any of the, anywhere around it, I will reward her for in the beginning. Yes. Now she gets better. Yes. Good job. I would reward her only for bigger and bigger pieces. Yes. And, you know, the confidence to, what are you doing? Right? The confidence to go up and down this thing is huge for her. So as she gets better at this, I want to be able to see her make bigger choices to interact with this. Instead of just sniffing it, putting a nose on it, putting a paw on it, I want to see her actually attempting to investigate even more.
And notice where Brittany's attention is. She's not looking at Nessie, she's looking at the ramp.
Yep.
Because we don't want Nessie to default to like the say yes exercise. We want her to be like, hey, what are you looking at?
Yep.
And investigate it.
Yes. And you saw her come back and make that choice to engage this piece of equipment. So she's like, ooh, do you want eye contact? What are you looking for right now? So I'm gonna wait for just a little bit bigger of a piece and just kind of sniffing it. Because we saw there the last time I rewarded her, she actually put some paws up on it. So we're gonna see kind of what she decides to do and go from there. And if I feel like she's struggling too bad, I can go back and reward her for smaller pieces as well, just to kind of get that ball rolling again, that this is the thing that we want. So, you know, you see she's struggling just a smidge. So if she goes back in any interaction with this, I will reward it. Right now, I don't care where she goes in terms of, you know, on that leash. Yes, good choice. Sometimes letting them think about it and work it out is the smartest thing that you can do. If she goes back to engage with the equipment, yes, like that, whoops, at all, that's the thing I'm gonna reward. Yes, good girl. Yay, you got it, good job. Good girl, yes. Confidence to be able to go up and down. Yeah. And I probably won't spend, yes, too much more time on this because you can see already how quickly, yes, her confidence for this thing has built. So I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna move on to something else. Yes, so you saw her look at it there. Yes, good, put her paws up on it. See what she does with it, what else she does with it. Yes, good job, Miss Nessie. Yes, good job. A lot of people, when they do free shaping, they're very serious. They only say yes. They don't give a lot of yes, a lot of other feedback. I'm not quite as sterile about it. I do like, wow, that was really nice, thank you. Because I want her to know that I'm also involved other than being just a food dispenser. I want her to know that I really appreciate the effort she's putting in terms of interacting with this thing. I kind of probably rewarded some of that there. I was hoping she'd give me a little bit more, but that's okay. You always go back to it. So I know she's right now investigating that, not working on that piece of equipment, so I don't want to really reward her a bunch for that one yet. Yes. Good job. Very nice. If she makes any more attempt to move onto or closer to getting on all the way of this thing, and then I will reward her for that. She got off, so now I'm gonna reset, see if she'll maybe put some feet up. Yes. Oh, she's a little bit more nervous about this one, which is kind of funny, right? That whole thing, she had no real big deal, but this one, she's like, oh, I really initially, yes, put my feet on it. She'll do it for the food when I reward her for positioning, but she hasn't quite done it on her own yet. Really want to see her interact with the equipment versus just with me. Look at it, is that good enough? This is, free shaping is a little bit harder to do with older dogs. And usually it's because they're so, yes. So she looked at it and she was struggling just a little bit in terms of wanting to put the feet up there. So I'm gonna go back and reward her for a little bit, just less interaction. So free shaping can be harder for older dogs because they already have a way that they learn, whatever way that is, and maybe they've never learned to learn. And so free shaping can take them a little bit longer to pick up, but I still do it with them because my goal is to create an actively thinking dog, right? One that, yes, can learn how to make choices, and yes, good girl, choices and decisions on their own, and really kind of blossom into a dog that knows how to use its brain. It's not just sitting there waiting for us to tell it what to do all the time, or it's just too afraid to make any forward motions, or just doesn't know enough to do it. So we really want to be able to, we really want to be able to give them that opportunity to learn about it. She's the cutest. You can see her, she's like really trying hard to figure this out. She's specific, she's gonna walk around it.
Elena has a question.
Yes.
Elena says, what do you do when you get a dog with learned helplessness that won't interact?
Start with something much easier, like just so much easier. And I would probably just start with scattering food all over the floor, letting them just move around, eat the food up off the floor. Yes, look at you, good girl. And so that way I'm just getting them comfortable moving away and exploring. So sometimes we do get puppies like that. And you just have to be patient working through this with them. You guys notice this is so much different for her in terms of how she was with the ramp and the block. She was very eager to get her feet up on those. This one, on her own, I think she's only done it once.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to keep holding her back in terms of only rewarding for walking up to it. I really want to see if she can make the choice to get up there. You're going to hear a lot of trainers say like you just have to reward everything small and it should be really, really high, fast, rate of reward. And I like to give the dog time to think through it. We saw that with the Say Yes, and how if we just waited them out, at some point they come back and they start to engage with us again. And I'm not clouding their judgment by just rewarding everything repetitively, boom, 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 because they're not actually doing a ton of thinking yet when that happens. So I really want to see her make the choice to come back and re-engage with it and find out that, hey, when I do come back, good things happen to this. And then it might be a little slower in the beginning, but they pick it up much quicker in the end. It's just so weird for you, isn't it? It's like it is so weird. And notice how she keeps looking at me. I don't look at her. I look where I want her to be. So that way, if she follows my eyes, she's seeing the thing that I'm wanting her to interact with. And this might be something that I get 1 or 2 more rewards and then come back to later on. And for whatever reason, she's not afraid to get on it, but she is, afraid of that initial interaction. Because you can see, I could lure her all over this thing, right? This is luring.
I could lure her all over this thing and she's totally fine with it. But to make that initial choice on her own to get up there, she hasn't done yet, except for maybe once by putting the paw on it, I think. So I might come back to that piece of equipment and try it after I do a couple other things. So Megan, would you pause or you don't have to pause anything, but just set that down and then come help me. And I'm going to show you how I teach the tunnel. This is one of the few things that I don't necessarily appreciate, although I potentially could. And I'm going to have you stay on this end, just kind of stay on this side of it so that way the camera gets more movie. I mean, unless you guys are into that. All right. Oh, yes, so my job is done here, guys. Girl. So I want to actually show you how I teach a tunnel, whether it's a full round one or just a tunnel like this. So Megan, what I'm going to have you do is you're going to hold her directly here in front of a pole on that side. And just show you what I'm doing. And I'm going to call her through. Good girl. I'm going to call her through. The only way you're going to let her go is directly through. If she tries to go around the edges, you just hold her there. So we're not forcing her to go through. We're just not giving her any other alternative, basically. So Missy, yes, good girl. She makes the effort to come through. I'm going to say yes and reward her. I'm going to use this. You can reward her when she goes back through. Good, and then you're going to do the same. And so I know you guys probably can't see me right now, but I am just holding her directly at the entrance. I'm not letting her go any other way around. And we are going to have Megan call her through. Missy, yes, good job. And then we'll do it again. This one was very easy for her. She did it naturally. Yes. Yay. I know, right? We have no problems with this stuff usually. All right, we're going to go ahead and do one more time. Very nice. Awesome. So tunnels usually go really easy. Now let's say we had a round tunnel that we're using. Let's say we had a round tunnel that we were using and we had a puppy that was really hesitant to go through. And by the way, guys, if I'm the trainer teaching this to an owner, what I do is I am the one holding the puppy and I have the owner on the other side so that when the puppy wants to go to them, because it can be scary a little bit at first. And we talked a lot about stress is not a bad thing in learning. And the dog gets a little stressed, like, oh my God, I can't go the other way, I gotta go through this tunnel. And so we have the owner on the other side, so that way it's like, I really want to get to you, and it's a big party, and they're like, oh, it's kind of fun. A little stressful in the beginning, and they learn to work through that. So if I have a tunnel, the puppy's really hesitant to go through it, I actually will scrunch it down so it's only really wide, because it's fully scrunched down, and just teach the puppy to go through that, and then we'll open it a little more to maybe about this wide. And we have the puppy go back and forth, and then we'll open a little wider, and then all of a sudden it's fully open. What are they, like 4-foot tunnels? Yeah, they're usually about 4 feet.
4 to 6.
Yeah, so that would be the tunnel. So now we're going to go over here to the cavalettis. Give myself a lot of room to be on this side of it. Maybe move these a little bit. That's the cool thing about this stuff.
Yep. Move the tunnel over there.
It's easy movable. All right. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. Excellent. All right, so when we do cavalettis, I actually don't care where necessarily the puppy starts. Good girl. But what I'm looking for, yes, is any interaction she has. And as she interacts with it, I'm saying why yes, and I'm placing food progressively through. Remember, we mark for behavior, we mark for position. So my food placement is helping her navigate even further through, and I don't care that she'll, yes, like that there. Any interaction she gives right now, I'm just saying yes and reward. Yes. And not luring and making her far more aware of where her feet are in order to work her through cavalettis. Yes. Good, you saw right there, 1 foot and then the other back one. Yes. Look at that girl. I am trying to kind of keep her within the cavalettis. If she really wanted to leave, I would let her. Yes. Good job. We have a little dog here, and some of these are, yes, a little bit higher. And so she's really got to learn to work through that.
We've got a question.
Yep.
Nicole wants to know, did you just drill holes in the cones?
I think you brought them this way, right? Yes.
They're not mine.
Oh,
It's a set.
yes.
Yeah,
These
but
are
it is a
sets.
set.
You can get them off Amazon.
Yeah.
Just type in like dog cavalettis,
But yes, you can. That is one way you could do it, is drill holes in the pins. But
These are like this, I think this set here is like $60,
yeah.
or you can do it your own for a lot cheaper. Yes. Sorry, I was paying attention to you guys, not to her. She was giving me actually quite a bit, but I think I missed. And that's okay. She wants to come back around, it's no big deal. Yes. Yes. Go under, you probably could. Maybe you're just a little nugget. Come that way. Yes. And now it's because she's so comfortable going over, for these shorter, more squishy ones, I might do 2 pieces, or 2 spaces out where I drop the food. So that way she's not kind of doing that like, yes, that thing where she's kind of getting stuck. You saw how she went head first and then her body had to like pop over.
Cheater.
I know, she's a cheater. Look at you, cheater. Come on, there you go. Good girl. Good girl.
Cheater.
And that's okay, I really don't mind right now because you just won't want it and it's not gonna get crazy.
Yep.
So we can start her over here. Let's see where we can not let her be a cheater pants. And I can just do that by blocking her with my body a little bit. And yes, having her
Oh, boy.
start to go and having her start to move that way versus coming around me. Because she's like energy conservation, right?
I honestly don't think she's afraid of him or anything. She's just like, this way's easier.
Dude, I mean, she's already, yes, she's already done this super well
Yeah.
already. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just energy conservation first. She's just like, it's just made easier.
Now you're stuck.
Let's see if she can interact with that, figure this out. And you're gonna see them take small breaks where they're like, do I want to go over that? Is it worth it for me? And let them just kind of process that information. Yes. Very good girl. I don't care that she's making the choice to interact either way. I'm gonna let that happen. Yes. Good job. Yes. There you go. That was good.
Such a terror.
Yes.
She's pro now.
She's like, I got this, guys. Yes. And sometimes, like, yes, sometimes it just takes them a second to put all of the pieces together. Yes, and we'll just do a drop out there. That was exactly what we want to see with that. I really want to see them start to go, okay, we did one individual piece and then moved to 2. Okay, now I can start to put all of that together and move fully on. Now we can get to the point where I can walk her through and then get her over the top. That was probably a lot.
Yeah, considering she eats like half a cup a day.
Right? She's just about half cup draw this. There we go.
She just
Very purposeful. She's placing a lot of feet. Good. Very nice. Yes. And then we go to free shaping. She's probably already been on the tops before, but I can reward her for that. Good job. We'll pull her off. If I pull her off, I'll just, girl, we come back over here. Yes. Very nice. So she's very comfortable with that. Now I want to kind of head back over to the spit paws bone and see if we can't get her, yes, back to interacting with this. And then we're going to end her because this is probably a really long session for her.
Do you want Molly
Yes.
after this?
Probably not right now.
Okay.
Yeah. We were able to go through all of the equipment.
I think there's a spider right there, just so
Where?
just right where you put your hand. I can't tell from here, the black thing.
Oh, it's a dead one.
Okay, good, it's dead.
I know it's He's scared me.
Sorry. Well, I mean, I didn't want the spider to crawl on your hand.
No, I appreciate it. Very nice.
I'm surprised that I cleaned that like 2 days ago. I would have
Yeah.
cleaned off a dead spider, so that's recent. Weird.
Recent dead spider.
We had a recent death in the house.
Yeah, this, for whatever reason, for her, this one's hard. So this might
Yeah.
be one that we would, yes, good girl, come back to and really kind of help build her confidence up on. Good job to interact with it more.
It could be the bumps that she doesn't like.
Yeah.
Everything
The bumps,
else
it could be the
is-
fact that it's kind of squishy,
Yeah.
the shape of it, the texture of it, aside from the bumps, just that shiny, plasticky feel.
She seems to like things that have a purpose.
Right, she's like, what is this for?
She likes the ones that look like there's a goal.
Yeah.
Like, my goal is for you, to at least just put your front feet up on it. The front feet. Do that. Yes. I'm just gonna reward her for the small little pieces. She's at least staying fairly interactive around the edges of it, even if she's not getting on it. So I want to reward that at least thought for it. She's like, really good. Oh, that's nice. I'm probably just gonna reward her one more time. You can see she's starting to really slow down. We don't want to keep pushing her.
Now I've got you all paranoid, huh?
I know, I'm all like. Sorry for those of you that are spider lovers. I am not. I can deal with snakes and lizards and even tarantulas. I can not be super pro. Yes, good girl. Weirded out about, but spiders that you probably not to those. Hi.
It's true.
All right, so if you guys have questions about any of the appropriate stuff, like equipment, you can do wobble boards, teeter boards, anything like that is awesome. But this is what we had, so give us a few minutes. We're gonna get back upstairs and we'll reconvene.
And type in your questions while we're doing that.
Good girl.
All right, everything's good. We are good. Okay, so we had a couple questions, or one question anyway. Oh, go ahead, read it.
She's got it.
Okay, Beth, do you want to read it?
If she has a problem with the texture and you have a piece that is smoother on one side and bumpy on the other, would you switch to the smoother side and get the pup good with that and then move back to the bumpy side?
Yeah, very possibly I could. That particular Fit Paws has both bumpy sides. And I don't know, I mean, we don't know exactly what it is. Oh, can we actually close these curtains in front of you?
Yep.
It's just really white. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I was obviously not afraid of it, right? So for her, I really think it's just her figuring out that that's what we want, not necessarily that it's something that she actually truly has a problem with. Yeah.
You're still pretty wide.
There we go. That one's better. And then is there a light we could actually turn on? Okay. So I don't actually think for her it was necessarily a problem of, that she was worried or nervous about it. I think she, in this particular case, truly was just like, I'm not quite sure what we want from it. So I would probably just go back and do another session or so, and she'll probably get it. If after 2 or 3 sessions total and she was still not getting it, then I'd say, yeah, there's probably something weird that she's unsure about, and switch it to maybe something else that's lower and flatter and help her figure that piece out before I ever brought that back. I mean, I'm not in a rush to get her to do anything. I want her to learn it at her own pace. And one of the biggest things that I always like to say is if it's your idea, you're going to be far more consistent with it. You're going to be far more comfortable with it than if it's somebody else's idea. And, I like to be able to use that with the dogs, because if I can manipulate the situation to make it the dog's idea, then they're going to be more persistent and insistent and, wanting to do it, because they're like, yeah, this was my idea. Look how cool I am about it. And so, there's no reason to rush this stuff, guys. I don't have to get her on it today. I don't have to, really be like, why didn't she do this? And it's really frustrating. It's like, no, this is just par for the course. There's going to be one thing. You saw how quickly she did everything else. And so that was a phenomenal session. And she literally had just got done eating breakfast. And so she was still that eager, that motivated. You saw her looking at me. She was engaged the entire time. Like, that's the stuff that we want to look at when we gauge how well a session went. Was the dog engaged? Even if I couldn't have got her on any piece of equipment because she was just like, I don't know what I'm doing, I would have considered the rest of that a complete success. She was engaged. She stayed motivated. She was appetitive the entire time about whatever activity we were doing. So, you know, that's kind of the hope that we can have when we're doing a lot of this equipment work. So
There's no other questions, but you forgot to do the exercise.
oh snap, I did. Okay, let's do it. Thank you. I totally forgot that. Okay, so normally when we do the proprioceptive work, the very first thing that I do with puppies or with dogs is this very specific rub down, where we start from their head all the way down their side, down their back leg, again, all the way down to their front leg. Then I flip them over and I rub them from their, you know, on the same side, go from the head back to the other side of the back leg and then back again to the front leg. I always do this with a flat palm, and I'm applying a fairly good amount of pressure, because what we're doing when we do this is we are literally lighting all of those neurotransmitters in the body and the skin, and we are really connecting them with the brain. So I don't think you've ever done this before. I'm going to do it with Megan. We'll pull the screen away so you guys can actually see. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll pop up your phone. Let's do that right now. And I want you to just be candid about what you feel as I do this. And this is the exercise that if you have somebody with you right now, have them come in and do it with you, or to you, and then in turn you could do it to them. And I want you to just start with one side, and I want you to tell me what it feels like and how, you know, different one side feels to the other, because it is super, and I've never had anybody be like, man, it's nothing. They are always like, wow, that feels really different. So we're gonna, are you ready?
Yeah, where do you want me to be?
We'll just be over there so you can be there. That's fine. We won't make
Bethany
it.
is putting her feet up.
Yeah.
Because her feet are swelling.
All right, but I don't see you.
Oh, sorry, I just was gonna wait, but.
Yeah, no. All right.
Sorry.
Hi, Beth's feet.
Oh, there you go, we'll just do this. That way you don't see my feet.
Let me make sure that this is a spotlighted video. There we go. All right, so now I can't see.
Yeah,
good? All right, so I'm gonna push on your side pretty darn hard, so just make sure to brace into it so you don't fall over. All right. Okay. So flat hands. I'm gonna go from. I'm just gonna start the shoulder and over your head. And I'm gonna apply straight pressure all the way down to her fingertips. Continue all the way down her leg, all the way down to her foot. I'm not cupping her with my thumb. So what does this side feel like compared to that side?
More sensitive,
More sensitive, yeah. Does it feel heavier? Yeah.
hotter.
Hotter, yeah. Yeah. Are you more aware of this side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it weird? Like, just from that pressure touch being all the way down her side, do you kind of feel uneven?
Yes, this side feels left
Do you
out.
want me to do it?
Yeah.
Every time. It's so weird because what we've done is we started off where we are making the brain far more aware of the one side of the body. All of those touches. You feel better now? Oh, you're welcome. All of those touches are lighting up all of those little, switchboard lights in your brain to say, hey, something's happening. And if we, do it to one side of the body, it's like, wow, I can really feel that. And now I feel lopsided.
This is something we actually learned. I'm a massage therapist.
Oh, cool.
And you learn in massage school, because if you forget to massage someone's foot and you've done the other one, they will leave completely unsatisfied.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. 100%. Yeah. All right. So we're going to pop back over here.
Do you want to show on Glory how to do it to a dog?
Oh, yeah. Glory, come here. Okay.
So
All right.
Hedwig.
So when we do this to a dog,
She's just
you don't care. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to bring the dog right up against our legs, so they are literally pressed up against our body. I'm going to hold them by the collar with the one hand, so that way they can't leave, and if they try to, I would just stop them. I'm going to start at their muzzle and always thumb in. We don't ever want it out for a cupping motion. That would make it a very bad experience for the dogs. This is a much more natural position for them. So that heavy pressure all the way down. And nice and slow, we don't want to rush this. All the way down to her toes. And we do it again.
As she makes out with
Good, I know.
She's
Then
like,
we
"Hey,
can
thanks,
flip her
that was
around.
nice."
You're really good girl. Flip her around, press her back up against our body. Once again, holding that collar, thank you. And we do this side. All the way out through the toes.
So you would do this exercise before you start a proprioceptic session with a dog. Just helps,
Get them aware of their body.
yes.
Very good girl. All right.
She's like, hey, I really like that.
How was that? What did you think? Was that weird? What a good girl. All right.
There you go. You have a question?
Yep.
Oh, they couldn't hear.
Oh, great.
Sorry.
Could you see?
Okay.
Elena, could you hear anything, or only some of it? Could you hear any of it at all?
She said a
A
little.
little. Okay.
All right, so basically all I was saying was that we start at the head. We always keep our thumb in, so we're not ever cupping. The thumb always stays in. Oh, just muffled at a distance, gotcha. And we rub all the way down the dog's body, nice and slow. We don't want to go fast. Down the back leg, as you saw. We start back at the top, all the way down to the front leg. If you notice, I followed all the way through to her toes. And one thing that I noticed that I was doing, which I didn't even really realize, and it's really weird, and I'm not like a person
The
that's
video
like,
went away, Lisa. Am I still spotlighted?
Nope. I am. Did that help at all?
Check yours. Blast.
Blast it. Let's see if this helps change anything. All right, give us a second, guys, while we figure this out.
You can still hear us at least, that's good.
Yeah, that's good at least. You don't need to see our faces. All right, can you guys see the PowerPoint?
I can see the PowerPoint, so they should be able to. Yes, they can see the PowerPoint.
All right.
Not sure why the video won't come back.
All right. Is the video back? No.
Video.
All right, hold on.
It doesn't even show your profile picture.
All right, let's see. Did that
Go
change
back.
anything?
It's like, can you spotlight yours again and
Yeah, you could.
then try?
There we go.
There we
We're
go.
back. Is that better, guys?
The host. Oh, stop.
Yay. Okay. I think the problem was we had Bethany spotlighted and she's not even on there right now. Okay. So where was I? Okay.
And I think what you were getting at is the flip.
Yeah. So and I'm not a person that believes like really crazy and a bunch of energy, that kind of stuff. And I'm not knocking it. It's just not anything that I have ever seen be a big deal. But as I was doing this to Glory, and I came down her toes, I actually went like this without even noticing it.
It's another massage technique, and it really does.
It's like
make a
almost like you're
difference.
throwing
So-
away whatever you just.
So when you're massaging someone doing anything, and you are pulling, you don't want their energy, whether good or bad, to transfer to you, but you don't want it to stay in them. So you literally
Oh, that's interesting.
throw it away.
That's cool. And I didn't even realize I was doing it until right there. So what we're trying to do though with the dog's body is light up all of these lights on the switchboard in their brain. And we're trying to make that connection that, hey, your body's here. Let's get that brain connected to it as we rub down each side of the dog. And we do this before we do a lot of any type of, I actually like to do this before I do any obedience or any proprioceptive work or anything along those lines, because I want that dog's brain really connected to its body. And we're just really helping and bring awareness to the brain that, hey, stuff's about to happen. And does anybody have anybody with them that they tried it with?
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What do you do if they sit And does it matter if they lean on you?
You want them leaning on you, and if they sit, I literally just hoist their back end up. And
Would you do this before agility?
I absolutely would. Oh, 100%. Yep. And try it with your dog and see if it makes a difference.
Anytime you want to wake up all the electrodes and
Yeah.
and it is technically an energetic, like that's what you're doing. It's a form of like acupressure.
Yes.
You're basically waking up all of those electric impulses in the body.
So Elena said she didn't find anything special. Feel anything special. So when you had one side, did you do both sides right away, or did you just do one side?
We could unmute her.
Oh yeah, here, we're gonna unmute you, Elena, and then we can chat for a minute.
She says she just did one side. I'll have a talk.
Elena, are you there? Can you hear us? Can you chat?
Oops,
Or I guess, can we hear you is a better question?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Elena, how's it going?
Good. I didn't feel anything special. It just felt like somebody touching me. And my roommate had this done to her before, so she understood conceptually what it was supposed to feel like. And I just went, eh.
All right,
Okay,
so
whatever.
okay, so she started at the shoulder, went nice and slow with a pretty firm pressure all the way down one side, all the way out through your toes. And so you obviously you felt somebody pressing on you. And when you kind of hung out there for a second, you weren't more aware of your one side that had been touched than your other?
No.
Okay. And you didn't feel like it was any warmer or anything like that?
No.
All right. So, I mean, that's definitely your experience. I've done this, and I'm not saying that you're wrong by any means, because, for whatever reason, your body is just not making the same types of connections. We've done this in the last, I think, 2 seminars, and we had every single person do it, or that wanted to, of course. Some people are like, don't touch me, weirdo. But, every single person that we did that to had the very same experiences as Megan did in terms of, their one side feeling, either warmer or more tingly. They were more aware of it. Can you have her do your other side and see if that makes a difference?
I can do it later. She went away.
Elena, do you ever have body work done, like massage or anything like that?
Yes.
How do you do deep pressure, or how do you like light pressure?
Deeper.
That might
I'm not, and I think I would expect that dogs are the same way. There are some things that I'm going to be very, very sensitive about, and other things that you could basically put a steamroller on me and I'm just going to go, eh. And I think we're all like that in different aspects and areas of life.
That might be what you're experiencing, is that the lighter pressure doesn't wake up those receptors on you like it would on a more sensitive person. Like, you have some people that you can do massage and you do like, it's like little, and they're like, ah! And then you have some people that you literally have to be in there, like really going to town before they will even feel it. So, and yes, I think dogs are the same way.
Yep, absolutely.
I think it's also valuable that it changes from moment to moment for us, for our dogs, everything, because there are days that somebody touches me and I'm like, too much, leave me, like, I can't handle touch. I can't handle anything right now. I'm super sensitive. And so to be really present, and the whole train the dog that's in front of you, the dog that's in front of you could be very, very different from moment to moment or day to day, is a valuable thing to bring up when it comes to our touch and what they can handle and what's going to be enough or work for them.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that experience. And we are going to pop you back off. And then we've got a couple other comments. So, Beth, you got her. We good? We good?
Yeah, Nikki says it's like having one foot massaged and not the other.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, truthfully, that's like the normal experience that people have, is that it makes them feel kind of unbalanced about what, their body. They're far more aware of one side than the other with whatever they usually experience with it, whether it's a tingly sensation, a warm or a hot sensation, a heavy sensation, whatever it is. And, you know, our goal is to just help kind of light that brain up before we do any of the work. The other cool piece it does is, of course, just gets your dog or your puppy better with being handled, because they have to learn to come in, rest against your legs while you do this thing to them. And if they're really wiggly, I just keep bringing them back. Like, I don't let them get away with being all over the place. It's like, nope, I'm going to stay here. You're going to stay here pressed up against my legs. I've got your collar. I will hold you here until you're stable. Then I will do it. When I started this with my German short hair pointer puppy, he was like all over. And now he just comes in, he'll rest against my legs. I can do all of this. And at some point on the handling end of it, you know, it turned into, I could lift his paws, and, you know, have no problem being able to go through and deal with his paws in this position as well. Of course, there's other work that I did, but this position here just really allowed me to do a lot different types of handling, and him become really patient with it.
Right.
You had something you were going to say, I think?
Oh, I was just saying that might have been something that wasn't heard, was that's something that's taught to massage therapists, is that you cannot forget half of the body. Otherwise your clients will leave feeling worse than they did when they came in.
And it's true, because I mean, if you've ever had a massage and you just feel like one part was neglected, it's not, you know, just doesn't feel the same.
It has to be balanced, and it has to be like, you have to finish with both.
Yep.
Both sides even.
All right. Let's see here. Any other things? We good?
I think we're good.
All right. So we are going to pop back up the PowerPoint. Oops, it's here anyway. And move on. So now we're going to talk a little bit about, one thing that I last wanted to mention about the proprioceptive work. Right here, we talk about long line movement. And a lot of times what I will do is put a puppy on a long line, you know, 20 foot, 30 foot, whatever you've got, and just get them out moving. Just get them out moving in a very normal pattern. Usually in a backyard, in a suburban home, it's not a huge yard. And it's very hard for puppies to get as much natural movement that they actually need in order to, you know, develop into the healthiest dog that they can, to have a lot of that proprioceptive work done with their body. And so getting them out and just moving. Generally, we want to see them moving on like a soft sand or grass. You know, ideally it's not concrete or asphalt, but if that's all you have, that's, you know, better than not. But just get them out moving. You don't have to do anything special with them. Usually I like to work recalls in this moment. So they go out to the end of the line, I call them back, reward. We do a lot of, you know, I'll do that kind of rub down on one side, send them back out, call them back in at some point, do the rub down on the other side, and really get them just moving. And I'll try to generally do about maybe a half mile, maybe not quite as long with some puppies, but just really free movement, and let them just get out there, use their brains, use their nose, explore, and teach them and get their bodies just really, really moving with that. So when you see that long line movement, that is huge especially with dogs that don't get a lot of free. I hike with my dogs off leash all the time, but my yard is, you know, I mean, I have a pretty decent sized yard, but it's not big enough where I feel like they get all of that natural movement. So we really want to help get their brains connected to their bodies via the long line movement. So that was just a piece I forgot to mention. All right, so now let's talk about mouthing. I think this was a question we had yesterday, and I think it was from Elena as well. So when we're dealing with puppies that are, you know, biting like crazy, they're putting their teeth on you, whether it's, you know, a soft bite or a hard bite. You know, one of the first questions is, how old was this puppy taken from mom? And if the puppy was taken at 8 weeks or later, then we know that it's not a probable issue of 5-week-old puppy syndrome. If we know that. And generally we talk about correction versus management, and when is it appropriate to correct the puppy for it, and when is it appropriate to use management. If you guys remember, or if you hadn't tuned in yet, we had talked about, you know, what do we, you know, do we correct puppies now, or are we more forgiving of them? And it really, for me, just depends on what the situation is. Generally, when I have a puppy that is crazy mouthy, even if it's a Malinois puppy and they're, you know, meant to be crazy mouthy puppies, I am far more forgiving of them. And I'm always looking at what does their schedule look like. So one of the biggest reasons that I get called, and my business name is Puppy Sense, right? So one of the biggest reasons I get called is because the puppies are just shredding their owners. I mean, they're just, you know, those sharp little needle teeth are just biting the snot out of their owners. Is how much sleep is that puppy getting? Right? What is this puppy's, you know, is it sleep deprived? Can it even make good choices right now? Because is its brain functioning well? And almost always this puppy is just seriously sleep deprived. And I don't give them pretty much anything else to do. I'll give them things and how to, you know, help manage it right now. But until I have about a week of that puppy being on a good sleep schedule, it's so unfair for us to ask for much else, because that puppy is going to have a hard time learning and retaining new information when their brain is sleep deprived. And so once we've got the brain not sleep deprived, they're on a good schedule. Almost always, I mean, I don't know if you find this too, Bethany, almost always, I mean, like I would say it's like a 1 in a 30 where the problem is persistent to a point that it's a problem of mouthing. And almost always these puppies are much, much softer, gentler. Even if they try to play bite you, it's not this crazy, frantic, I'm gonna, you know, destroy your hand with my teeth. It might be like, I want to play, I'm gonna, you know, nibble on you and all that kind of stuff. But it's not anything serious. And that I don't personally mind. I might redirect it or change, you know, not let them just chew on me. But I usually almost never have that. Do you find that too? Yeah. Do you, Megan?
If they're getting enough sleep.
Yeah. Yep. So
I mean, they have moments,
of
but
course,
it's not
why they're
consistent,
calling.
yeah.
Yep. So almost always, I mean, of course, there's always exceptions. Almost always the reason that they're so snotty is because they're tired. They are just overtired, sleep deprived little baby brains.
And I find that it can take like a week, sometimes 2 weeks on a schedule before you'll notice
To normalize them, absolutely.
much of a change, and sometimes even longer if you've got a really
Yeah, if it's like a 4 or 5, 6 month old puppy that's been
lives in a home with,
chronically,
like 7 kids.
yep,
you
and it's
know.
been chronically sleep deprived, it might take longer to get them normalized on a schedule.
because at that point they've built habits.
Yep.
And those are hard to.
Yep. I mean, and they've had, you know, 4 months, let's say it's a 6 month old puppy that's been chronically sleep deprived since it's been basically 2 months old when it went to its home.
The kids are always pulling
Yep.
it out, playing with it.
Yep. So you've had 4 months of a 6 month life of chronic sleep deprivation. And now this puppy's had, you know, this is how it's learned to live. And it's usually a very difficult, you know, we usually see a very difficult puppy in that sense. And it's going to take longer to normalize.
You might have a puppy that is like, oh, I feel better, but I don't know why I'm making these choices still. It's
Yeah.
just habitual.
That's all they've learned up to this point. And in that case, you know, after we've given enough time for the sleep schedule to settle in, and if the puppy's still making those choices because now it's just habit, it's what the puppy's learned for its entire short little life, then we're going to talk about correction versus management. So if all of that is underway, they've got the dog on a good sleep schedule, it's been enough time that, you know, the puppy's brain has kind of reset and, you know, feels better. Now, do we correct or manage the situation? Almost exclusively, that food play that I taught you guys when we did Say Yes, catch, fetch, and chase, teaches your puppy how to appropriately use its mouth on your hand, because we've taught the puppy how to take food from you. And that has significantly changed how I deal with puppies mouthing as well.
Definitely.
I mean, it just teaches them how to use their mouth with you appropriately, right? Because if they're biting all over your hand, they don't get the food. And as soon as they get that head in there, where it's supposed to be, remember how we saw Nessie do it, where she was nibbling in that little pocket where that food was. Every time she got her head in there properly, I said yes and gave it to her. If she were to do anything else, bite me all over anywhere else, have her head turned sideways, whatever it is, that food never came. So very quickly, the puppies learn that this is how I use my mouth with this person, or in general, and they don't go through all of that other stuff. Or if they do, it's hardly ever. So I always teach that food play so they learn very quickly how to use their mouth on me. Guys, I literally own and raise a lot of puppies, and I don't ever have a problem with mouthing.
Yep.
Like, I don't remember the last, I mean, maybe when they're like babies, they first come home and they're very first learning, but very quickly they learn that, you know, they just, one, don't get the opportunity because they're on a good sleep schedule. I'm teaching them the food play stuff. I'm teaching them how to use their mouths correctly. I'm fulfilling their internal needs, and it makes it really easy. The next thing that we'll talk about is redirection. So if I do have a puppy that I'm kind of just working through, getting them on a good schedule, getting them, you know, learning how to do food play and using their mouth appropriately, but we're just not quite there yet, and I'm dealing with a lot of the mouthing, go to redirection. You know, the puppy comes over, starts biting and right? I'm just going to grab a toy and start kind of playing with it off to the side while the puppy's, you know, nibbling on me. And the puppy's like, oh, look, something's happening over here. And they're going to come off, they're going to go for the toy, and we're going to have a good time. The more energy we put into dogs that are doing things that we don't like, the more I make a big deal about the play biting, the more of a big deal it's going to become usually, because they're like, ooh, I'm eliciting a response from you. I used to be like super hardcore about correcting play biting because I'm like, you can't ever do that. And I actually just created a lot of suppression on my dogs from ever wanting to use their mouth appropriately for whatever else I'm teaching them, because they're like, nope, I can't put my mouth on that. So if you remember the slide that we had, I think it was yesterday, when we talked about, you know, the potential and how much suppression can really limit the potential of your dog or make it that much more challenging to bring out the potential. This is one of the, you know, one of the things that really can limit it. Every once in a while, I will get a dog that is just, it doesn't matter what you do, they love using their teeth on you, in which case we would then move into some sort of pressure. And usually what I will do if I'm going to add pressure would be the dog's mouthing on me, and I stay like super dead still. I don't feed energy into it. If a dog comes over and mouths on me, I'm just like, okay, you're not going to get anything exciting. I will come over, grab the top of their mouth and kind of roll those lips up under their teeth, pull them off, and then I redirect onto something else. And so I don't make a big deal about it. I'm not like, knock it off, and then doing all this stuff, because the puppy's like, ooh, you're feeding into my already crazy, you know, self. Usually when I get a puppy that gets that kind of crazy, I'm like, yeah, you probably need a nap now. That's almost always what it is. They're at a point where they, you know, do need to take a nap. Every once in a while, I will use my squirt bottle. If I have a dog that is just, so I was dealing with an Airedale puppy, so cute, little Howie. I love terriers. And he literally was launching himself from the ground at his owners. They had holes in all of their shirts, and he was just vicious about it. I mean, for him it was play, but he was just so intense. And I had to stop it before we could do, you know, pretty much anything else with him. They were, I think this was at an eval or a first lesson. I had to give them things to manage him while they were getting him on a better sleep schedule and teaching him food play and all that, because he was drawing blood. He was putting holes in all their clothes. And in that case, I did introduce the squirt bottle. And, you know, I just had them be really calm with it. It was already in their hands. And, you know, he could do anything else. I had them rewarding him for all the good choices that he was making. But the second he came forward with intensity about play biting, they already had the squirt bottle pointed at him. It was really calm. It was following him wherever he went. He launches himself, squirt, squirt. He goes, bleh! He backs off. We get a change of behavior and we reward. So if you remember the DRR in terms of those 6 categories, if we have to correct the dog for any reason, when we get that change of behavior, we are rewarding it. And within literally 2 days of that, getting him on a better schedule, all of that, he stopped launching himself. When I came back a week later for their first lesson, they were like, my dog is so different. This is amazing. And, you know, and he was one of the worst that I've dealt with in a long time. And he was pretty intense about it. And that all went away very quickly within 2 days, because they had all of these other pieces in order. So when it comes to mouthing, those are the ways that I always deal with it. And I, knock on wood, have yet to have any of those fail, because we're always giving the dog feedback or the puppy feedback. We're setting them up for success. It's not something that I only try to deal with in the moment. It's looking at the entire picture for the puppy and right? Their motivations behind doing that. Is there anything you guys wanted to add to it? Nope. See, I was very thorough. So do you guys have any questions about mouthing while you're typing them? Elena, your question about dogs that are eating crap, not literal crap, but just stuff off the ground, dogs that are picking up rocks or leaves or twigs or whatever, dead bird wings, whatever it is off the ground. Generally, I will teach and do two things. So the first thing that I'm going to do is teach Susan Garrett's It's Your Choice. And we don't teach that in this seminar, but there's a billion videos out there on YouTube and or learn from Susan Garrett herself. She's quite amazing. It's called It's Your Y-E-R Choice. And it's basically just teaching a lot of impulse control on backing away from food. You don't take it, and then they build up to different things. And I will build up to the point where I can leave bowls of food during a training session out, and that's the thing I'm feeding my puppy with. You can build it up to where I, will get like fast food wrappers and all this stuff where I've got it lying around, and I've taught my puppy to back off away from that stuff. And so it makes it really easy to like use that for outside. The other thing that I will also do is use the squirt bottle. And I will purposefully put piles of food and things like that, in a bowl, whatever it is, leave my treat pouch on the ground, put a trash can, out where the dog can get to it, have my squirt bottle already out. It's already pointed at the puppy. Wherever the puppy goes. So it's not a big deal. I'm not becoming a gunslinger when the dog does something. I don't want to make the behavior about the squirt bottle itself. So that way, if it's always kind of around and the puppy goes for whatever it is, squirt, squirt, the puppy backs off. As soon as the puppy backs off, I say, yes, I reward the puppy. And I'll even reward the puppy right next to the thing. I don't want the puppy afraid of whatever the thing is. I just want him to learn we don't put our mouths on stuff. I deal a ton with like rock eaters and, all sorts of stuff in Arizona on the ground. I deal with it all the time, puppies that eat stuff. And it's one of the easiest ways. I teach what I want, and then I will also follow that up with the squirt bottle correction if necessary. Where I set situations up, preemptively to teach about it. And of course, in the moment, if necessary, that way too. So those are kind of the ways that I handle and deal with it. Does anybody have any questions about either of those things? I don't know why that's, oh, there it is. Do you ever get puppies that don't care about the squirt bottle?
Sometimes I do, rarely.
Puppies?
Rarely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it's possible.
I usually get puppies that don't.
I find some that love the, oh, okay. So she says she finds some that love the water. I actually just use 100% white vinegar.
Yep.
So I don't, because I get puppies that do love water. I'm sorry, I think I forgot to mention the vinegar part. Yeah, I have run into older dogs that I've had to teach to be sensitive about it. Perfect, thank you. Older dogs, even with the vinegar, I've had to teach to be sensitive about it. And I teach the sensitivity by, squirting them. They back off from even remotely from anything I say yes, and I'll reward them from it. And they learn that they get the reward from backing off. But puppies, I very rarely run into puppies that, I can't even remember the last puppy that I've ever ran into that didn't care, even remotely, like from a little bit of sensitivity that I could work into something bigger. But the biggest thing is, yeah, we want it to be aversive, but we're not trying to blast the dog or the puppy. All we're trying to say is when you back off, the backing off is the thing that's going to get you the reward. I do want it to be aversive, a minimal aversive that says, please back away. And the second you back away, the reward is happening. So the dog it's not like, and by the way, I have no problems with e-collars, but it's not like I'm putting an e-collar on the dog and blasting the dog every time it goes to take something it shouldn't. All I'm trying to do is create minor infractions that the dog can learn from with the reward as well. So every time you go to do this, squirt, squirt happens, the dog goes, I don't like that. I go, yes, good job, backing away. And we're teaching that appetitive response to an aversive. So she says, I'm getting owners saying it's not working, but in the class it does, probably owner error, almost 100%. The other problem that you have to be really careful with is, so I've got my squirt bottle here, it's sitting on my end table. My puppy comes and starts doing something it shouldn't. I do this, point, squirt. what does the dog learn in that moment? It learns about the bottle, not their behavior. And the reason it learns about the bottle is every time I go to do this, they see all of that action happening. And very quickly they become decent. And I'll get owners that tell me all the time, like, oh yeah, all I have to do is pick up the bottle and they stop. It's like, no. We don't want that. I don't want the bottle to be the problem. I don't want to be the problem. My entire goal is to reduce conflict between me and my dog, right? So if I'm the one that's doing this every single time and the dog sees this as the problem, I am doing it wrong. So when I've got a situation, let's say I'm not set up for it, like I do have to grab my bottle and the dog, let's just say for instance, the dog's chewing on the carpet and I don't have my bottle on me, I will grab my bottle and bring it here and keep it here for a minute until my dog no longer really realizes, then I'm gonna squirt. All right, I'm gonna let the chewing happen for just a little bit longer. So that way I'm not making a big deal about it. And then I have to realize that like, oh, I should probably be slightly more prepared. I think you guys saw in my treat pouch when I was downstairs working, I actually have a squirt bottle right on my treat pouch. So that way, if something were to happen, all I would have to do is very calmly slide my hand down, grab my squirt bottle, wait just a smidge until the dog is no longer paying attention to the fact that my arm moved to my squirt bottle, and then squirt the dog from there. And I really want to be as, quiet essentially about it as possible, because I don't want to make the problem the bottle. I want the dog to learn that their behavior is the problem. I tell owners, it's not point the bottle, like stop or I'll shoot. Yeah, absolutely. I always say I don't want to be a gunslinger, and then I do this like fun little thing and they all laugh. It's fun. But yeah, I always tell them I don't want to be a gunslinger. Like I'm not trying to do this. And that's exactly the mentality. So that's a really good way to put it, Nicole. Yeah, and it truly is. Sometimes you just, and by the way, I very rarely talk about punishment in my puppy classes. I mean, I'll talk about it a little bit, but I don't go heavily into it because owners always go and try to glom onto the punishment part first, and they usually, misuse it. And so I try very hard to ignore that piece unless there's something very specific. And then I really talk heavily about how to use the bottle appropriately. In my private lessons, I would say 50-50. 50 people listen to me right away about how to use a squirt bottle and do really well with it. And then the other 50%, I have to correct like 2 or 3 times of like, you need to stop using it that way. You're not teaching the dog the thing you want to be teaching them. And usually after I correct them 2 or 3 times, then, I correct them, I'll squirt them too. No, but after I kind of talk to them about why they're misusing it and how they're using it wrong, they usually do end up fixing it themselves. And then every once in a while you get people that are just, they don't care. And they're like, nope, I just like to be able to pick this up and my dog stops what they're doing. It's like, well, you can use it in the moment to stop your dog, or you can use it to actually stop your dog from ever doing it again. Your choice, right? Of course, people don't always think that way. What are your methods for dogs that take treats too hard when you can't physically handle waiting for them to stop to TB and reward? Elena, I already showed you guys how I give dogs treats. That handhold there is when I teach them how to do that appropriately.
I think she's saying like if you can't physically do it, how do you do it?
Like if there's some sort of, well, if you can make a fist, that's what I would do. I would be doing the It's Your Choice thing. Look up this, like I said, the Susan Garrett It's Your Choice game, and I would actually teach them that way. If you can't handle the biting. I mean, if you can't, yeah. So you could potentially use the squirt bottle if like, for whatever reason, you couldn't handle the biting, but usually doing the It's Your Choice game also will teach the dogs not to be mouthy and not to be impatient about it, but they will kind of gnaw on your hand a little bit. I've never had a puppy gnaw on my hand so bad that I couldn't handle it, or that I've never had one draw blood, like playing that game with them. So, those are generally the ways that I will deal with that.
What about kids?
On kids, I will do it first and then transfer that information to the children. I'll make the puppy more sensitive about it with me before I let the kids do it. And it's really interesting. My oldest Berner, Indy, that I got from Bethany I always told people if you want to learn how to hold a treat properly to feed Indy, because she would she'd made me bleed multiple times. When I first got her, she was like 7 months old, and she wasn't biting Beth like this, but everybody else, she would literally launch herself at me and grab my shirt and like try to, tug with it. And she was a really bad mouther. And nothing in the terms of punishment that we did stopped her, because for her, physical touch of any kind or any feedback like that truly made her like, sweet, what I'm doing must be working because you're interacting with me. And she was just a knothead about it. And the only thing that we could do that taught her in that moment was to teach her how to take food from her hand using this kind of cup method where, we have the food half under. And still to this day, if you hold it a little wrong, she every once in a while will get a little overexcited about it. But with my 2-year-old son, he can give her anything and she takes it so gently. It's really annoying. Not that I want her to bite him, but it's like, all right, well. But yeah, I mean, so just learning how to do the it's her choice. We've never done that with her. Christopher has her now, but all right. So moving on, if you guys have other questions, just, throw it in there and we'll go from there. So of course, when we talk about dog training, a huge majority of it is the human stuff. I mean, obviously I'm teaching you how to train dogs, but it's all about what I'm teaching you to teach the dogs. So when we talk about the human side, controlling your own energy, movements, and body language when we're working with puppies is crucial to effective communication. This is one of the big things. I try not to be, like Caesar-esque and like, you have to really control your energy, be assertive, that kind of stuff. And once again, I'm not picking on him. It's just one of the people that always talks really heavily about that. And the reason is because I want my dog to like learn how to just live with me the way I am. And they're very capable of doing that. And every once in a while we need something that's going to tweak it. But I want my dogs to learn how to just live with me. And I don't have to always be this assertive being or always, be kind of robotic with them. But a lot of times in the beginning, I have to learn to control my own energy and my movements, because if I'm doing something over here and I'm asking my dog to go that way, and, my puppy's going to want to follow my hand over here. And so just always being aware of what it is that you're doing that's affecting your dog's behavior. And so, we want to be able to be in control of these particular pieces, so that way our puppies are learning the easiest. And then once they learn what we want, we start adding in all those variables of this is, my mannerisms, and this is how we live, and these are the things that we do together. So we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this, but it is always important to be aware of the things that we're doing in order to be most effective with our communication. So now we move on to handling exercises. So we want to talk about finding comfort in being handled. One of the biggest problems that we run into with puppies and adult dogs, because they didn't get this stuff as puppies, is, the inability to handle them, being able to touch them in the places that you need to touch them, grooming, vet care, all of these pieces that you need to start doing with every single puppy that you train. This is one of the first exercises that I teach my puppy clients because it is so important. So this is another TBTE, or training between the ears technique, that I learned from Mark and Stephanie McCabe. And once again, they were generous enough to allow us to teach it in the seminar. And this exercise is called Name and Explain a Body Parts. And if you guys remember on yesterday when I talked about the different markers, we mentioned the intermediate bridge. And this is one of the exercises, or this is the exercise we're going to do today, that's going to teach you a little bit about that intermediate bridge and what that looks like. And by the way, I teach my dogs to love jumping in the bathtub with the water. And this is, I literally walked in the bathroom one time to find my border collie hanging out like, hey, are we going to do stuff in here? Because it makes grooming them or doing whatever I need to do so much easier if I have puppies that are really eager to be a part of it. And we call that, being appetitive about it. So when we talk about name and explain of body parts, our goal is not to just be able to touch the body part. Our goal is to get the dog to want us to touch the body part, to love the fact that we're touching it, or to be incredibly comfortable about being touched. And we have to do that by being able to listen to our dog and what they're telling us, and being able to respond appropriately to that. Now, that doesn't mean if our dog says, no, I hate my paws being touched, that we never work them through it. But we do say in that moment, okay, I see that you don't like your paws being touched, and I'm going to make note of that and come back to be able to build up that appetitive response. So you get to the point where you're like, yes, please grind my nails down. And it becomes a very cool part of the process. So, I'm going to just give you a couple quick stories about this before we jump right into it, of what we're going to do. And this is going to be another hands-on exercise that we can do. I was working with a doodle, and this was an owner, super duper dedicated, really nice owner, really eager and motivated with her dog, outside of the training we were doing. She's teaching her dog all these tricks and really cool stuff. She was he was a very, very hectic puppy. I mean, like, you could not touch him because he was just everywhere and wiggly, and had a really hard time just being settled. And if she needed to groom him, I mean, he's a doodle. She had to brush him. She had to do all these things, and she just struggled really hard with it. And like I said, one of the very first things that I teach, by the way, she was coming to my social classes before she signed up for training. And so once I got her to sign up for training because she was struggling with a little bit with this stuff. And so we worked out a ton of name and explain a body parts with her, and got him to the point where I could just tell him I was going to touch a body part. And he was so calm and stable in his behavior. He's just like, okay, go ahead and do it. And so that was really cool all on its own, but not the point of the story. So the whole point of the story was she was traveling with him in a crate, and he outgrew the crate that she had that could fit her vehicle. And so she was moving him to a harness and a seatbelt type of attachment. But she couldn't get the harness on him because he was just like, I don't know what this is. I'm going to bite it, and he all over the place with it. And so when I came over for my next lesson, she's like, yeah, so I'm really struggling getting this on him. And I was like, okay, like, what have you been doing with it? And she's like, yeah, I'm just trying to put it on him. I was like, all right, so let's just take a step back and use some of the skills that we know he's really good with. And so I named the harness intermediate bridge, let him come touch it twice. Then I told him I was going to touch the harness to his chest. He got really good with that. Then I told him I was going to, touch or put his feet through the harness. And literally within 2 minutes of me working on this, I was just, without any intermediate bridge, without any assistance, just telling him that I was going to put the harness on him, putting it on him, clipping it on him, being able to take it off, and doing that repeatedly within 2 minutes. I mean, it was crazy easy because he had already had a good foundation. He was very appetitive and very comfortable knowing what this looked like. And so she was able to have a ton of success and never had a problem with that again. It was pretty cool. So that was really nice. And by the way, I find that, doodles, this is just the best thing because they are so hectic a lot of the times. And pitties, pitties too. They're just that ball of wiggle everywhere. And it's like, dude. And then the next story that I wanted to give you was one of my board and trains that I was working with. She is a Corgi cattle dog mix, and submissive peed all the time, or excited peed. You'd go down to touch her, to put her in her crate, to pull her out of her crate, hook a leash on, hook a leash off, and she'd just pee everywhere. And she was just always sloshing around and pee because she peed anytime you looked at her pretty much. And it was so frustrating. And this was, when she first got in for board and train, as I was building this communication with her. And of course she was doing it all, like her owner's house was just covered in pee all the time, and they were just so exasperated by her. And so I taught her name and explain body parts. And within like 3 sessions of teaching this to her, I was able from there to tell her like, hey, I'm going to hook the leash on your collar, XXXXXXXXX, clip it. Yes, reward her. And within, I think 2 or 3 days after that, I was able to just tell her, I'm going to hook your leash to your collar, hook her up. And that was that. And she stopped peeing about it. There was only one other time she peed. I had her for 4 weeks. After the first week, only one other time she peed from there. And I think she was going through a minor fear period, and it gave her like 3 days off, and then we went right back to normal, or the new normal, right? So, this works so well for dogs that are excited and submissive pee about stuff, because you're giving them information before anything happens. And if you start to see them get uncomfortable, you're able to stop yourself and help the dog. And so it works just absolutely beautifully. And like I said, we're going to do, we'll use Molly for this. I think it'd be perfect for her. It's perfect for every dog, but in terms of demonstrating for you guys, you guys will get to see what this looks like. So when we do name and explain the body parts, I'm going to use my squirt bottle dog right here to demonstrate how this is going to go. And then I'm going to do it to a human, and then we're going to pop out a dog so you guys can see exactly what this looks like, because doing it to a dog is always different than an inanimate object or a human. So name and explain the body parts is us being able to tell the dog what we're going to do to the dog, use the intermediate bridge as a communication system that good things are going to happen to you if we can get to the end goal. And once again, depending on the dog's response, and there's 6 possible responses that the dog can give us as we go through this. And when we respond appropriately, the dog is going to learn from how we respond to them, and whether we can continue or we have to move on to something else. So the first possible response of name and explain body parts is the dog just being neutral. The dog just allows us to touch them. It's no big deal. So what this is going to look like, oh, and the intermediate bridge, let me back up really quick before we do this. I want to talk to you about the intermediate bridge. I got a little ahead of myself. So the intermediate bridge is a fast, repetitive, hard consonant sound. X, D, G, T, K. There's a few more that I've heard people use. But it essentially is a fast, repetitive, hard consonant sound that we are able to interrupt very abruptly in order to communicate to the dog whether they're on the right track or off the right track. So I always explain it to my clients that the intermediate bridge is like an emotional GPS. And when I talk about an emotional GPS, and I explain it to my clients in this way, you know, a regular GPS, you type in the coordinates, it pops up, you know, your route, you click start, and it, you know, leads you along your path. So the emotional GPS would, and with your regular GPS, if you take a wrong turn, it tells you recalculating, and you have to get back on your right path in order to make it to your destination. So with an emotional GPS, it would be like me saying, if I told you to go to this specific gas station, you know, at this date and time, and to take this specific route, you're automatically guaranteed to win $1 million, right? How do you feel? Have you done the intermediate bridge before? Okay. So how do you feel if I were to tell you that before you've ever even left? Excited, right? You feel excited. It's basically in dog terms what we call appetitive. You're like, holy shit. If I do this, I'm guaranteed to win $5 million, right? Like it's a good prize. In the dog world, it's food, right? In the beginning. So, you know, you're guaranteed to win if you follow these, you know, this thing. So the date and time arrives, you get in your car, you start following the directions I give you. All right. And you accidentally make a wrong turn. How do you feel? Upset. Right? You're like, uh-oh, crap. All right. But you fix it, you get back on the right path, right? How do you feel now? Better. You make it to your destination, you get your reward. And so this is the idea of being able to use the intermediate bridge to emotionally tell the dog about what it's doing. So she, before she even left, felt really good that she was going to be able to get to her destination and get her reward. Before anything else has even happened, she just already knew because I told her that that was what was going to happen. And so she had that appetitive response before she left. And by the way, appetitive is not just about food. It's about anything that the dog wants, right? So in this case, it would have been money for Megan. So once she, you know, was on her way, something happened that she accidentally made a wrong turn. In this case, that would be us interrupting that intermediate bridge, right? So the dog's like, uh-oh, I don't have that sound anymore. That would be the recalculating of the GPS. As soon as the dog gets right on the right path again, all of a sudden they hear that noise, that intermediate bridge, and they're like, oh, okay, we're good again. We're back on the right path. And then they, of course, will make it to their destination. So that's how I like to explain what the intermediate bridge can do for the dog. It's not just about telling it physically what it's doing, but also emotionally about what it's doing and how that what it should be expecting to feel. So back to my little squirt bottle dog here. I'm going to just show you what this looks like, the 6 possible outcomes that the dog could have to this and how we're going to respond to each of those outcomes. So let me actually, should I pull this up full screen, guys, and take away I'm going to take away the, yeah, perfect. So no longer a slideshow. You guys hopefully can see me full screen. What was that? Can you put down the PowerPoint? Oh yeah, I can. Good call. So this is my little squirt bottle dog. All right. So the first possible outcome is that the dog is going to be neutral. So when we talk about a dog being neutral, there's no interference. The dog's very comfortable with us touching whatever body part. So it would look like left shoulder. So I always tell the dog first what I'm going to touch. I don't have to be like, Rover, I'm going to touch your left shoulder. Although a lot of people like to do that. I just go right into what body part I'm touching. So left shoulder. Then I start my intermediate bridge. And my intermediate bridge needs to get a few beats out before I ever move forward, all right? And notice how relaxed my body is. I'm not here doing this, staring the dog directly in the eyeballs with my hand up. I don't want to be a creeper about it. I just want to be pretty natural. So left shoulder, X, 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 yes. And I'm going to feed the dog. So I said the name of the body part, started that intermediate bridge, got a couple beats out before I moved forward. And this is a really important thing, and this is probably the biggest thing people screw up. That intermediate bridge has to get going first in order to put the dog into an appetitive state. They have to hear it to go, oh, good things are going to happen, guys. Something is about to happen. That means that I'm going to get to that end goal. So I'm already putting them in that good feeling before I ever move forward. So I got a couple beats of that intermediate bridge out. Then I started moving forward towards the dog. The dog didn't give me any bad response or anything else. It was just very neutral. I was able to make that touch. As soon as I touched the dog, that intermediate bridge was happening. X, 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 X. That touch happens. X, 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 X. Yes. So that intermediate bridge runs directly into my terminal bridge, which in this case is that YES. That yes says you did the right thing and your food is coming. And then I feed my dog. All right. So one more time, what a neutral response is going to look like would be left shoulder, X, 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 yes. And then I feed the dog. So that would be exactly, in the beginning, what we would like to see happen. The next possible response, which is most of the time what's going to happen, is the dog is going to interrupt us. So as we're reaching for the dog, it's going to start sniffing our hand because it's like, you obviously must have food there. You always have food in your hand. It smells like food, so I want to get the food. And they're going to sniff our hand. And when that happens is I'm reaching for the dog and the dog interrupts me, I stop my intermediate bridge, I interrupt it, and I freeze my hand. So I will not continue moving forward. All right. And as soon as the dog is done sniffing my hand, goes back to a neutral, I would start the intermediate bridge back up to move forward. And that will look like left shoulder. Dog is sniffing my hand. Dog stops sniffing my hand. Yes. And I feed the dog. So the dog is learning that every time you interrupt me, the whole process freezes and stops. And as soon as you stop interrupting me, it continues back on, right? So that interruption becomes like that recalculating. You're no longer on the right path. You need to repair your behavior in order for it to pick back up, okay? So that is the most common one that we see, especially with puppies, which is what we're talking about, is that they think you have food in your hand and they're like, ooh, give me food. So once again, that's gonna look like left shoulder. Yes, and I feed the dog, okay? So that would be what we call the interruption. The third possible outcome, the third, fourth, and fifth are what we would call the dog is gonna get wound. And there's a few different ways that when the dog gets wound, also how they're gonna react and respond. So in the first case, when we talk about a dog getting wound, it's kind of like you're reaching for a dog and it leans away from you. It doesn't fully move away, but it kind of leans like, what are you doing? Why are you doing? We usually see it a lot when you kind of like reach over a dog's head and they do one of these motions like, what are you doing up there? Why are you reaching for me? And so when a dog gets wound, their body weight is shifted in an uncomfortable position that they don't want to maintain. And so when the dog it's like me leaning back here right now with nothing supporting me. I would not sit like this for very long. So when a dog gets wound, they've got three possible options that they can choose. They can choose to unwind back to neutral. They could stay wound, or they could unwind away from us where they would move away a step or more, all right? In the third scenario, the dog is gonna get wound where it leans away from us. When that happens, we're gonna freeze and interrupt because I don't want the dog to lean away from me, right? And I'm telling them that like, okay, you're not wanting this. It's no longer on the right path. So I'm not gonna continue moving forward. So in this scenario, when I freeze and interrupt, the dog will come unwind back to a neutral position going, oh, what are you doing? Oh, okay, that's no big deal. And they come right back. So that would look like left shoulder, T, 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 T. The dog's like, it's evaluating its choices, leans right back to neutral, T, 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 yes. And I feed the dog. All right, so one more time, that's gonna look like left shoulder, T, 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 yes. And I feed the dog. All right. So the fourth possible outcome is that the dog is going to get wound and stay wound. Now, when this happens, we've got a couple options. Do we have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Jamie's wondering if you need to change the letters you're saying, or can you just use the same one?
Yeah, no, you can totally just use the same one. I'm only using a bunch just so you can hear the different sounds. I always suggest to play around with it and find what sound works best for you. You can hear when I go X, 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 and D, 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 D. They're a lot faster than when I go T, 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 for me. Now, Bethany uses T, and she says it really fast. So everybody is different in terms of the consonant sound that they use. And I actually, with my clients, do the same. I switch it up so they can hear me doing different ones and they become a little bit more comfortable and familiar, but you are totally fine to use the same one. Some people like X, some people like D, some people like T, some people like the K, G, 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 right? So everybody's a little different. G, 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 G. Isn't it the g, 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 g? Oh, the K, 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 K. I have clients that, you know, I don't like the K very well. It just doesn't feel right to me. Or the G are not my favorites, but,
My least two favorites.
yeah. But, you know, I always, like you hear me doing, switching it up so people can just hear the differences in the sound. To the dog, it doesn't matter. It's just that repetitive, quick sound that can be interrupted very, very fast. We don't want to use like why, you know, because you can't interrupt that as fast. It's not abrupt. It's not going to register the same to the dog. So we do want a fast, hard consonant sound. All right, so back to, you're welcome, by the way. So back to the one where the dog gets wound and it's gonna stay wound. We have a couple options to use. We could, if the dog doesn't make a change when it gets wound as we're reaching for it, we could say, oops, that's okay, you can stay like that. I know, that's making you uncomfortable. But generally the reason the dog is wound is because it's just a little unsure, especially with a puppy, unless it's an incredibly fearful puppy. They're probably just unsure what the heck we're doing because this whole thing sounds really weird. And this is, the first or, couple times that they've done it and they're still a little unsure. So more likely than not, I am gonna say interrupt and freeze. The dog doesn't make a change and I'm gonna go, I wanna get you a good experience with this. So I'm gonna try to move forward. So what that would look like is left shoulder, dee 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 dee. No change, dee 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 dee, yes, and I'm gonna feed the dog. And what I should see over the next time or two, if I were to touch that body part again, is that the dog, if it does get wound, will come back to neutral or it will just stay neutral, all right? So more often than not, if I have a dog that gets wound and doesn't make a change, I will interrupt and freeze when the dog gets wound, but I'm gonna still continue to try moving forward after I've given the dog a second or two to kind of evaluate what, how it's feeling. The fifth potential is that the dog is gonna get wound. I'll interrupt and freeze, and then the dog won't make a change at this point, so I'll continue trying to move forward, and when I move forward, the dog is gonna move away. So it's gonna unwind away. When the dog unwinds away from us, it's what we call a hell no, where the dog goes, nope, I do not want you touching me there. It makes me very uncomfortable. So in this case, when the dog gives us a hell no at any point, we don't try to push it. We just go, oops, like, okay, that's fine. You lost out on your possible or potential for a reward. And now I've made a mental note that that's an area, for whatever reason, you're very uncomfortable with. We generally see a lot of, feet that dogs are uncomfortable with, maybe tails, their butt, their back end of some sort. Those, some dogs are really weird about their head being touched and coming over. So, or maybe ears. So every dog's got sometimes a little bit weird things that they don't like. And so we just go, oops, all right, we're not gonna touch that. So what that would look like is left shoulder, X, 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 oops. And I don't try to push it anymore. And we're gonna talk about in a minute how we go back to help the dog feel better about that particular piece. So the last and final possible outcome that the dog could give us is going to be a hell no straight off the bat. So when I, tell the dog that I'm going to touch a body part, I start the intermediate bridge, I move forward, the dog just automatically moves away fully. And we would treat it exactly the same as the last one in terms of just saying oops. So that would look like left shoulder, t t t t t t t t t t t t oops. Okay, well, you don't want to be touched there. I totally respect that. I'm going to listen to it. But my goal is then to help the dog become more comfortable with it in the future. So why is this so important and how does it help the dogs? One, when we tell a dog what's going to happen and we make them feel good about it, and that's what the intermediate bridge does, we can actually change their perception of what being touched feels like to them, right? Emotionally and mentally. So we have what we call a body color map that Mark and Stephanie made. It is in the support group for you. So when we do this with dogs, and I'll answer it in a second. When we do this with dogs, I always give my clients the color map, and I tell them to print out a few of them and color one right away when they, the first couple times they do this and they go through the body parts, to color it. And when we talk about a body map for the dogs, what we're doing is we are saying that, in these areas, the dogs are totally fine, and those would be a blue area that we would color. So think of like a weather map, right? Blue is cool. The dog is totally comfortable me being there. And those would be like areas that the dog was either neutral or would interrupt me and was totally fine with me touching. Then we would have yellow areas that we would color. Kind of those would be the areas that the dog is giving us yellow. That didn't make any sense. Where the dog is winding, getting wound in whatever capacity, the dog is either winding and unwinding back to neutral, or the dog is winding and staying wound. Those would be kind of yellow areas where the dog is like, I'm just really unsure about you touching me there. Maybe the dog could be fine with you, but not fine with somebody else. Those would be all yellow areas that I would color, so I can make mental notes here that, okay, my dog is a little unsure about those. And then red areas would be any area that the dog gave us hell no's, right? The dog's like just absolutely not comfortable being touched there. So we kind of go through the 6-3-1 rule, where we would, and this is not exactly 10 pieces, but just kind of that percentage, where we would touch 6 body parts that the dog was blue, a couple body parts that the dog was yellow, and maybe 1 body part that the dog was uncomfortable with, if we even decided to do it at all during that training session. But our goal is to overwhelmingly touch the dog in body parts that it feels very comfortable with, because I want the dog just banking all of these really positive successes with us doing this process with them, because all of this is about a process. We're teaching the dog about what this process looks like in order to help affect other areas that the dog is uncomfortable with. So the dog understands and learns this process, and now those yellow areas can start to change from yellow to blue, and those red areas can start to change from red to yellow, and then of course at some point hopefully yellow to blue. And our goal is to just continually help the dog find more and more success through all of those. But if we are overwhelmingly teaching the dog about the blue areas and really focusing on that process, the yellow areas become very easy to change to blue, and those red areas hopefully become very easy to change to yellow and then to blue. So how young, can you read it, Beth?
Yes. How
thank
young
you.
do you like to teach, name, and explain your body parts? And what would keep you from teaching this to a puppy? What do you do differently with hectic puppies that are all over and not moving away adversively?
Yeah, so this is really fun. So I will start this right away with puppies. There's no reason not to. And by the way, when we do training sessions, they're very short. I might do like 6 body parts and then give the puppy a break for as long as I did the training, and then maybe go do another, 6 body parts or something like that. So it's not a very long training session. A lot of times I'll do it as naturally the puppy comes over to, just say hi to me if I'm watching TV, and I'll just like, I'm going to touch your left ear, and give them a scratch and all that stuff. So you can start them as young as you want. I would, you could probably even start, 6-7 week old puppies with it. So what was the next question she had? What do you do differently for hectic puppies that are all over?
That are always moving away.
Oh, yeah.
They're not moving away adversively. They're just all over the place.
Yeah. So you have mostly two potential options. You are using the intermediate bridge, and you can try the interruption if they understand it well enough that interruption should help. But what I've overwhelmingly found with really hectic puppies in my last puppy class that I did, I had a golden doodle who her owners literally dubbed the devil because she was just absolutely crazy, and I felt terrible for them. They had spayed the puppy before they sent it to the new homes, the breeder did, and they told her they wanted a really calm puppy, and this puppy was psychotic.
You guys didn't hear that. I said, ugh.
Ugh, I hate that, I know. And so with this puppy, the owner was trying the interruption, and she came back to the next class and was like, I can't get anything done with her. She's just biting the snot out of me. She's all over the place. And I was like, okay. So, I did it with her in class, and I just interrupted or intermediate bridged through all of the hectic. And I think I did it like 3 times where I just, she wasn't moving away. She was just all over the place. Right. And I just used the intermediate bridge and got the body part touches. And after like 3 or 4 touches of just keeping that intermediate bridge going all the way through her hecticness, she became very stable because she's like, oh, that sound means something with the touch. Before, the owner kept interrupting because the puppy was so hectic that she was getting no successes. And the puppy was just getting more and more frustrated with it. And so sometimes you just intermediate bridge through all of that hectic behavior to get the touch anyway. And very quickly, the puppies usually become super stable with that. And it makes it really, really nice to do it that way. So really good question, Elena.
And if it's not helping, they might need more sleep.
Yeah, usually, once again, they need more sleep, or you do it when they're a little bit on the tired side, if they're not like crazy pants. Or maybe after you did another training session that helped tire them out a little bit. But usually I find a lot of times it's just intermediate bridging through the hectic behavior. So any other questions there?
Not popping up.
All right, so we're going to take a break for a second while we get set up to work some dogs, and we will be right back. If you have questions, throw them up
Do you
there.
want to show it with the person?
Oh yeah, yes. Let's show it with the person first, and then we'll take the break to get the puppy. So Megan, would you like to be my demonstration?
Sure.
We'll just do it right here.
I'm falling asleep.
Here, Megan.
Dying.
Good girl. All right, so hello, honey. All right, so Megan is going to be my dog, and we're just going to run through the 6 possible scenarios. And so the first scenario, you're going to be neutral.
Okay.
All right, we're not going to be weird. We're just going to stick with shoulders. Your one shoulder. I'm going to stick with your right shoulder. Okay. So, the other important piece is you only feed with the hand you touched. So if I touch her with my left hand, the food's going to come from my left hand. If I touch her with my right hand, the food will come from my right hand. And this is a really important piece because let's say I only ever feed from my right hand and I go to touch her with my left, the dog is just super fixated on my right hand because they know that's where the food comes from. So you teach them about the hand that you're moving and the feeding, that's where the feeding's coming, and they don't focus specifically just on the hands for that. All right, so this is neutral. You're just going to be hanging out. Left or right shoulder. Yes. Perfect. All right, so this next one, you're going to stick up your dog and you're going to interrupt me. So you're going to sniff my hand as I reach towards you, okay? Okay. Yeah. And sniff for as long as you want or whatever, however you want to do it, all right? So this is going to be the interruption. Right shoulder. X, 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 X. 6, 6, 6, 6, yes. And I'll feed her. Now, sometimes you have where they interrupt you multiple times. So let's just run through that scenario so they can see what that looks like. So you'll stop sniffing me at some point and then go right back. And, all right, right shoulder. Yes. And we'll be able to feed. And notice how I stay very relaxed for this whole thing. Also, when I'm moving to touch the dog, I'm not doing this. Yeah, right? That makes you a creeper. Don't be a creeper, all right? And also, don't go so slow that the dog is like, what the heck are you doing, right? Just be very natural. Like, if I was greeting Megan and Jenner, I'd be like, hey, how's it going? Oh, my God, it's so good to see you again. Like, that's super normal and very natural. It's not this weird, creepy thing that somebody's going to be doing to you. So be very natural about it. You see, when I bring my hand in, it's almost always to the side and nice and soft. At some point, I will purposely come over to touch the top of the head. But even when I go to touch the top of the head in the beginning, I usually come from the side to help the dog become more comfortable with it. All right, so in this case, you're going to get wound. I will interrupt and freeze. When I interrupt and freeze, you will come back to neutral. All right, so and then you'll get wound on this side, so you'll lean back. So right shoulder, X, 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 X. 6, 6, 6, 6, yes. and feed the dog. All right. Then the next one is you're going to get wound and stay wound. Okay. Right shoulder. Yes. And we'll feed. All right. So you could see there, I gave a second or two to let her figure out what she was doing. She absolutely did not make a change. And I said, you know what? I think she's just a little bit unsure. I want to get her a positive experience with this. So I continued moving forward. So in this case, you're going to get wound and then you're going to unwind away from me. All right. In this case, you can just lean back even further so you don't have to get up. She just walks away. All right. Right shoulder. Oops. No food happens. I just say, oops, like, okay, that's fine. You didn't want to participate in that. No problem. For whatever reason, Megan might have an injury to the shoulder. She's just really protective of her shoulder. She just doesn't want it to be touched. Weirdo, right? All right. In this case, you're just going to give me a hell no right from the get-go, okay? And you can just lean away. So right shoulder, X. Oops. All right. So Megan just said, do not touch me there. So that's what it looks like with, doing it with a living human or a living being. But a dog is going to be a bit different because they're more hectic. They're doing all these things, puppies are all over the place. And so we're going to break here for a second while we get the puppy set up and get the video all set up for you guys to see. So if you need a potty, let's come back in. It's 11:30. 10 minutes? Give you guys enough time to break. So let's come back at 11:40 Utah time. All right. So we will see you guys in just a smidge. That's really easy. I could be able to give, have her kind of lean in to give me your ear. Some dogs are really, really perceptive at this. Other dogs will probably never quite get to the point where they do learn individual body parts, but they absolutely will learn about just being stable in the exercise.
We forgot to unmute it. So the last 15 minutes hasn't been
The whole entire exercise.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
Did
So
you fix it?
yeah, I just unmuted it and resumed the recording. It wasn't recording either.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah.
So maybe we should redo it all.
Yeah.
Because we're
Ooh, sorry, guys.
We're just realizing that we forgot to unmute it. So we are back.
Did they say they couldn't hear it?
And can't hear or see anything. Can't see either. Okay, let's see.
So start the video or something.
Well, it's on my phone.
Oh, okay.
It's let's see.
And did you start the recording as well?
Spotlight video. There we go. Okay, can you guys see everything? Okay, my goodness, sorry about that. So we started.
Sorry, guys.
We've already gone through a dog and a half.
Hang on.
No, to stay later. I don't want it to be unmuted on my phone.
I thought that was okay.
So we've already done a dog and a half because we apparently did this wrong. So we're gonna just restart with you guys.
Maybe turn the microphone this way too.
It is, it's right
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
cool.
So we're working with Hedwig, and then we will do this again with Molly, so you guys can see the contrast on the two dogs.
I should probably not work Hedwig. She's too good at it now.
Okay. We could do Molly and Glory. I've never
Yeah,
done
bring
it with
Glory. We'll give Molly another break.
Glory's on place.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put Hedwig away. I'm so sorry, guys. Us issue.
Yes.
Not even technical, just us. Technical deficiency.
Renovate. Hey, renovate.
I don't want them all.
Good girl. I know you were enjoying that, huh? Fox mice. Thank you.
Glory. All right, so we're gonna use. Sorry for the butt in your face. Come here, Glory.
Might have to
There we
zoom out a little bit with Glory being bigger. We'll see.
Has Gloria ever done this before?
No.
No. All right, does she know the intermediate bridge at all?
A little bit.
Okay. So we've got Glory here. Glory is Beth's bow surround. She's like 5.
5.
And she's never done name and explained body parts. I can't use Hedwig anymore because of the progress that we made during that session that you guys didn't get to see. So we're gonna just switch to a dog that's never done this. And I'm really, really sorry about that.
Yeah,
So
sorry guys. Will you be updating the PowerPoint online in the group when looking for the puppy schedule for a client and it's not?
yes, I
Advice.
promise I will do it. And I know that that is not the updated one, but I will have this be an updated one. The only thing you won't have is the videos. So yeah, all right, I will get that done. I just have to convert it to a PDF. So
Okay, we should be all good and ready to go now. So
all right, it's recording. It's all right. So your dog does not have to be in any specific position. She could be standing up, sitting, laying down. I don't care. It's whatever the dog decides. We do not put them in place. We do not restrain them in any way, other than having a leash on them if you need it for for puppies. But I'm not placing them, downing them, sitting them, or anything like that, because they need to have the free will in order to tell us what they're comfortable with and what they're not. So we're gonna just start completely over, and we're gonna work this with Miss Glory, who's never done this before. So crown, yes. Well, that was exciting.
once she realizes she's getting food, she'll perk up.
Chin, X, 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 X. 6, yes. So there was an interruption that you guys got to see. I froze, waited for her to stop interrupting me, and then we continued. Right paw, and I always say call the front feet paws and the back feet feet. So right paw, yes. Collar, X, 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 yes. You're just way too easy, Glory.
You can grab Zora.
Yeah, we might need a more hectic dog. We'll see. Let's see here. Right cheek. Yes. It's a really good girl. Right ear. X, 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 yes. So you could kind of see her right there, like wince into it. So I just froze and let her figure out what she wanted to do. And she very much relaxed right then, and that's why I was able to continue. Right elbow, yes. And by the way, my normal really bad habit is that I almost always feed with my right hand,
Yep.
and it's a thing that I've been working on really hard. So none of us are perfect. Let's see here. Oh yeah, chest.
That's the first time she's offered her paw.
Yes, she's like, here, take it. Good girl.
No, like, because she would never offer it
Yeah.
when we were working on paw.
Left paw, yes. And there I actually started my intermediate bridge at the same time I moved, which is a no-no. So working on myself and making sure that I'm following my own rule,
Yeah.
the rules of the game.
You'll correct yourself a lot.
Yep, which is perfect because it just means that you're very aware of what should be happening. Let's see here. Left cheek, yes. Good girl. Very nice. And you get that one. Right shoulder. X, 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 yes. All right, so we're actually gonna stop working Glory. She's just too easy. We had one interruption and that was it, and she learned. We're gonna bring in a much more hectic dog. So Glory, free.
Glory. Go place. Go place. Go place.
Is Zora back time?
Yeah, she's right there. Go place. And there.
Feet are falling asleep. And you can sit in a chair and do this. You can sit on the couch and do this. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I actually might. And smaller puppies, I tend to sit on the ground just because they're much lower. You could do this even with them on the couch or something. That doesn't matter. That's no big deal. So if they're a bigger dog, like this beast here, hi, man, then you definitely can sit in a chair.
Just make sure that I can see it. I need to adjust this a little bit. Sec.
So we have a much more hectic dog here, and she's probably never had this done either.
No,
Nope. Does she know the intermediate bridge?
no, I don't work her like at all.
All right. So this should be a good dog that doesn't know the intermediate bridge, that's much more hectic.
Question.
Yep.
Do you always move right onto a new body part?
Yeah, for the most part. Oh, so I mentioned this earlier that you guys couldn't hear. I generally don't repeat the body part over and over. It'd be like me asking you multiple times what your address was. You would get frustrated. Sometimes you would even be like, am I saying it wrong? Like, am I mixing it up? So it can actually cause us to degrade the progress that we're making. So usually I will just move, one body part to the next, and, I might at some point during that same session come back to that body part again. But I won't do it over and over and over. So unless, there was something that is, a special case where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to try that head again. I got a response that I'm just not sure was, a normal one. So I might try doing the thing again. So, you could do it once or twice or maybe twice in a row, but don't just do it over and over and over, because you're going to get a dog that's just like, dude, I've already answered that question for you. And that's no longer fun. So we've got Miss Zora here, and yes, her coat looks like crap right now. She had
She's post-pregnancy coat right now.
so this is her after she had her babies and they've gone home.
They get naked.
Yeah, so they blow their coat. You're just gonna sit in front of me. I'm gonna just, Iris next to me. I'm just gonna move her to hopefully get her in front of me. Oh, she's being a little. All right, so we're just gonna hop right in and see how Miss Zora does for us. Let's see here, and I always have to think. right or left side for the dog. It's her facing this way. It's the opposite of us, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do right shoulder x x x x x x x x x 666. Yes.
And she doesn't know paw. She's just being a doof.
Yeah. So and this is a pretty much untrained dog in terms of she doesn't really know anything overly exciting, and you're gonna see just that kind of hectic behavior. Collar. Yes. And I don't need her looking at me. I don't need her focused or fixated on me. She can hear me say the name of the body part. She can hear the intermediate bridge. Very quickly, she'll start tuning into it. So, all right. Right ear. Yes. Good. Right elbow. Yes. Weirdo. You little weirdo. Yeah.
She's just gonna give you guys a butt shot.
Yeah. There we go. Now I'm gonna itch. Chest. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. Yes. And this is by far more normal.
Yes.
This is normally what it looks like for just a naturally easy-going dog. Maybe not one that's tactile defensive, but that's just kind of all over the place. Crown. Yes. Good. So she was like, oh, what are you doing over there? Get it. Take it. She's pushing into my hand. Good. Chin. X, 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 X. Yes. Good. Neck. Yes. Excellent. Right ribs. X, 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 X. Yes. Good. And she's definitely becoming more stable, which is what we want to see. She's not quite as hectic. She's learning that when she hears me say something, which would be the body part, and then that intermediate bridge start, that she's definitely getting a little more stable about it. Tail. Yes.
That was good. She generally doesn't love her butt to be touched.
All right. And we're going to do right hip. X, 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 X. Yes. So Zora's nursing an injury on her back left hip.
Yes, we think she either pulled something or something like that. You can see her favoring her back left leg. So
yeah, and so that would be a body part that maybe I just wouldn't touch right now, since this is her first session. So I'm gonna give her just a small break. We just did quite a few body parts in a row. Usually I only like to do, maybe 6, 10 at the most for dogs that are like really into it. And then I'll give them a break for about the same amount of time that I did the training session. So we're just gonna chill out and hold on for a second. Let her just kind of process some of that information.
Well, and even compared to when we first brought her out, she's just chilled.
Yep. And this is what we should see is, if we have a really hectic puppy, it might take a couple sessions to get to them to the point where they become more stable. And when I say stable, they're not just everywhere. They're like, oh, you're doing a thing. And so I need to just kind of be right here in this space. And they're not all over the place. You might get an incredibly hectic puppy that takes a little bit longer, but pretty quickly they should pick up on it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
She's just being Zora.
This is just a burner thing. They love giving you the paws. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pick back up with Miss Z. Left shoulder. Yes. And if the dog is in the position, it's not a big deal if you reach over them unless they're really uncomfortable with it, in which case we don't want to do that. Oh, what is that? Yeah. Crown. X, 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 X. Yes. All right. Collar. Yes. Everybody say hi to Al. All right. Right cheek. X, 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 X.
Christina has a
6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Yes. Go ahead, Christina.
Says, can you do this multiple times through the day? How long with a dog who is comfortable being touched do you stop using intermediate bridge?
Yeah. So in the beginning, even if it's a dog that's already incredibly comfortable being touched, I'm going to teach them the process, right? I have to teach them what the intermediate bridge means and how it works. You'll probably end up with a dog, even if they're comfortable, interrupting you maybe. Or like moving away because they're like, what are you doing? Why are you making that weird noise and reaching for me like that? So regardless of what you're doing, you have to teach them the process. And there are more steps, which I'm going to cover in just a second, about how to progress this into being able to use it for touching them with objects like brushes, nail clippers, going to the vet, what we call remote handling, where I can tell the dog somebody else is going to touch them. So a whole bunch of that stuff we can do, and I'm going to show you in a minute how we progress past that. But I would do it, like I said, 6 to 10 body parts maybe, and then I give the dog a break for as long as I was doing that training session. You can do this as many times a day as you want. And a lot of times I do it naturally when a dog comes over just to greet me while I'm sitting on the couch, and I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna scratch your ear, dee, 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 dee. And I start, oh, hi, Glory, I don't think you're supposed to be over here. Go, Glory. Please. She's like, but I really was enjoying that, guys. So, you can do it just kind of naturally, even with, especially the older dogs as they come in to the couch. If a puppy's, free and they come over to you, I'm going to tell them every time I'm going to touch them. I try to use this a lot in real, everyday life situations as well. So that way, hi, Miss Z. So that way it just becomes part of a normal process. But yeah, in the beginning, once you progress and you've already taught them the process and they're very comfortable with it, yeah, pretty soon I'm just going to say, Zora, what are you doing, crazy pants? I'm going to be like, Zora, I'm just going to, pet your cheek. And I would be able to just reach in and pet it. And she'd be like, oh, no big deal. Okay, that's totally fine. A lot of times I just like telling the dog anyway, so they get very comfortable with what's going on. And I can then also use name and explain in other areas as well of life, not just about touching body parts. So good shake off, good girl. So we're gonna go ahead and let Zora be done, and we're gonna, what is Molly doing? Oh, cool. We'll probably pop Molly back out and see if she learned anything from her first session that you guys did not get to see. And it's also a puppy. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna readjust here as well. Get back on the ground. Molly. Yes, good girl. Thank you, Megan. Oh, Hedwig, your life is so rough. Can you guys see Hedwig? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why.
She's so funny.
Stupefy.
Also a big deal, don't put food in your hands, like don't hold on to it while you're doing this. It should always be in your treat pouch Or you could have like a pile sitting next to you that you've taught the puppy not to touch, whatever it is, but you don't want it in your hands at the time. So, all right, this is gonna be Molly's second time now since we've already done it with her when you guys unfortunately didn't get to see. And she was a really, really great example of what a puppy does. She wasn't really hectic, but she interrupts a lot. She, was chewing on my shoelaces. She was doing all this stuff, which is super normal. And we just worked right through it. So, all right, we're gonna get right into it with Miss Molly. Collar, yes. You saw she was about to jump on me there, and as soon as I started the intermediate bridge, she actually stopped herself because she's like, oh, that actually means something. She might not know exactly what yet, but she definitely was picking up on it. Chest, X, 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 yes. Very good, girl. Right ear, yes. Good, so right there, she interrupted me twice. And this is all very normal stuff that you're gonna see with puppies. Right shoulder, X, 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 yes. That was a really weird intermediate bridge. I was like running out of breath. Left paw, yes. Good job. So this is infinitely more stable than she was last time. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get to see that because we messed up. Yeah. All right, let her finish chewing on me here for a second. I know it. Crown, yes, good job. That was way better. Right ear, X, 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 yes, good job. It was nice. Right cheek, yes, good. Right foot, X, 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 yes, good girl. Tail, yes. You're so sweet. Get your piece. Get it. There you go. Right knee, X, 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 yes. Good job. Ah, we lost it. Oh, you big old goofy puppy. Good job. Left foot, yes. And half the time they're just pretty clueless about what's going on in the beginning, and that's super normal, and it's no big deal. Oh, bless you. Yeah, did you work that out?
Question.
Yes.
How do you balance this process with a puppy needing a physical exam at the vet's office?
Yeah, so, and I'm gonna give Molly a break anyway, because that was a really nice session. So I will build it up for the puppy, like I said, through multiple different stages. So the next stage that we would get to, once I've got this puppy very comfortable, very stable, they're either not interrupting me, or if they are, they're instantly interrupting themselves every time I freeze that sound. But basically they become neutral with all of the body parts. Then the next stage is building what we call sustained touch. So as I'm reaching for the puppy, instead of a quick touch, now I'm gonna be touching, poking, prodding, pinching, and sustaining touch. And I'll be intermediate bridging through that whole thing. She's not quite ready for it, but I'll show you what it would look like. So it would be like, you're gonna stay right here because I gotta show something on you. What do you think? All right. It would be like left shoulder, yes. So an intermediate bridge through that sustained touch. And I would do that all over. And I would get to the point where I'm intermediate bridging while poking through their toes, pulling, pretending like I'm pulling things out, being able to flip their ears open, and intermediate bridging while I'm looking in their ears, lifting their tail, doing all that kind of stuff, and just adding sustained touch to it. After I've done sustained touch, then I would move into introduction of objects.
What do you want?
I don't know, give me the squirt bottle, it's right there, why not? Then I would introduce objects, all right? And so I don't care what object it is. Don't start with something like nail clippers or a brush just because you want to introduce them to the process of things touching them. So I would tell the dog now, I would say, you know, squirt bottle to your right shoulder, yes. And I would just do a bunch of touches like that. In the beginning, when I'm such a goober. In the beginning, when I am introducing objects, the first couple times, one or two times, I would say bottle, yes, and let them touch it and sniff it and interact with it. So they're like, oh yeah, that's a bottle.
Another question.
Yep.
Are you naming and explaining and intermediate bridging at the vet's office during the exam?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We cannot tell you how many, you know, behavioral cases that like dogs with that are incredibly tactile, defensive, bite records, you know, at the vet, all that kind of stuff, that we've changed that can now successfully be handled fairly easy because we do this process with them at the vet. So when I go to the vet, what we do is we actually just tell the vet that, hey, this dog's in training, we're helping them become more comfortable with being touched, or we're just teaching them about being touched. So before you do anything, please tell me what you're gonna do so I can tell the dog. So now the vet would be like, you know, okay, I need to listen, you know, with the stethoscope to the dog's chest. All right, so then I would tell my puppy, you know, stethoscope to chest, X, yes, and reward the puppy. Or it could sustain, you know, the intermediate bridge depending on, you know, how far my puppy is, and just really let them get used to that process. The next phase after we've introduced a bunch of objects, because I want it to the point where, you know, the puppy is just like, it doesn't matter what the object is. They're like, oh, cool, you said that that thing is going to touch me in this place. We would build up sustained touch with objects. So I literally will get it to the point where I take a pen or like a pen cap and I will, you know, tell the dog, shot to your shoulder blade, and poke them with it. Yes, reward them. So that way they get used to the fact that things are going to come in and poke them, and, you know, get something and pretend to look in their ears with it. I actually, for my client videos, I have a lot of how-to videos in a password protected site, client portal on my website that goes over all of these steps for my clients. And I have a video of one of the dogs that we trained, where I took some, like, it was like whiteboard cleaner, but it was just whatever spray that was right there. And had, you know, the pit bull that we were working, lifted his ear, and obviously didn't spray in his ear, but I had it pointed away, but, you know, lifted his ear, intermediate bridge, sprayed the spray a couple times so he heard it away from him, and he's just totally chill, like, yep, things are happening, something's spraying right by my ear. But that way, you know, if you ever have to put ear drops or eye drops in or whatever, the dog is just like, yep, that's the thing. And in a second, I'm going to let Beth tell you about a really serious bite case, Great Dane, that she worked, who couldn't go to the vet for a long time, and that they were crazy shit that I'll let her tell you about in a second. Awesome stuff that she was able to do. But it's all because of, you know, the intermediate bridge. So once I've built sustained touch with objects, then the last phase that we get into is what we call remote handling. So then the remote handling would be like, you know, hey puppy, Bethany is going to touch your collar, and then I would intermediate bridge Bethany moving to touch her, and this process would stay the same, but just now with me saying that somebody else is going to do it.
Or you can just say friend.
Yeah, friend is going to touch your collar, whatever it is. So now, like, when you go to the vet, you can tell your puppy that the vet is going to do something to them. The vet's going to touch your chest with the stethoscope, yes, right? And you'll be able to reward them. My last puppy class, I had this really primitive mixed breed that it was a purpose bred litter. They had some Tamaskin and a couple other like really primitive hunting breeds in there. Really cool, weird dog. But they struggled the first time they'd gone to the vet before they had learned this. The dog was just super freaky, snapping, biting. And they had only had like 1 week to work on this before their next vet appointment. And they came back to class the next week and were like, holy shit. I mean, you know, she didn't love the vet, but she was stable. She stood there, she let them examine her. I mean, it was just such a significant difference after only 1 week of doing this. And they were absolutely, good yawn. They were absolutely able to use this at the vet, even just after 1 week. Now, obviously, they hadn't even built up through all the stages. They were still just at the quick touch phase. But because the dogs understand the process, it became so much easier for them, whatever they had to do with the dog. And that is exactly the whole point of it. What's up?
We had a comment and a question.
Yes.
Robin says,
Which Robin?
Cassie?
Okay, Kase, yeah. I think that's how you say it. Sorry, Robin, if I butchered it.
I was able to get a very dangerous dog put down using this method instead of it being an awful experience.
Yeah. Was that the last for comment?
Instead of it being an awful experience, it was instead one last great training session.
Yeah. So Robin had I'm pretty sure it was a personal dog of hers that was really degraded in terms of its behavior. I think there was a lot of medical issues. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robin, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of medical issues. And, you know, she made the best decision she could for that dog, and had done a bunch of name explained body parts and stuff with the dog.
Yes, medical things.
Yeah. And so instead of having it be an incredibly stressful euthanasia, where they had to, you know, restrain the dog, to sedate it and all of these things, that she was able to use this to have a very peaceful passing for her dog through that euthanasia process. I remember you telling me about that, and it's like super. So it was, you know, for her, it was able to send that dog on a really soft note instead of having to, you know, struggle and fight for that euthanasia to happen. So
Nicole has a question.
yeah, Nicole level. Which Nicole?
It doesn't bring it all up right
Okay.
at this moment. Do you work on the dog getting comfortable with restraint? Some vets will give shots or draw blood if the dog is being restrained by a staff member.
Yeah, absolutely. So once you've taught the dog this, it's really easy. Once again, it's just sustained touch. So come here, Molly. So I would be, you know, neck x x x x x x x x x x x x x x x x x, yes, right, and just teach the puppy about that sustained touch with the restraint. And also, if you remember from the previous proprioceptive exercises where I taught the puppy about being pushed up against my leg and doing all of that, that's also a lot of restraint for handling. But this just makes it super duper easy too, where you can teach the puppy about that, and they're like, oh, okay, that's no big deal. Yeah, absolutely. Is that the last one?
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna switch off this camera, go back to the couch, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about stuff that you can do with name and explain body parts. Molly, you are the best girl. The best girl.
Very cute.
Oh, I love her. You wanna go potty? Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna take her home with me. She's on really. No. Hedwig, I freaking love you. She's so funny. All right, can you guys see us? Them all. Oh, thank you for letting us know. This way for Megan to potty the puppy, and she'll be right back. Oh, all right, we can start without her. All right, so, oh, you were going to show that video. We can pop it up and show it. Yeah, I think it'd be great. All right, so, just the one where they're doing the bladder thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, so why don't you tell them really quick about this dog, and then we'll pop up a video for you guys to see. And once again, I know it's not puppy, it's totally behavior case, but if we can do this with a gigantic ass Great Dane that it was severely aggressive, not just everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everywhere.
I mean, that was the worst.
Yeah. If we can get this level of training done with the dog, with that level of aggression and that gigantic, imagine how easy this is for puppies to get right from the get-go. So go ahead, Beth, take it from here. Oh, we need to move the microphone. Sorry if you couldn't hear us very well. Microphone is reset.
So last fall, we got a Great Dane in for a board and train, who came to us with pretty severe human aggression, dog aggression, had a couple bites under his belt already on people, and he was just barely over a year. He wasn't that old, intact as well, which was not helpful. And I believe he's still intact, actually. I don't think they've neutered him yet. But he honestly at this point doesn't really need to be neutered. But a lot of it stemmed from pretty severe, insecurity, anxiety. He just really didn't trust people. So we had him for 3.5 months, just to kind of give you an idea on the timeline. And he had a ton of issues with men specifically, people, and dogs. Dogs he was just a dick to. People he really just did not trust. And one wrong move, he was gonna bite you. So we did, we started super slow, really focused heavily on the relaxation triad with him. That took about 2.5 months. It was really hard for him to learn to settle. You're not going to see this with puppies. You're going to see this with behavior cases. Then once he really started softening with the relaxation triad, we started pushing more the name and explain body parts. And anyways, we, slowly built up to the point where any of our staff could do any kind of vet exam with him. We had a thermometer, we had, we made, I don't even remember what we used. I think we just used headphones or something for the stethoscope. We used clicker pens for, vaccines, as a shot. We tried to be as creative as possible to kind of use anything that a vet would do. And then we did as much as we thought our vet would do. My vet is really, really thorough. He does a ton of, just palpation and rear leg extension and range of motion work with every body part, their head, their shoulders, everything. So I knew that the exam would be really thorough. I've been to some lazy vets that literally just listen to the heart and look at the eyes and ears. My vet is not like that.
They get in the mouth, they get in, yeah.
Yeah. So we did a ton of work with that. Once he was really good with our staff, we had a couple, a couple of my brothers and a couple trustworthy clients come and handle him too that were men, because the vet is a man and he's worse with men. And he was really awesome with them. My brother-in-law is the only one that he kind of was I don't really love at one point, but he accepted him pretty quickly. But this dog had never ever been to the vet without being tranquilized. He was very not safe at the vet. And we only did one vet visit in that whole 3.5 months right before he left. And he was amazing. He was so perfect. He was so calm. He growled at the vet once when he walked into the room initially. And, we just name and explain that, did some CR right there and some DRR. And then he was like, oh, cool, whatever, and was just, you wouldn't even know that this dog had aggression or reactivity issues at the vet. And we got it all on video for the client so that they could see, because we didn't want them there. He hadn't seen them in a while. So we wanted the vet visit to be as least stressful as possible. And man, he was awesome. But one thing that we didn't prep, one of the reasons we wanted to take him to the vet, not only to work on that, but he kept having a ton of accidents in his kennel. He was peeing 20 times a day in his kennel. And, he was having a hard time putting weight on. So I also wanted to do just a good general blood draw on him and check his thyroid and stuff. And so we wanted to check for a UTI as well. But my vet wanted to put him on his side and do an ultrasound and then draw, the urine out of his bladder with the needle.
Literally stick a needle in the dog's bladder.
Yeah. And we didn't do any prep work for that other than, just name and explain of all the body parts. And, seriously, this dog was he acted like he'd done it 5,000 times. It was so, so cool to see. And really my first case with a super, super nasty dog, seeing all of this work. I'd seen it work with dogs that were unsure and things like that, but I'd never done this with a really, really nasty case yet. So that was really, really cool for me to experience and to see. And I do have all of that on video. And we can pull that up right now.
Yeah,
if you
I want to just show you guys the one video of the dog getting its bladder stuck with this needle, totally conscious. And by the way, they do have a muzzle on the dog just for safety, just in case. Not that the dog really needed it anyway. But dog is just, laying there, hanging out like, okay. So give us a second while we gotta.
Sorry, I think that there's a chat. Yep, 2.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Was this a board and train with a timeline or open-ended with when the dog would go home? It was results-based, so yeah, it was open-ended. He was in our rehab program, which is we tell clients it could be 6 weeks, it could be 5 months. Our longest rehab case was 5 months.
Yep.
So we don't like putting a timeline on it. So you might want to stop screen share for a sec. Because I gotta log into my Drive and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I gotta find it in Drive.
Give us 1 second,
So
guys.
we're just gonna pull it up in Drive really
I can't
quick.
read that.
Says you cannot minimize Zoom when you are recording this meeting.
All right, so you have to do it that way anyway.
Do what? Oh, just don't have screen share on and just have it on
touche.
video. Yeah, and I'll get it pulled up. So 1 sec, Glory.
He's all licking.
Thank you for licking my hand.
Sweet girl.
I think it is in. Mm-mm. Hedwig.
Hedwig does not love the puppy, the Swissy puppy. She's chasing her on the couch. She's
Oh my gosh,
following
I'm
where she's
typing
going.
on this computer. I'm an idiot.
Dude, I keep doing the exact same thing.
Oh, it's off. There we go. There we go. Sorry, we should have thought of this ahead of time, but
You know which video it is, the last one?
yeah, it's gonna make me download it though. So I might already have it on the computer actually. Let me double check. Sorry, 1 sec, guys. I think it'll be really cool for you guys to see this. Sounds like Al's back with our food. I can't see anything. Yeah, I already have it on here from the last seminar.
Oh, cool.
So we don't need to download it. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna jump ahead to right before the blood draw, because it's like a 2.5 minute long video, unless you want to show the whole thing.
What is all of it?
It's mostly just him doing the ultrasound and then the blood draw halfway through.
How long is it?
Like 2.5 minutes.
Oh
long.
yeah, show it. That's no big deal.
The whole thing?
Yep.
Okay, so let me, do you want to pull up screen share again? Oh, actually, I think you can do it.
Got it? Just, yeah, the button itself.
Okay.
Oh, did you optimize it?
No.
Here, let me do that really quick. Oh, it is optimized. We're good.
Okay, so at this point, this was the end of our exam. We were using name and explain through all of this up until this point, because he was pretty dang comfortable and accepting, and it had been about 45 minutes. So at this point, we weren't bridging or anything like that anymore, mostly just doing some light name and explain work. But right before he does the blood draw, I do name and explain and bridge it. And you can see, this is my trainer Alex right here. He does have, we have Coda on muzzle, and he is holding Coda by the collar.
but he's not restraining him. We were just always slightly cautious with this dog because it was his first vet visit, you know, from everything. But he's just lightly holding on to him and just kind of petting on him and loving on him, keeping him calm while the vet is doing the ultrasound.
That's a good boy, Coda. Good, easy. That's a good, easy, Coda. Nice job. It's a good, easy, Coda. Nice, Coda. That's a good, easy.
He let you hold that leg up.
I bet he would.
Yeah.
Leg examine? Good. Nice, Coda.
Are you? Oh, let's see you're doing that. Hey, Jim.
I can do whatever.
Yeah, just if you could hold this leg
Yep.
right here.
Probably easiest for me than have another person over here. I'm gonna do a belly shot. Good, Coda. Shot to belly. Easy. Yes, nice job.
Okay.
Nice.
Buddy.
That's such a good boy, Coda.
Boy.
Leave shortly. Do you want her to reschedule or are you just?
I'm just about finished.
That's such a good boy, Coda.
Coda.
Nice job.
You did great.
That's such a good boy, Coda.
Good boy.
He's just staying nice and easy, too. Nice job, Coda. You can alert him, I think, at this point. Nice job.
Yeah. Cool.
That's such a good boy, Coda.
Okay. All right, guys. So that was pretty cool, right? Beth and her team did a really great job. So we're going to answer questions.
I need someone to do this with me for shots and blood draws, right? Agreed. Awesome.
Nice.
But I mean, I love that video because you would have no idea that that dog had issues in the past. You know, he really hated the vet in the past. So really, really cool to see because he's just like, even after you saw him kind of like a whoa, you know, when he pulled the needle out, which is totally fine.
That's just a normal reaction anybody would have.
Yeah. But then he didn't like try to launch back up or anything like that. He was just like, oh, okay, that actually wasn't that bad. So really, really cool stuff.
Yeah. So, you know, I have a lot of people when I kind of talk to you about this, the intermediate bridge and stuff, who just go, I don't think that's really, you know, I don't think that does what you think it does. And I tell you what, this stuff has legitimately changed, you know, my life, the way I train dogs, and my clients' lives when we start working with all of this. It makes a huge difference. And starting this with puppies is just
definitely.
Oh my gosh. Like you seriously have no clue. You will have a clue.
Because you know, you wouldn't have these issues developing. Your puppy would already be totally comfortable with all of this instead of having to do 3.5 month board and train with this dog.
Yeah, right?
You know?
Yep.
So.
All right, guys, we are about to break for lunch. So it is 12:40. Let's meet back at 1:40 Mountain Time. And we will see everybody in an hour. If you have questions.
And if you have questions, the chat will be open. So just post them in the chat and we'll get back to them when we come back from lunch.
Awesome. All right. We will see you guys soon. I don't think we have anything in the questions and answers. Nope, we're good there. Come back, you thingamajig. Lena had a question. I just had this most wild thing happen. I've tried CR with my dog for 1.5 years and just finally got her to relax with it. I changed my tempo a bit and sat to the side of her. She was nearly asleep on the drive with CR when 2 dogs walked by, and she blew up. I kept recording CR, or I kept doing CR, and she recovered quicker than I could have imagined. We got back into half asleep just in time to come inside. Nice, great job, Elena. So Elena has been to Training Between the Ears seminars, I think off of my recommendation. And, you know, she'd been getting a lot out of it, you know, not only with her clients, but with her personal dog as well. So is that Kona, Elena? Kona that you were having that problem with? But good job. That's really nice. So doing a lot with the relaxation stuff. So that's great. I've had plenty of success with other dogs, but I needed to sit to the side for Kona for her to relax. Yeah. I mean, sometimes just little tweaks to things that we're doing can truly make all of the difference. Yes, my life changed because of your recommendation. Oh, I know. Isn't it just fantastic? Like I can't recommend it enough. I love the Training Between the Ears system. It's just been legitimately life-changing for me as well. It was one of those things, like it was super frustrating the first time I did the seminar because I didn't quite understand the content, or all of it or most of it even, fully. But I knew it was better than what I was doing. And, what I was doing was really good. It was very effective, but this was better. And so it was super frustrating because it was like, I know that there's a better way and now I just need to learn it all. And it's just been, it's just been awesome. So I'm really, really, that makes me so happy, Elena, that you're getting that out of it as well. So. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll do the paper plate recall. We won't be able to do. Sorry, guys. We're just trying to get things set up for the next portions, and for play, it's going to be hard too. Yeah, I mean for restrained recalls. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we can't do socials today. I don't know if anybody asked, but this wind is just like legitimately. We Bethany and Al have
you can't hear it behind us.
They have a really nice log cabin house, and you can just hear it creaking, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's crazy windy. So Elena said, I had been told that I shouldn't be a dog trainer with 2 horrifically difficult Great Dane littermates with separation anxiety. You told me where to head next, and my life feels aligned now. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Yeah, it really is life-changing, and I cannot recommend it enough. So good. All right, so Beth, the first thing that we have is going into play styles. And I guess we could go downstairs and do that with Nessie. Yeah. All right. So I think we are gonna just one. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Megan. All right. So we're gonna just talk really quick before we head downstairs. Thank you, Ella. A little bit about play styles and drive. Building some drive and really getting the dog kind of invested with that play. So kind of all tying in together. When we talk about, those emotional systems, and we talked about play being one of the emotional systems, and figuring out how your dog enjoys to play is just as important, if not more important, than the play itself. One of the big trainers that a lot of people think about when we think about play is J-Jack. And J-Jack, he has his Play is the Way seminar, which is really fantastic because, I'd always done a lot of play. And he put together a really nice seminar. If you guys get a chance, you should definitely see it if you haven't. Oh, sorry. Somebody said something. Let me read it. I'd love to chat at some point about your results-based rehab programs. Doesn't have to be here as it's not puppy related, but I Like the open-ended timeline with aggressive dogs, as I've been getting more and more of them, and sometimes even 6 to 8 weeks isn't enough for bad cases without going faster than I want. Yeah, so Nicole, we actually do talk about them at the end of today, which will happen in just a little bit when we talk about our programs. Even if we normally wouldn't cover it, I think we'll have a little extra time today. So I have no problem talking about it. I do it as well. Bethany, I think after she saw what I was doing with it, they started doing it too. I don't know how I could do it without now. So we will definitely chat about that. Anyway, we'll talk about that program. So, all right. So talking about play styles, Jay Jackarelli, I think, has done a great job bringing the importance of play. And I know Robin, is it Kase? Am I saying that right? Robin, if you're in here, you can correct me if I'm saying it wrong. But she runs a GRC club, but Jay did a really good job at bringing the importance of play Kase. All right, Kase. Thank you. I'm all okay. So did a really good job at bringing the importance of play into a lot of dog trainers' minds. And I've hosted him a few times, and I was always so surprised. And not only how little dog trainers knew about, and dog owners big time too, knew about playing with their dogs, but how kind of shut down a lot of the dogs were from being willing to play or playing with their owners, because the second Jay would take the toy and start playing with them, the dog would light up, but then you handed the toy back to the owner, and the dogs would shut down again. And it was really kind of eye-opening at the lack of effort we put into teaching our dogs how to play with us, not just play, but play with us. And so there's, I taught you guys already about food play, which I love. I do a lot of food play, and it's funny with Jay because I've always done food play ever since I learned how to do, training with food. And I remember when I first started bringing him out for seminars, he didn't know anything about food play. And I talked to him about it a couple times, but he didn't have any, he's just like, no, I don't see how that, you can do that. And then all of a sudden he's been bringing it into his seminars now. And so it's really good because the dogs that aren't food, toy motivated, are definitely food motivated. And we can actually get a lot of play out of that as well. So some of the play styles that we like to highlight in terms of what a dog's interest is, because you can't just be like, well, you're a pit bull, so you automatically are going to love to tug, and I'm going to grab this toy and I'm going to shove it in your face, and you're going to bite the thing, and I'm going to pull it and try to get it away from you. Because a lot of times that's not how it works. And you can actually truthfully shut a dog down even more from playing if we do it wrong and we apply too much pressure to the dog through play. So you have to figure out what the dog's play style is. And, you can make some generalities about play styles, because, when we talk about the differences between possessive play, chase, retrieve, personal, all that kind of stuff, you guys see Glory the Beauceron all the time coming over here, and usually in her mouth she has a bone and she's shoving it at us, right? So you see a lot of times herd like shepherds and Malinois and a lot of the Beaucerons, they enjoy what we call possessive play. And possessive play is basically where they just like to possess the toy, and you can either chase them around or you can try to take it from them, but them holding on to it is the thing that they really enjoy. It's like, you're playing, I'm sure all of you have experiences, you're playing, fetch with a German Shepherd, and they run out to get the ball, and then you're like, okay, bring it back. And they'll bring it over, and you go to take it from their mouth, and they go, no, it's mine. And so that's what we call possessive play. A lot of dogs really enjoy the possession aspect of the game. And so that doesn't mean that we, don't ever get it back, but we really play up that possessive aspect. And then slowly we teach them about the joys of other parts as well, and, whatever they're capable of. So then the next one we have is chase. And chase is, a lot of times you'll see like a flirt pole, or I'll have a toy or a tug on a long line or a leash that I can get the toy away from me and I can start moving it and let the dog really chase it down. Also, you have dogs, you throw the tennis ball, they love running out and chasing it down, but they don't necessarily care about the bringing it back. A lot of dogs that love the chase are, you see a lot of like the herding breeds, border collies and things like that really enjoy chasing the stuff down. Then you have retrieve, and your retrievers, your Goldens, your Labs, a lot of those, a lot of standard poodles I see, they love the retrieving aspect. They will run out all day long, grab the ball, bring it back, run out, grab the ball, bring it back. And they could do that all day long. There's another one we could add in here, which would be, the celebration aspect of it. But I see a lot of dogs that really enjoy the celebration aspect. A lot of terriers, they kill, they shake, and then they prance around with the toy in their mouth, like, look at how great I am, look what I just did. And so, I don't talk a lot about that one because, a lot of dogs really enjoy that celebration aspect of it. And there's probably a couple more, but these are the big ones, most common ones that we see. And then last but not least, and I've talked about it before, is personal play. And I use personal play a lot because it's something I don't have to have on me. I can do it at any point. And personal play is just, once again, you learning what your dog likes in terms of interaction with you without the toy. No matter what play style your dog likes, our goal should be to teach the dog that the game is fun because of the interaction, whatever the thing is that we're interacting with, right? So whether it's a ball or a tug or, whatever type of toy it is, the toy itself is not the fun thing. It's the interaction that we have that makes it really fun. And so that is kind of the idea that we really, really want to put in the dog's head when we're doing play styles. So if you guys have any questions, pop those up now. We are going to go, I think we're already set up downstairs, but I'm going to go down there and we're going to do a little bit of play with some puppies. And you're going to see, I've never played with these puppies, whatever dogs that we end up using, I should say. We're going to use Nessie for sure. I've never played with her, so I have no idea what she likes. And I have to figure that out because this is, real life of, where am I going to try doing, chase or tug, or does she need distance from me, whatever it is. So how do you like introducing the other styles to a dog? So I get them really involved in the game that they enjoy. And let's just say I have a dog that, I have to put the tug on a leash so that way it's distance from me because being right up in my space is too much pressure for the dog. So I've got the dog or the tug out on a lead. The dog's got it. We're tugging from a distance, and I'll slowly reel that dog in, maybe pat it on its side, and the dog pulls the toy. I'll let that leash out, and the dog has more distance. And I keep building it in to the point where, I'll be able to grab it with one hand and kind of keep my body sideways as we play tug that way. And then I'll let the toy go and let them have more space. And I keep kind of bringing that dog in to the point where now I can tug, inside their face. And, they're right up in my body space and they have no problems with that. And then I will do a lot of, celebration where the dog are tugged really hard, did a great job, give them the line. And then I'll start doing some celebration with them where I let them kind of run around with that toy. Other types, so if I have a dog that, hasn't really done a lot with possession, the dog gets the toy, maybe I toss it out there, they get it, they're kind of chewing on it. I'm going to kind of slowly creep over there, and you'll probably see a lot of this. And I'm going to pretend like I'm going to steal the toy. Oh, I'm going to get it. Oh, I'm going to get it, right? And so I just start kind of adding in all of these different aspects. My McNab is a little bit of a turkey where I play disc with him. He's just an incredible disc dog. I mean, he is amazing. This dog from a standstill can jump as high as my head. Like, he is freaking a spring. Oh, it's ridiculous. And, his biggest problem is he likes possession. He wants to get that toy and go away with it and have it all to himself. So I have to really work with him on bringing it back. I haven't quite done it yet, but that's my next goal with him. And so, that's part of, he enjoys the chase, he enjoys the possession, and now I have to work on really getting in the retrieve. How do you avoid this turning into resource guarding? It's a game. it's a game. You know, me and Bethany play games all the time where we're really competitive, yet we don't actually want to kill each other. I don't think.
Board games?
Yeah, board games. I mean, whatever game, right? It's a game. They really learn. We put it on cue. So, you know, I start by saying, are you ready? Or you want to play? Whatever it is. I start my play sessions that way, and we always end it with enough. Me kind of creeping in like, oh, I'm going to get it, is very different than me saying out and me taking something from the dog. So it's very much in context. You guys, dogs are incredibly contextual. And it's one of those things where, you know, I build drive, I build all of this stuff up with my dog that a lot of people are like, oh, you do that? And it's like, yeah, I can turn it off in a second. You know, I let my dogs bite the shit out of my arms when we're playing. I really get rough with them and they're coming in. I mean, they're not biting me hard, right? But we're playing and I'm like, okay, enough. And then they don't bite me any other time. So David said, we need to get done a strong return time for toss. I know, David, I know, I'm like slowly working on it. I definitely need to focus on that. David Persida, he's in this, he's my McNabb breeder. Yeah, no, I absolutely need to get him. He's doing better at it, just not great. So I avoid turning it into resource guarding it's a game. They really do learn contextually that this is a game. And I'm not actually coming in there to steal it. Like it's like they play with each other that way too, you know? And so when we put it on cue, ready to play, this whole game happens and then, okay, enough. And we're all done with that. And I teach the dog that when I say enough, that toy can go limp. And even if you tried to take it, nothing is going to happen with it. The game does not continue happening. I don't try to hide the toys, things like that. So we definitely don't run into the issue of them learning to resource guard because we set it up in such a way that they do learn it is just a game. So if you have other questions, throw them up there. But we're going to pause this portion right here and take this downstairs. So I will see you guys in just a second.
It's freezing in here. So having a few different options of toys, let me know if you guys can't hear me. Having a few different options of toys is really important when you're, no, she should be okay. When you're figuring out what your dog likes. I really like, especially for puppies, these fleecy kind of toys. She's a little small for this ball still.
Oh, no, she'll go for it.
Well, I'm sure she'll go for it, but she can put that in her mouth.
She'll grab the
This part, yeah. In which case I'll probably just use this one. You know, but whether if you know, I don't like to start with tennis balls unless it's on a spring, because I want to be able to interact with it, and tennis balls are hard to interact with if they're in the mouth, especially if you've never taught your dog before how to play or bring the toy back. So I always like, you know, tuck toys, these fleecy kind of toys. I don't love regular rope toys, although some dogs do, in which case I'll use them. The stuffingless toys, I generally try to stay away from a lot of squeaky toys, just because, you know, unless I can't get a dog playing something else and they have to have that squeaker. But especially with puppies, I really want to try to get them interested in just the interaction, not the squeaky aspect of it, and or just hate the squeak. So I can already, by the way, I've never played with Nessie, so I don't know what she likes. I can already tell that she's really interested in this toy and interested in engaging with me, which is a big deal. So when we're dealing with puppies, a couple things, especially when we're dealing with small little puppies, if you're playing tug, you have to be low. You don't want to jack the neck up. You don't want hard tugs. We always want to go in kind of a figure 8 motion as we're tugging, even if they've got, you know, one end over here. It's always this figure 8 motion. It's very soft, it's very fluid. We're not doing jerks side to side or pulling hard, anything. You might see me pretend like I'm doing real hard jerks, like, oh, I'm trying to get that. And, you know, it kind of just gives a little bit of a tug where the dog really wants to hold on to it. So those are the things that we're looking for. Are we having microphone? Maybe just ask. What are you doing in the chat if everybody can hear us? You guys let us know if you can hear me, otherwise I will
Going in and out audio.
Hopefully, it's not a root issue, it's just some other reason issue.
Make sure it's right up against your face, like your mouth. Yeah.
Is that better? Let me know if that changed anything. Talk, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Hello, Megan. You can't?
Is your microphone turned on? I mean,
You don't want to hit unmute because
Yeah.
everybody else does it's better though. Okay,
Okay.
as long as it's better. Megan's in person, she can hear me.
I don't need to, I just wanted to make sure everybody else could.
Yeah, and really quick, can I see your phone? I want to read Mark's comment. Mark made a really nice comment earlier. He said, teaching a two-toy out is a great way to avoid negative possession issues and is super easy to teach. Also very helpful in teaching retrieves to otherwise possessive or disconnected dogs. So absolutely true. And when he talks about a two-toy out, generally you want two toys that are about the same, but you would be, and we did this a ton of the last ones, with dogs that really didn't have a lot of anything going on with them. But we're playing and the dog's got that one toy, I would drop it, and then I would come over here with this toy to get the dog interested in that toy. I don't know, play that way. You're gonna be good. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm gonna see what little Miss Nessie is interested in. And first, I'm just gonna start by letting it kind of drag on the ground, letting her kind of chase it. She's doing a lot of clawing at it, just a little bit of grip. Oh, there she is. I always try to go side to side. Oh, good girl. And notice how I'll kind of climb up on the tub once she gets it in her mouth. Oh, there you go. Oh, she doesn't have a strong grip, so I have to be incredibly soft with her. I kind of toss her around a little bit. Good girl. I want her to get used to the fact that I can touch her sides. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's my good girl. I can touch her side and she's not going to have any problems with that. I can cover her eyes. I can kind of push on her chest. Oh, and she comes back in. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at you. You are so strong. Yeah. There we go. Oh, good girl. Oh my goodness. Good girl. Oh yeah. Oh, I got it. Oh, and then I let her catch it. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh yeah. If she was a bigger dog, a lot of times when I'm standing up, I like to always kind of come in here, pretend to kick them with my feet, so they really get used to all that movement and motion, and it actually will kind of make them like, oh no, I really want that. Oh my gosh, like I'm trying to almost pull her off. Oh, do you want it? Oh, there you go. Good girl. So I'm almost like kind of holding her off. Everything I'm doing is super light. I mean, I am barely even putting pressure on her or the tug toy. I have to build her understanding that you gotta hold on to it. If I just started kind of ripping that away from her, she'd be like, oh, it's not as fun. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, you're so strong, Missy. You're so strong. Oh, I got it. I got it. Oh, here you go. Good girl. Oh, that was a good grip. Look at you. There you go. Oh yeah, I tried to put paws on it. Oh, look at that. You guys see that grip? Woo, good job. Woo. You're gonna get it. Oh, you got it. Oh my goodness. Oh, get it. Get it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got a full mouth grip right there. Yeah. Good girl. Oh my. And then if we were going to do the two toy out, maybe we'll do, I just can't toss another toy with me. Oh my goodness. Good. I will drop that toy and I would start coming over here playing with this one. And I want her to kind of see that I'm over here having a good time with this thing. Oh my goodness. Because I want her to learn to leave that thing alone and come over here and play with me. Oh. She's like, no, this is more fun. And I'll just kind of pick this one and set it out of the way. Because I want the dog to learn about the interaction with me and not about the toy. It's like, oh, she's over there having a great time without me. I should probably leave what I'm doing and go play with that. Is you gonna get it? Oh my goodness. Is you gonna get it? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, you got it. Oh, you got it so good. Good girl. All right, and then I'm gonna drop that one. Oh my goodness. She's like, I'm just gonna chew. And I'm gonna see if I can get her off of that one. Oh my goodness. She's like, look, this one's my favorite. Yeah, there you go. Good girl. And that's what I really want to see is the fact that the puppy will leave that other toy to come back and re-engage with me. Good girl. And I won't do this too long because puppies will burn out really quickly. Oh, look at you. Oh, and she likes tug. She likes the chasing aspect.
She likes fetch too.
That's what my next thing was gonna do. As soon as I get it from her, I'm gonna just kind of toss it and see if I can get her to come bring it back. Yeah, good girl. You are just a rock star. Yeah, you are a rock star. Oh, you're so good. Oh, you're so good. Oh, you gotta get it. Oh, come on. I'm gonna get it. There you go. Good job. Oh, yeah. Good girl. Yeah. And then don't worry about adding in an out command or anything like that yet. Let them just really get into the game with you. And like I said, you can always, when you need to, add in that second toy. Oh, there you go. That's my girl. Do it again. At least you're gonna get it. There you go. Oh, yeah. What a good girl. What a good girl. Oh, my goodness. All right. And every once in a while, she's over here making these cute little growling sounds, and I love it. Oh, yeah. You are too good. Oh, cover this out. Tap the sides. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. There's my girl. Oh, you got that so good. Oh, okay. Missy. Yay! You are too good. All right. So then I can end it. Enough. And then we're all done. I know. That's it. We're all done. We're not gonna play no more. And I usually just get out really soft with them about it. And that would be the end of our play session. So now we know that she really likes tug, she really likes the retrieving aspect and the chasing aspect. So she's a pretty well-rounded puppy in terms of she's happy to just play however we want to play. And then we could always come in here and do some kind of cool down stuff, do a little bit of conditioned relaxation to help her calm down from that play session. Very good. You are the best. You are just the best. Oh, that's so nice, Nessie.
She always starts this way with her butt in the air.
And remember, I don't have to get her on her side. That's not even my goal, whatever she decides to do. My goal is just to help her kind of come down from that real exciting play. Oh, look at you. Yeah. She's going to want to play bite. We don't want that. That was nice. Thank you for stopping. That's a good girl. All right. So that was play. And that's, are you up for bringing Max up here to see if he wants to do some personal play?
We can try. I don't think he'll hop over this though.
We can move that. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna put Nessie away, and we're gonna bring material or their fleece album. Fleece, both of them, and they are some of my favorites. Yep. For puppies. Oh my gosh, these are my favorites for puppies. And I have a bunch of these kinds, all different. I've got some that have no ball, some that have this kind of ball, some that have like the almost webbing kind of ball. What am I talking about? They're rubber, but it's like a bunch of holes in it that are kind of like octagon stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I've got ones that have different kinds of fur on the end. Those are really cool. So it's like maybe a rabbit fur or something that is woven into the fleece. so they can grab onto that. They make all sorts of them. I find them at like different dog competitions because the people, make them. They're just fantastic. Those are for puppies, some of my most favorite. Obviously, if you've got a Malinois, you may get something a little sturdier, German Shepherd, but for most of your puppies, those are just kind of perfect to use. You don't have to go into a big, tug type of toy right now, in fact. So we are going to be bringing Knox in here, and Knox hopefully will do. Bethany's got a really ridiculously fun way that she does personal play, and that's what I want you guys to see some ridiculous games and what that looks like. So hopefully he'll play. He can be a little bit on the shy side sometimes. He's just the biggest freaking goofball that you have ever seen. So we'll try to get him in here. I'm gonna move this just for a minute. There's a bar that we have, and let Beth bring him in, and we'll close that back up. Nice. So I'm actually gonna give this to Beth, and we'll go from there. You go from this. I'll close this up for you. This slowly, ready? You can't bend it. I wasn't trying to bend it, I was just trying to move it back because it was bent out and now it's bent in. So, all right. Nice. Good boy. Yeah. So just personal play, not with the toys. You can. Oh, gotcha. Yes. Good boy. Good boy. He loves to be shoved around, and usually you get him barking, but he's like, you gonna punch him in the face? Yeah. He loves to be punched in the face. Yeah. I know there's people in here watching you. Good boy. He's like, I don't know. No. We're gonna step out so that way maybe they'll open up a little more. Yes. Can you? Good boy. Nice. Hey, what? They're gone. Nice. Good boy. Hey, you what? Good boy. Nice. Loves to be smacked around. Yeah. What? Not so sure, huh? What? He's the softer guy when it comes to new places. What? Nice. Can you use it to weigh in, get you back up? Huh? What? Nice. Good boy. No? Come on. What a good boy, yeah. Get that. Good boy, yeah. Yeah. Nice. No. Huh? Hey. Oh boy. All right, he's all done. Yeah, we were watching. You saw little glimpses of it. Hi, buddy. He's done. He's like, oh, all right. Do you want anybody else? Is anybody else a good personal player? A lot of them are. Hedwig?
Nicole, we are going to get to recall.
Next. Legit, it's the next thing we do. All right, so we're gonna pop. I'm gonna go transfer him out. I'm gonna grab Hedwig. How did you do this? Next one. Can you help me first? Come on, buddy. You just hold the whole thing. More. Got it? Like, tire. Maxie, come on,
She goes in the indestructible.
Okay, all right. Really don't want it to crack. Hedwig. So, Hedwig loves, they should do it in here. She loves biting. I know, you've never been here before, this is a puppy world. You guys don't go in here, huh? Yeah.
Christina says, man, I just want to snuggle him.
Oh, I know, he's a big bear. Hedwig, get in here. Terry,
Oh, sorry, I walked in the room.
distracted by the whole room.
Yeah, but you want a toy?
I mean, she loves toys. This one? Yeah, that's her favorite. Howie, this your favorite. Yeah. Get. Oh, what a good girl. Yeah. Yeah, she loves shake and kill. Oh, what a good girl. I know. Oh, so tough. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get it. Such a dork. Yeah. Yeah.
Just wait till it comes to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but that's such a terrier thing for the head shake and kill.
Steliaris. Thank you. Yes. Good girl. Oh, that was my hand.
He's like, where's the toy moved?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not even patting her that hard. Oh, my good girl. Kill it. Yeah, good job. Good girlie. Yep, kill your prize.
She's so intense about it.
Yeah, did you get it? Oh, good girl. Benitez. Yes. Oh, sorry. Face plant. Steliaris. Enough.
Enough. All right, guys. So that is just a play that you guys can see. Starting a dog that's really into it, and some personal play. And we are gonna pop back upstairs just really quick, and then we are gonna do some come back down for some recall stuff. So give us just a second, and we'll be there momentarily. All right, guys, we are back up and running. Robin Casse said, I've got some serious tug lovers over here, and you love watching dogs play. Isn't it so much fun when you just see them light up so much? It's pretty awesome. And man, I just want to snuggle him, right? Isn't he gorgeous? He is one of Beth's homebred dogs. Such a nice boy, a little shy at first sometimes, but he warms up fairly quickly, and he is just such a big smush. I absolutely love him. And I know that we answered you, Nicole. That's what we're about to go into, is recalls, and a couple of the exercises that we teach puppies that we start getting into. So, oh glory, possession, guys, possession. You see this? You boast around, always has to have her bone. All right, so let's see here. If you have other questions about play and play styles, just kind of pop them up in there and we'll get to them. But we're going to move on to talking about recalls. So aside from the long line recall stuff that I do, hook those puppies up on a long line, let them kind of run out, and then I start backing up and I call them to me and keep backing up and reel them in. Lots of food, reward, make it a big deal every time they come back to you. They're just the bestest puppies in the whole wide world. Then we also like to do teach these two different kinds of recalls to puppies. These are some of my favorite ways. I like to do both of them. I think that they create two different mindsets in the dog in terms of when they come back to you. So the first is called paper plate recall, and this was created by Dick Russell. And Dick Russell is no longer with us. But basically what we're teaching the dogs is a lot of things all at once. We're teaching some impulse control. So I need you to sit, stay while I walk over to this target, which is kind of why they call it paper plate recall, because the paper plate becomes the recall or becomes the target. So I need you to sit, stay while I walk over, place this piece of food down on my target. Then I walk back to your side and I need you to stay there the entire time. Then I send you to the target to get that piece of food. Once you go to that piece of food and that target and you eat it, I then recall you back. So unlike teaching like an obedience style recall of sit, stay, I walk 10 feet from you, I call you to me, this is actually teaching the dog in motion how to go away and come back to us. So there's a lot of really cool things that happen with paper plate recalls. It's a super fun game. If you've ever been to the IACP conference, they do their annual Dick Russell paper plate recall races. And I know Cindy Duan won it for the first couple years. And then last year, do you remember who won it? I don't remember who won it last year. But it's just a really, really fun thing to do. And it teaches the dog a lot about impulse through all of this stuff, sendaways and coming back. The other way we like to teach recalls is a restrained recall. And I first learned about restrained recalls from Michael Ellis. And it really kind of changed everything I do. In my puppy classes, I only teach the paper plate recall, just for the fact that usually a lot of people don't have two people helping them for the restrained recall. But in my private lessons, if they have two people, I love the restrained recall that I do teach. And the restrained recall is basically where we hold a puppy back. A lot of times having them on a harness is nice for this, a non-restricting harness. If not, I will kind of either hold them by the chest or by the collar and chest. But basically, we want to be able to hold them back. And then our person that's going to be doing the calling has got a food or a toy, something in front of them that's really getting them excited. They want it. They're kind of pulling into my hands, right? And I'm restraining them. And as soon as the handler says, come, and the puppy's pulling in, we let them go and they kind of rock it out and run directly to the handler. So restrained, and we're going to do both of these. Restrained recalls is just, it really creates explosive behavior. It really helps you teach dogs to turn on a dime when it's coming back to you. So it's not just that kind of like, yeah, I'm coming back, no big deal. They are like, yes, they're almost doing their Fred Flintstone peel out. I need to get to you. And sometimes a paper plate recall can create that like really fast recall, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they just kind of relax-a-days-go like, yep, I'm going over here. I'm going to grab this treat off this target. Okay, now you called me back and I'm just going to kind of lollygag back. So we really want to add kind of both aspects of those in so we get the reliability on both ends. With the explosive behavior, also teaching that impulse. So they're both ways that we do it. And we're going to practice and show you how we teach both with this. So the paper plate recalls we're going to do first. And I think we're going to do that with Miss Molly, the Swissy. And we are going to pop back downstairs to do that. And then we're going to also just kind of pop right back into restrained recalls. So we don't have to come back here in between. And we'll get that set up. So we will see you guys downstairs in just a moment in order to get that going. Yes, Robin, yes. Okay. All right, perfect. So we're going to do this with some food. You could do this with a toy as well, no problem. And you see that this is kind of a slick floor, so I've got a kind of a runner just so she can get some traction when she first starts. I don't have her on leash right now. I did put one over there just in case we need to use it for her. But Bethany's just gonna kind of hold her lightly by the chest. I want to build some momentum of, oh, Nessie, you want it, you want it, you want it. As soon as she's pulling like that into Beth, I'm gonna say C-O-M-E, and Beth's gonna let her go, and I'm gonna back up. So, Nessie, you want it, you want it, you want it, ready? Come! Nessie, yes. Good girl. Very nice. We always try to, yeah, and I did put my hand there. We always try to do that collar grab initially, so that way they get very used to it. There you go. Then we will reset her. Oh, you want that? You want it? You want it? I know. You want that? Ready, 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 go! Here, come! Yes! Lori, go! Sorry, guys. Good girl. Very nice. Yay! Good job. Oh, Miss, you are a firecracker. You ready?
You're her best friend
Oh,
now.
I know. And I said go, which it's funny because that's my command for my dogs to do sports. Ready, 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 come! Yes, good girl. Very nice. Good job, Nessie. Nessie. Yes. What a good girl. Oh my goodness. Oh, Nessie. Oh, you ready? Ready, 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 Nessie. Yeah, come.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Yes, good girl.
She was thinking
Yeah, good girl. Woo! Nessie. No, Mom. Let me at it. Ready? Are you ready? Ready? Nessie, come. Good girl. Good job. Very nice. Good job. We're going to do just one more. Nessie. Nessie. Ready? 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 Come. Yes, good girl. And normally I'd keep backing up until she reached me. But one, I don't want to fall downstairs. And I don't want to leave camera. Hi. What a good girl. Yeah. So when we're dealing with restrained recalls, the next thing that we would do is after we got the dog just so eager to come back when we call, would be I would give the person holding the dog some food, and she would bend down with a closed hand and pretty much just ignore the dog. And she might not be ready for this yet. And I would try to recall the dog away. Nessie! Nessie! Yeah, see, she might not be ready for it, but I just wanted to show you what it starts to look like. Nessie, come.
There you go.
Yes. Good girl. Good job. Yay. And Bex is just going to completely ignore her and see if we can keep pulling her off. Nessie, come. Yes.
Nice.
Good girl. And then you can play with her. I always love doing food play after, especially after we get a really solid recall. Where we do the catch, fetch, and chase. Yeah. Good girl, Nessie. And so that way she stays connected to me after I call her, and she's gonna want to come back to me. We're gonna do that one more time. Good. Nessie, come. Yes. Good girl. Very nice. Yay, look at you. You are a rock star. Yeah. Good girl. All right, and that's gonna be the last one we do with Nessie, but that would be exactly what a restrained recall would look like. Good girl. So we're gonna just come back to the table. Or the couch. We're gonna just do a little chatting about recalls before we hop into our next session. All right, so I'm gonna pop that slideshow back up really quick. All right, so we first went over paper plate recalls, and Molly and Megan did a phenomenal job showing exactly what that should look like. Some puppies are just naturally slow and lumbering. I mean, you can teach a really nice recall, but they're never going to be a Nessie. They're never going to be that dog that's just literally spinning tires until they can go. And so that's okay. You have to learn how to kind of work with all of those different personality types, body types, things like that. So with paper plate recalls, generally once I have the dog working inside pretty much all over my house, I can send my dog, even across down the entire hallway, recalling them back. They're doing great with that. I want to start taking this outside. There's no way we could do it outside today. It's pretty crappy, real windy. So I start working them outside in the backyard. Generally at this point, I'm going to move them to a long line versus a short leash. So that way, just in case I have to reel them in, I can. But I want to be able to start creating more distance. But when I first begin, especially in a new area, I'm going to just do one or two quick steps back, start the dog much closer, make sure I get 1 or 2 repetitions of success before I then try to add more distance. Because you want to make sure that in that new area, that dog is feeling really confident and comfortable and able to succeed. If you start too difficult in that new environment, then you're not going to get the success as quick as you want. So always go back to starting closer in a new environment. Do 1 or 2 recalls where the dog gets it really well and they go, oh, we're doing the same thing. And then you can really quickly create more distance. So once you're done doing that outside in the backyard, then I like to kind of go in the front yard or up and down the sidewalk. I'll keep my dog on a long line. And usually what I like to do is very similar to how I started that long line. I'm, walking along, the dog skitters off in front of me, gets maybe a little distracted. I start backing away. I'm trying to sneak away. Then I call my dog to come. And my dog should have a pretty automatic turnaround at that point and start coming back to me. And if not, I can reel my dog in with the long line. If you're constantly having to reel your dog in with the long line, you have to go back and do more groundwork, do more foundation, because your dog's just not quite ready for that yet. But it is there just in case we get into a situation where it's a little bit too challenging for them, or maybe they need that reminder of, hey, I need you to come back. So then the next phase would be you're out on a walk, that long line, my dog gets interested in a bush, starts sniffing in that bush. I'm going to sneak away, call my dog to come, because I want to start building in that distraction now. So now you're investigating something and I can call you away from that. And then we move along and maybe my dog sees another dog at a distance and gets really distracted by it. And I start sneaking away, call them to come. I should get a pretty quick turnaround. And all of a sudden you're at the point where you've dropped the long line, you're out moving. You should get to a point where it's actually kind of hard to lose your dog or your puppy. They are just like, nope, coming back, sticking with you, good things are happening. And you can see with the restrained recalls, even with Nessie, how quickly we built up that minimal distraction, but where the food is in the hand, and Bethany's just completely ignoring her. And she has to pull away from trying to get that food to come back to me. And by the way, Nessie is not my dog, right? And so the fact that she is so eager to recall, she's got a really, really good drive and she's really connected to people in general. So that makes it really nice. So the next phases would be where I've got, the restrainer has the food in their hand, and they are not being, they're kind of talking to the dog. They're not ignoring them. They're like, oh, did you want that? They're maybe teasing them just a little bit with it. And if I call the dog and the dog doesn't recall, then they go back to freezing and ignoring, because they have to be able to shut off in order to teach the dog that, no, man, going back and leaving me is the way to get what you want. And then once the dog is doing that really well, then they keep kind of teasing the dog with the food, and you're able to recall the dog away even while they're teasing the dog with the food. And then the next phase is being able to build up to where they're giving the dog some food, just a piece here and there. So the dog is getting reinforcement from them, but the dog is still being able to recall away. And of course, if the dog doesn't recall away during that phase, then they turn off and ignore the dog. But we want to build it to where they can be feeding that dog and you're able to call the dog away off of them. And so the restrained recall stuff builds really well into heavy distraction. And then of course you take it outside, you play with it outside, you do all of that, but you definitely want to start indoor. So we had a couple questions or something. During the duckling stage, what do you like to do to start to create recall? This is pretty easy. Ideally your breeder's done a good job of teaching them already that some sort of sound. For my McNabb breeder, it was pop, 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 pop. Megan does puppy, come, 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 come. And Bethany goes, and they all, whatever puppies, they just come running. Hedwig is about to. And so, you can kind of start with that and build in where you would go, puppy, come. And Bethany's puppies, you would be able to easily fade out the kissy sound because you're layering it over that come first. And with Megan, you would eventually fade out the come, 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 come into just puppy, come. And that dog is going to come to you. And so that is, we really just start working that. I like to sometimes hide on my puppies if we're outside in the yard and they get distracted. I'll just kind of sneak and hide around the corner of something. And when I notice that they're like really kind of like, oh my gosh, where did you go? I'll kind of pop out and be like, puppy, and they'll come running. Share Brittany's screen so we can see you guys. Oh, you want to see us? Okay. Maybe like this. We're here. Hi, guys. All right. Thanks for that. I'm sorry you guys couldn't see us very well. So do you do the same process and exercises with older puppies or teenage dogs? Yeah, I do. I really like those as my starting. So those 3 ways where we do long line, paper plate, and restrained recalls. I definitely do all of those. Maybe, yeah, no, I pretty much will do all of those. Every once in a while, I don't do one, or I do, one more than the other, just depending on the dog. Like if I've got a dog that is just like gung ho for paper plate recalls, I usually don't do a lot of restrained recalls because they're already pretty explosive. If I've got a really slow dog, then I will add in, a lot of the restrained recalls just to build some more interest. I always try to do the long line stuff because that's just really creating that solid go out, check in, come back, go out, check in, come back. And so, but yeah, for the most part, I will do that with pretty much any dog. But with puppies, this is just so easy to start and you get them really, really good at it. Obviously, with little puppies, 8 to 10 week old puppies, they're much smaller. You don't expect a lot, maybe do two recalls with them and that's what you get. Don't push it and push it and push it. You could see how, with Molly, how quickly she kind of got tired, and she's 12 weeks. Yeah, so she's 3 months. We did 5 or 6 of them, and she at the last one was like, okay, I'm getting tired. So let's see here. What are infinity recalls? Are you looking at the slides on the downloaded slides from the support group, Nicole?
Probably.
What do you like to do when teenagers start blowing off their known recalls? Okay, so we don't teach infinity recalls anymore. That's something that Christopher does. And so we kind of took it out, and that's why you don't see it on the main slide up here. So that's not a question I'm going to answer right now. No, I'm looking at a
chat we had a few months ago on Facebook Messenger.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Me and you can talk about that, privately, but that's not something we are going to be teaching in here.
What do you like to do when teenagers start blowing off their known recalls?
That's why we have a long line.
Yep.
Seriously, follow through 100%. And I'm not going to put them in a situation that I really think they're going to fail hardcore. If you're an e-collar trainer, definitely at this stage, we're layering an e-collar with that as well. What do you think about, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about turning the babies loose in the backyard with the adults? They learn to follow and come with the pack.
What was that?
They learn to follow and come with the pack. That's all, David.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Obviously my dogs all learn. I go hiking and I take a lot of my adolescent dogs with my older dogs. So that way they all stick together and they come back.
But you don't want to just do that. You want to work on individual.
Yeah, you absolutely want to work on individual. Plus, what happens if you have a client that doesn't have other dogs? If it's their only puppy. So you always have to be able to make sure individually they can come back.
If your older dog decides not to recall.
What was that? Are you reading a question?
No. Or if your older dog decides not to recall.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, right. You don't want to teach a puppy that either.
We got another Q&A. Oh, he just said they don't.
They don't what?
They don't what? They not come back. Well,
oh, no, yeah. Megan, we're not thinking of just you, David. We're thinking of your clients.
If you have a client whose older dog isn't as reliable, you wouldn't want to be teaching them to have the puppy just follow the older dog.
Yeah. So, when we're teaching this, we're looking at this not just from the lens of us personally, but also how we can teach it to other people. And so, if they don't have another dog or their other dogs aren't reliable or whatever the case, we need to be able to teach this individually. But that, it is absolutely valid in terms of just really working with them, following the other dogs, but the biggest thing is I don't want my puppies dependent on other dogs. I want my puppies to learn to become dependent on me as well. So, I don't try to just throw all my dogs out. And that's not saying you do, David. This is just a broad overstatement. I don't want to just throw my puppies out with my older dogs and let my older dogs just do all the raising. I really want to build that connection with me because, that is fundamental in our relationship for anything else.
And then from Robin Mueller, right? Or Mueller?
It looks like Mueller.
Mueller. Do you use the hide from the puppy technique at around 3 to 4 months to teach the puppy to pay attention to you?
During the duckling phase, which is between 8 to 16 months. I really like that because it kind of creates it like, oh my gosh, where'd you go? And you're like, surprise, I'm over here, come running. If you're in the so you think you can fly phase, if you have a puppy that's, or the rebellious stage, you know, if you have a dog that's already pretty, you know, into you, that's great. But a lot of times they won't care in that phase because they're like, no, I'm too busy off doing my own thing. I mean, it's something that you can absolutely play around with. And I think it really is individual puppy at that point. You need to assess where they're at with those developmental stages. But I find a lot of times with puppies that are entering the, you know, they're out of the duckling phase, sometimes it takes them quite a while to notice. And there's other ways that I can really build that recall in even a little bit better. So
I think that's everything so far.
Yeah, that's
okay. So if you guys do have other questions about the recalls, throw them in and ask, but otherwise we are going to move on to our next section. I think we're making some pretty good time here. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Yeah, tricks. All right, so now we're going to talk about the power of trick training. I hear it all the time that people are like, I don't really like tricks. I know it's pointless. There's no reason to train them. I just need really solid obedience or whatever it is. But they are missing so many benefits to the power of trick training. And somebody said something. I absolutely love it. Oh yeah, who is it? Robin, yeah. Tricks are just the best. I mean, and especially once again, not just thinking of us, clients, holy smokes, they would rather train this than, you know, teach their dog to not destroy their house. Whatever. But they love it. So in the, you know, idea of the dog, the things that it does, body conditioning, you know, I know we mentioned it earlier, but man, teaching these different types of tricks. Look at this picture of Penelope. This is my little girl, my little Aussie mix girl. How much core strength, you know, does it take for her to be able to get into and maintain that position there for any length of time? You know, in all of these things, teaching them to back up, teaching them to go into that bow, being able to, you know, just do these different really complicated tricks takes a lot of, you know, core strength and, you know, different movements that a lot of times their muscles would never have to do because it's not natural positions pretty much. So tons of body conditioning. The focus. Dogs absolutely love tricks. And I think the biggest reason that they love tricks is because for us, it's lighthearted and fun. We don't take it serious in the sense of we don't get upset if they blow us off. We just re-ask for it. And it creates a ton of focus because they're just like, what's next? Let's do this. It really gets them into it. And it creates them really, really nice focus with us. Tons and tons of engagement. So, you know, I get my dogs that I do trick training with, they are always trying to engage with me like, hey, are we going to do stuff? They stay very connected to me because they love being able to do and learn. And the tricks just help so much with that. Relationship building. I can't say this enough. I mean, when you are both are doing something that is fun and lighthearted and you really get into, you're just building such a strong relationship. You know, whether you're doing it through disc training, like I know that David is big in disc, does a lot of disc stuff. He's been teaching me. I'm a hard case. I'm sorry, David. You know, he's been really working with me, but man, that relationship that you get through training tricks, getting them to do all of these things with you is just phenomenal. Penelope was the first trick dog that I'd ever trained. And, you know, before she was always a good girl and, you know, really easy. That's just her nature. But I wouldn't ever say that her and I were like the besties. And I started training her tricks when she was about 1. And as soon as we started doing it, it was like, holy smokes, this is like my favorite dog ever because our relationship just blossomed. And it's been that way with, you know, just all of my dogs that I've really pushed with their tricks. We just really connect and we click, and it has just been so much fun. Critical thinking and problem solving. I mean, letting them, you guys saw when I was doing a lot of the proprioceptive work with Nessie, right? Like she had to think through and solve a lot of those problems on her own. I wasn't giving her a ton of feedback in that sense. You know, on the dog's part, we do a lot of critical thinking and problem solving, but on the human part, holy smokes. I always try to encourage, you know, my clients or, you know, trainers that I'm working with to, instead of going and just pulling up videos, how to actually sit down and try to come up with a training plan to train some tricks. You know, how do you get your dog to, you know, get into this position here, right? And not just your dog, but try it with a couple ones, because what works for one dog doesn't always work for another. You know, we just did that Joe Silverman 6-day course, and holy smokes, some of the things that we were doing. You know, I personally had brought 3 dogs, and I brought Penelope, who already knew a ton. I brought my Bernese Mountain Dog Tris, who I think she knew spin and turn, and that was the extent of it. Yeah, she also knew middle. And then I brought my McNabb, who I had only taught, I think I taught him how to roll, sitting down. He didn't know a whole lot at this point in terms of tricks, but they're all incredibly different personalities. Penelope is very soft and very thoughtful. She's always watching me, you know, waiting for me to kind of give her some feedback on which way she should be going. Tris is also very soft, but she's really pushy about what she's doing and like, yeah, let's do this. And Dunn was like checking out left and right, like just like, okay, I'm really in this. Okay, I'm over here, squirrel. Okay, let's go do this. Very hectic, very busy, and real pushy about it. And on my end, I had to figure out how to train each 3 of these personalities, you know, pretty much all at the same time, one right after another. And then seeing all the other dogs in the rest of the room. You know, and Joel is really great in terms of showing us, but he also wants us to be critical thinking and how do we work with this particular dog in this particular case. You know, normally at our in-person seminars, we actually split the groups, or split the, our people that, what word am I looking for? Not customers, you guys are participants, whatever you can be called, attendees. We usually split you guys off into groups, and we give you guys some tricks that, you know, are not fairly common, where the dog will go in between your legs and put their front feet on your feet. That's usually called like a cop or a footsie, whatever trick that's called. We will, you know, have you guys train like a backup to an object, or backup onto an object. You know, just different tricks that aren't super common. And you have to critically think and problem solve. How would we train this particular dog that was assigned to us to do this thing? And it makes a really, really great exercise, because then we have you start training it. And obviously some of these are like multi-step, you probably wouldn't get to within the allotted time, but at least having that initial idea and plan of how does this work? So, you know, let's just take you know, the footsie command, where the dog has to go between your legs from the back and then put each of their front feet on your feet. How do we accomplish that? That's a multi-step trick. And what's, you know, where do we even begin with that? Right? First, obviously we need to get the dog between our legs. How do we do that? Do we lure them, or do we shape them? What do we do? Right? So, you know, let's start with just luring. And we bring the treat and we put it behind our leg. The dog follows it and we pull them through. We reward them there a couple times. Okay, that's great. Now we've got a dog that's comfortable going between our legs. All right, well now how do we get the dog to put their feet on our feet? All right, and the body structure of the dog changes all of this stuff in terms of how we as the humans have to work with this dog. You know, if we've got a dog that's got really tiny short legs like Hedwig, you know, the Westie, that's going to be incredibly different than if we were training Glory the Beauceron, you know. And so now how do we do that? First, we've got to learn, position ourselves to make it the most successful. So we would bring our feet in as angled as we possibly can. So that way it's going to be the easiest for the dog to step on to, so they can learn that that's the thing that we want. So now that our feet are angled in as far as we can get them, how do we get the dog to lift their paws and put it up there? Right? Cool. We can go with some more luring. So we can like pull the dog up with using a treat where they have to reach for it really high and hopefully lift at least one or both paws And if we, angled it right, as they come down from that lure, their paws will end up on top of our feet. We can say yes and reward, and we can just rinse and repeat that. And that is one of the easiest ways to teach kind of that footsie trick. But that isn't always, or that's not always the way we would do it. Sometimes we would pre-train foot targets. So teach the dog how to put their feet on different objects. So that way we could then cue the dog to lift their foot and place it on, whatever the target is, which would in this case be our feet. So there's a lot of different ways that we can go about trick training, and being able to, problem solve that is really important, because that then transfers to problem solving with, whatever else you're doing in terms of dog training. One of my favorite tricks that Penelope does is she actually gets in this position here, this beg position. First I lied. First, she'll go pick up a Cookie Monster stuffed animal, and she always picks him up in the exact same spot, which is what I trained. She'll pick him up by his eyeballs, and then she will, while holding the eyeballs in her mouth, get up into this beg position, and then she will, with her paws, hug him and let him go out of her mouth, and she holds him in that beg position in this hug. And it's one of the cutest tricks, and it was actually pretty, fairly complicated to train for this dog. Penelope is not a dog that naturally wants to pick things up with her mouth, so I had to work on teaching her retrieve and being able to pick stuff up before I could ever expect her to do this trick. Then I had to separately teach her to have really, really good balance while in this position, because the third thing that we go through is teaching her how to grasp things with those paws, right? Because dogs aren't normally doing this. And so my method that I did was took a broomstick, and when she was in that beg position, I put it right in front of her. And every time her paw touched it, I would mark and reward her. And pretty soon she'd have her paw kind of hooked around it, and I would apply a little pressure so she would really hook onto it, mark and reward, and just built her into the strength of holding with both paws. And then we could put all of the pieces together. So, but I didn't start after all three of those pieces were trained. Actually, when she got into the beg position, I would bring the toy to her. So she would grab the toy out of my hand. And then when she was really proficient with that, then I added in the piece where she went and picked it up. And critical thinking, problem solving on my end. When I first taught her how to pick that toy up, I was not picky about where she picked it up. She would grab it by its arm, she'd grab it by its foot, sometimes she'd grab it by its tag that was attached to its butt. And if she had it long ways or horizontally instead of vertically, she couldn't grab it with her arms because it was this way. So I had to only reward her for picking it up by the eyeballs, and I just repeatedly did that, and taught her how to only pick it up by its eyeballs. If she picked it up anywhere else, I didn't do anything, and she's like, okay, that didn't work. Do we have a comment or question?
What do you do to get more calm and focus during tricks? I became frustrated with trick training because my dog did tricks as a puppy, would get super cracky and just throw the kitchen sink at me and mix things up instead of doing the things she knows that I asked for from Elena.
From who?
Elena.
Yeah, so that can be part of the problem, right? Your dog gets way too amped up. So one of the things that we really work on is discrimination for tricks. And this was something really cool that, I'd, with a lot of dogs, had really good success with, because if they got, cracked out like that, I would just wait them out. And as soon as they started to settle, I would go in, do a little bit of relaxation stuff, help them calm, and then we would go back into it. But discrimination wise, one of the big things I learned, and what I really loved from that Joel Silverman course we did, was teaching far more about control, making the dog really wait and think before we moved on to the next thing. So let's say I was teaching the retrieve. I would have the dog wait, build some anticipation for that thing, wait and wait and wait. Okay, now take it, right? The dog is in a down and I want to get it to lay on its side, right? And so I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. The dog's like, oh my God, what are we doing? What's next? On your side. And it's very calm and nice and easy. So then the dog goes down on its side. The dog's tail could be thunking, right? Like, oh my God, I'm on my side. This is so great. I'm rewarding the dog in position. Stay right there, rewarding you in position a bunch. I don't ever release the dog out of that into a really excited thing. So the dog's on its side. then I teach the dog to straighten back up. Right? So it's not like you're just hopping out of it and we get really jacked up about it. So it's a lot about discrimination, Elena, and really making that dog stop and have to think about what it's doing. But you can also always add in, you know, in between some conditioned relaxation and things like that to help really slow the dog back down and get much more relaxed about it. So I think what we're going to do is just, Beth, are you cool doing maybe a little demo with, yeah, just do a quick demo of some tricks with Hedwig, and that's where we will be with it. Okay. So we've got Hedwig here who knows a bunch of different tricks, and we're going to just do a quick little demo with her, so you guys can see what that looks like, and then we will move on to the next piece. Ella. Oh, hi, Hedwig.
Hedwig, renovate. Good. Good girl. All right, you want me to start?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hedwig, renovate.
Hedwig loves me, so she keeps coming over here to me.
Girl, Finite. Stupefy. Finite. Hey,
Yeah, I know, Mom.
good. Trificus totalis. Wingardium Leviosa. Yes.
Good.
Girl.
So maybe do some of that fine control on your side, straighten up.
Stupefy.
I gotta chew that.
Avada Kedavra. On your side. Straighten up. Good.
Beth, can you do me a favor and just move slightly closer to the camera? No. I want her to move because there's like a big white bright spot that Hedwig is right in. That's perfect. Thank you.
Avada Kedavra.
So on your side, and then she's gonna straighten her up in a second.
Straighten up.
Good. So it's not about popping up. All right. It's all that fine control. All right. Head down, head up.
Head down. Nope. Straighten up. Head down. Head up.
Very nice. Good girl.
Good.
Very nice. Let's see here. Do we have anything we can do? Pause up. Oh,
Focus.
very nice.
There's a box under there.
Just, can you grab the box? Something she could put her paws up on.
The coffee table.
So 2-finger target. All right, she's gonna send her into a paws up. So just 2 paws up on the box.
Paws up.
Excellent. So this is versus all 4 paws up. Do you wanna set her back there, do an easy walk up to the, and then 2 paws on. So Luna, watch out, baby girl. By the way, Bethany trains in Harry Potter spells. So she's gonna ask Hedwig to walk up nice and slow and nice and calm. There we go. And then try that one more time. I wouldn't reward her. Maybe you could. So Hedwig got a little bit too fast, so we're gonna reset her and make her go a little slower. So that easy walk up, right, is basically I need you to walk nice and calmly up to this thing. There it is. I am thoroughly enjoying the Harry Potter spells. Aren't they just awesome? She's pretty awesome. She's all done. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Very nice. Very good job.
Nope.
She's like, nope, that one's there.
Nope.
Oh, so close.
Back.
This is one that she's, there it is, her rebound. There we go. That's a newer one.
Wingardium Leviosa. Ridiculous. Yes.
Cute.
Good. Let's see if she'll do the wave. That's newer.
Yeah, so the wave is new. She just learned this one.
Wave. Nope. Wave. Yes.
Very cute.
Good girl.
Good job.
Hop. Good. Touch. And the handstand
Excellent.
is a work in progress.
Yeah, the handstand's a work in progress.
Do you want to show it?
Yeah, you could try. Will she do it on the desk maybe? So you can, because we can see that pretty well.
Letty Corpus. Yes. Good. Good girl. Yes. Nice job.
Very nice. Awesome. All right. I think that should be good. Cool. All right. So we are gonna.
How to teach any tricks with anybody? Don't have enough time, probably.
Yeah, I think we're. Yeah, but if we have time, we can definitely go through some of them. But I would like to get. Yeah, you can go ahead and stop that. I'd like to get more into the other stuff.
That's fine.
Just in case.
I think that was good for everybody.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things you can do, and I know. Sorry about that, Megan. We've got Miss Ella laying down here between us. There's all sorts of things you can do, and Hedwig, you know, she's definitely a more serious dog in terms of, you know, she's not real super spastic.
She has moments.
Yeah, but I mean, and she I think was when you first started training tricks with her. We've had to put a lot of control. I say we. I trained her too. I did a little bit of her retrieve.
We didn't show the retrieve.
No, oh, that's all right. I think we're okay with it. You know, but we had to put a lot of control on getting her to be slow and thoughtful about what she's doing. And so you guys can see with that like easy walk up, we need you to just be very calm and thoughtful about moving forward. And by the way, this is how they, you know, do it with a lot of those movie dogs and things like that, because you can't just being like, okay, I need you to, you know, go over here to this target, and the dog just books it over there, when you actually need the dog to be walking slower and more thoughtful. And so tricks are a really great way to just push your dog and get them way more, you know, engaged with you and focused with you. All of that body conditioning. Do you know how much body conditioning it takes to get to that handstand, you know, aspect? So those are all things that we really, really want to think about when we're doing trick training. And I love trick training. So if you guys have questions about it, just let us know. But otherwise, now we're going to move on and talk about running puppy classes. And so we're going to kind of talk about the different programs, you know, that we've tried, that we've done and set up, and, you know, what's worked for us, what didn't work, why it didn't work. Because there's a lot of programs that, you know, I've done that didn't necessarily work for me, but just because it was my business structure, that I know a lot of other trainers who have a different business structure were super duper successful at. And so we like to kind of give you guys, you know, a look into what all of those things looked like, and, you know, the pros and cons of them. So things to think about when you're setting up puppy programs is the class structure, right? So if you were going to do, you know, a group class, what do you want your class structure to look like? So I have done quite a few different class structures. The one I have right now is by far my absolute favorite. And I will, if I haven't already, I will put up what my, like literally I teach in each class. I will put up my syllabus for you guys in the support group so you guys can have that and check it out. My group class I have now is the busiest group classes that I've ever had, and I absolutely love the flow of them. And it is very much everything you guys are learning in here, and I think a couple more things. I do teach a little bit of obedience, but not much. And the focus is definitely not on obedience. I really like to get the dog better with handling skills and relaxation and all of that stuff, because that's the stuff that clients need more than they just need their dog to lay down or sit and stuff like that. So setting up class structure, you can do it where it is, you know, a 5, 6, 7, 8 week course. And it just, you know, runs until it stops, and then you would schedule another class, or you could have multiple classes running at the same time. This seems to be the most common type of puppy class out there. This is what I have right now. And that's mostly because I do a lot of traveling, and so I can't have a revolving class like I used to have. So the other type of class structure that I have done, and it worked beautifully when I had the setup for it, was doing a revolving class. So it was 5 classes. The client could start on any of the class dates, and each class just taught the same thing. None of them were dependent on the other, meaning that they all were standalone. So that way, if they started on the technical third class, that they didn't have to have the information from the first two in order to, or in order to be where they're at in that class. So all 5 classes just ran, they just come to 5 in a row, and that would be the end of the class. This class, I always did one initial private. It was usually about 30 minutes where I would teach them about the marker system and some of the things that I wanted them to do before they actually started whatever class that they were going to start. The really awesome benefits about this is, one, clients never have to wait to begin. I mean, how many clients have we lost because, it's like, well, I don't have another class starting for another 4 weeks. And they're like, yeah, but I need my puppy to get in now. And so they go to somebody else that's got a class that's starting sooner. So this revolving class schedule makes it where you really don't lose clients because you don't have a class that's picking up anytime soon. They can literally just hop in on any of these classes. So they come to that first initial class, and then they can just start on the next whatever day your class is. And that makes it super duper awesome. The other really cool thing is some puppies will be graduating on one of the classes, and then other puppies will be starting. So there's always a change of puppies that are in each class, and they all get used to working with each other. So let's say you've got a puppy that's coming up on class 4 or 5, that they're finishing, and you've got a new puppy starting. Well, it's an extra, challenge and good distraction for the puppy that is, more progressed, to now have, a less trained puppy and a new puppy in that class, and they can really learn how to work around that as well. Are you good to chat for a few minutes, or you got to go? Okay. So those classes are really great. Right now I run a 7-week course, and it is super awesome. The first class is always no puppies. I never used to do that. I always had the dogs join right from the first class, and I much more love this setup. It is just so much easier because, the first class is always hard. You're trying to train the owners while they're so focused on what their puppy's doing, because their puppy's all over the place because there's no training that's happened at this point. And so now they come to the first class, and my first class is actually kind of lengthy. It's like 2.5 hours long. I always try to make it shorter, and it never happens. But we go over all of the developmental periods. We cover fear periods. We cover creating schedules. We cover DRR. We cover name and explain the body parts. And once again, I'll put my class syllabus so you can see it. But I actually get them going on a marker system. I get them going on some relaxation stuff. I get them going on understanding where their puppy's at developmentally. We cover diet, nutrition, weight. We go through all of that, health, all of that really important stuff up front that they need to know. So that way, by the time they come to their first class with their puppy, they already have started training. The puppy comes in already knowing some stuff. We're already knowing that it's got some food motivation, or we've started to build more food motivation. We're making sure that they're on a better quality food. We're making sure that, the owners have some semblance of understanding. And now they're not so fixated on their puppies because, and they can actually focus on me more. And that's the way I set up my 7-week course. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the chat bar to pop up. Sometimes it takes a minute.
And they're maybe not sleep deprived.
Is that what they said? Oh yeah, for sure, right? Because we got them on a great schedule already for at least a week. So that makes it really, really nice. I'd like to know why that chat's not popping up.
It's okay, I've got it.
All right. Bethany runs a 5-week puppy class. And then after they're done with the 5 weeks, she really tries hard to push them into either more advanced group classes or private lessons. And so her group class is, once again, first class is no puppies. And sorry, Bethany's got a baby appointment she has to get to. But so the first class is always no puppies, and it's about 3 hours long, right, Beth? Yeah, it's about 3 hours long. Then the second and third classes are, her going over relaxation stuff, recapping on all that, sit down, come. So she's working on all that obedience stuff. And then her last 2 classes are all obstacles, where she's doing all the proprioceptic work. And both of the classes are like, the first one, she's teaching them how to use the equipment, having them practice. And then the last class, they're coming in and they're just running the puppies through all of the different pieces of equipment. And so she really loves that group class. I charge $200 for my puppy class. Beth, what do you charge? $195 for her 5-week. I charge $200 for my 7-week. And so like I said, I love the setup I have now for where I'm at. Bethany's had hers going for a long time, and she really enjoys her 5-week course. I also, when I had the setup to do that revolving class, if I could do it now, I would. I just am always gone and I don't have the help to do it. But that revolving class makes it really, really nice. And there's a lot of benefits to that. So that's group classes. If you guys have questions, anything specific about group classes, pop them in there. If not, I'm going to move on to private lesson programs. And we're going to talk about, what some ideas for private lesson programs that you can do, that we've done, that we are currently doing, and, seeing what works really well for that. So for me, I have 3 separate programs for my private lessons. I have an individual pay per session. And by the way, all these puppies start with an evaluation. So I guess I'll go over my evaluation first. So I charge $150 for my evaluation. It's anywhere from 1 to 3 hours long. And it truly just depends on how many questions, how messed up they've got everything going. But it's anywhere from 1 to 3 hours long, usually closer to the 2-hour range versus the 3-hour range. And the evaluation, I call it a working evaluation, where I am just doing DRR the entire time with the dog. I am really working that dog. One, I'm evaluating how much food drive the dog has, right? If it's interested in food. If it's not, my job is to try to get it interested in food. Of course, sneakily, I want the owner, without knowing, seeing that their dog is making changes around me. And of course, I'm already conditioning my terminal marker, or my terminal bridge with the dog, and getting the dog already started on training. So there's a lot of awesome benefits to do that working evaluation. Two, at the evaluation, I'm covering developmental periods, I'm covering fear periods, I'm covering diet, nutrition, weight, health. We're going over, what are you struggling with, right? What is the client struggling with? So we talk a lot about that. Almost always it's a scheduling problem. Puppy's not getting enough sleep. It's got a free roam of the house. It's destroying everything because, they're not craving it, whatever the case is. So I get them on a good schedule during the evaluation. I give a ton of information in my eval. And this is before they've ever even decided that they want to work with me, but they've already paid me $150. So they're going to get some really good information out of this. So after we kind of cover all of that really important information, then I start talking to them about how I can help them, aside from, just the basics of developmental periods and schedules. So I tell them what I've been doing with their dog this entire time, what DRR is, and that leads me into talking about like what the relaxation triad is, building motivation, all of these different things, that my goals for their puppy are going to be based on the information that they've already given me. So after we talk about that, I then give them 3 pieces of homework. I give them the 6 things to bridge and reward and the DRR to go over and start practicing with their puppies every day. I give them behavioral downs to start. I walk them through what that looks like. I show them what that looks like in terms of where to stand on the leash, all of that stuff. And then I send them the handout as well. And then I give them the Say Yes to Your Dog exercise. I do have a free how-to video section on my website, so I direct them there. If they haven't signed up for training, that's where they get directed. So they get those 3 pieces of homework that they get to start while they're figuring out which program that they want to go with. And so let's just say that now this client wants to start with my private lesson programs. That's where we're going to move into what that looks like. I have a client portal on my website that once they do sign up for training, that they will then get an email for them to create a password, and they'll be able to log into my client portal that literally has how-to videos of all of the different techniques that I train. So that way they can go back in there for support and start working on it. if they forget anything. So I have individual pay as you go private lessons, and those are $150 as well. And they last, once again, anywhere from 1 to 2 hours, just depending on how much information I have to give, how much talking and questions they have. I don't know if you guys can tell that I like to talk, so sometimes they go a little long. And of course, what the puppy's capable of. I've literally had evaluations though, where I walk in and within 10 minutes of being there, I'm telling them they need to go put their puppy down for a nap. And then I don't even get to train the puppy, which kind of sucks. But that puppy is just so unreasonable. It's biting the shit out of me. It is just barking at me. It is going absolutely bonkers. And it's unfair to expect the puppy to be able to do anything. And we crate the puppy and let the puppy go take a nap while we finish our conversation. So individual pay as you go lessons. They're $150, and like I said, they just pay as they go. And that's a really nice option for a lot of people. However, that is, they're paying more in that sense. So my next program is, oh yeah.
What do you do in your evaluations if the puppy falls asleep really quickly?
Nothing. It makes my job easier. I just
So
let
in
them sleep.
Evaluation, you're just talking mostly, right?
Well, I do the working evaluation.
Yeah.
I'm doing usually DRR.
But if they're
Yep.
asleep, you're still.
Oh yeah, if they're asleep, then we just continue talking anyway. I mean, most of the time when I'm working the dog, it's during our conversation. So if the puppy falls asleep, that was kind of my goal, is to get the puppy to relax anyway, through DRR. So who cares if they fall asleep, let them sleep. So, but that's a good question. I mean, because yeah, I'm not going to wake them up to do a bunch of stuff with them. I'm just going to let them sleep while we finish our conversation. Because regardless of me doing any hands-on, they're getting so much information out of those 3 pieces of homework, regardless, getting their puppy on a schedule, developmental periods. So they're getting so much information. I have literally never had a person argue that they've spent $150 and don't feel like they got anything out of it. So yeah, if they fall asleep, it's okay. My second private lesson program is 4 lessons for $500. And so my first one is called, I think, the Wet Noses, and then this is 4 Paws program. My 4 Paws program is 4 lessons for $500. And then if they want any more lessons after those 4, it just drops down to $100 a lesson after that. But they have to buy the program first. So the 4 lessons is usually like, this is, I would say, my most popular program overall, with older dogs and puppies combined. It's my most popular program. And, I do have the kind of basics that I teach, which is the relaxation stuff. I teach name, explain, body parts. We teach a come command. We teach kind of all of the most important stuff in those 4 lessons. Some people continue doing a lot more lessons. Other people ended at those 4, and it is what it is. Then I have what I call my nose to tail program. And this is my most popular puppy program. I never put older dogs into this program. It just doesn't make sense to. So this program is a year-long program. I charge $1,750 for it, so $1,750. And it is 6 lessons in the first 3 months. So basically, I'm meeting with them every other week. And then from there, we move to a once a month meeting once a month for a lesson. And that's for a full year of training. So we basically meet 15 times in that 1 year. And this is super nice. The reason it's my most popular puppy program is because we do all of the initial training up front in those first 3 months. And then I'm kind of with them each month from there to make sure that, through their different developmental periods, things are going well, working through any kind of problems that might come up. We really get much more into obedience and tricks and doing a lot of the fun stuff. It's a lot of, easy troubleshooting, going, once a month like that. And that program has been, like I said, my most popular puppy program. That is a newer program for me that I started, I think, back in like September, and I absolutely love it. I love it, love it, love it. It works and flows so well. And to be honest, a lot of people never finish the 15 lessons total. They they're happy within, the first 8 lessons, and then I never see them again, or, they keep coming to social class and they're like, yeah, we'll schedule, we'll get back to scheduling at some point. And I'm really lax, guys. Like, I'm really, really lax with my lessons in terms of, like, I could put a time limit, like, you have to use these, all these lessons in the first year, and you have to make sure that you're using one a month. but like shit, life happens. I travel a lot, you know, we have pandemics that happen. You know, people have kids. Like I personally am super lax. So, you know, if it takes us a year and a half to finish that program, whatever, no big deal. Or they just never even finish using them, and it is what it is. But of course, you know, if you're like, no, I have to have it a little more structured, cool, put a time limit. Like we have to at least do one lesson a month. And you know, we have to be able to finish, otherwise you lose your lessons. Like that's no big deal. If you put that in your contract, that's totally acceptable. So don't feel, you know, like it would be a bad thing to do that. For me personally, I just don't. So those are my private lesson programs. And they work really well for me. I do in-home training. I drive to people's homes and train them to train their puppies. You know, Bethany has a training center where the clients all come to her. And she has got, I think, only one private lesson puppy program, which is, do you know, I think it's 3 lessons. And it's 3 lessons. And I'm pretty sure she charges like $3.95 for it, or something very similar to that. And so, you know, she usually tries to push puppies not just into the private lesson program, but either to go into a board and train or to do her group classes. So she doesn't have as many private lesson options for puppies like I do. And hers is, you know, very similar in terms of the content that she's training, although she focuses slightly more on obedience than I do. So day training programs. Bethany does not run any day training programs, and I don't anymore, but I used to. And I loved day training programs for puppies when I was running them. So when I had a facility, I did day training programs. I had a 2-week and a 4-week program. At one point, I had it open to pretty much any dog, except for like aggression cases. And I learned very quickly that I would never put a serious anxiety case in a day training program, because literally every day was like starting over. And that sucked really bad. But for puppies, it was beautiful. So the way I had my, oh yeah, go ahead.
How do you do payment for the 4 lessons and 15 lesson programs? Do you include training equipment?
So my training equipment is food, treat pouches, flat buckle collar, and just a regular clip collar. And no, I don't include that. Like that's stuff that they should, you know, the owner should have anyway. And payment, they pay me up front. They can pay me cash, check, credit, debit card. I usually will send them an invoice through PayPal, and they can pay how they want from there. And it's all done up front. I do not do payment plans. I shouldn't say that. Every once in a while, if somebody is like desperate and wants help and I feel like they're really committed, I will do it, because I know what it's like to want help and not having the means right up front to be able to make a huge payment. But most of the time I don't do payment plans, and they just pay me upfront before we start. So my evaluation, I have a PayPal button on my website, and they have to pay for that in order to confirm their appointment. So usually what'll happen is they call me, we chat, they schedule an evaluation, I put it in my calendar, and I tell them that, you know, that the evaluation has to get paid right away in order to keep that appointment confirmed. And if they don't pay for it right away, and usually, once again, I'm pretty lax, you know, if it's not paid for on that day, I'm obviously not going to go, but I do follow up with them, you know, a day or 2 before to say, hey, haven't received payment for that evaluation. That doesn't happen very often, because usually what happens is as soon as we hang up, I text them the link to my website, to specifically that page, and they just pay for it right then and there, or, you know, later that day. So it makes it really easy. And then once they sign up for whatever program, I send them all of their homework and I send them their invoice. Some people, I am a very low pressure salesperson. I used to be, you know, much heavier pressure sales in terms of like, you know, I would have higher prices for my programs if they didn't sign up the day of. So it was always like, you know, sign up the day we do our evaluation, this is the price, you know, after 24 hours, this is the price. So I called it, you know, the day of discount. And that was many, many years ago. I am so low pressure sales now with my evaluations. It's like, take your time, think about what you really want. Like, I want you to be happy with what we're doing. You know, here's my programs, here's my pricing. This is the pros and cons. And I talk to them about the pros and cons of every single program that they're interested in, and really let them know what to expect with it. some people are ready to sign up right then and there, and others are like, yeah, I'm going to, talk to my spouse. We're going to think it over, and usually within a couple days they're calling me. I've had clients 6 months later call me. And, if it's an easy case, I don't require another evaluation. If something has changed severely with the behavior, I'm going to say, okay, we need to do another evaluation though, because I need to see where your dog is at. But I am super low pressure sales with that. And I have a very high percentage turnover from my evaluations.
Do you find that your clients jump ahead and watch all the videos before you get to them? Also, do you pay per session? Do your pay per session clients get the client portal?
Everybody gets my client portal, whether they do group classes or pay per session, it doesn't matter. If they do jump ahead, I don't care. They don't usually, even if they started working on it with their dog, like whatever, it's not going to change anything in terms of what we're doing. And it's actually probably pretty cool if they did. I think I've only ever had a couple clients tell me that they've watched, some other videos. But sometimes I don't put a lot of context in the videos in terms of like the, what do I want to say? Sometimes there's pre things that need to be trained before we can move on. And so, a lot of times they are not wanting to jump ahead because they've already got so much homework to do anyway to begin with. And it's not so much as a ton of homework like, you have to spend 3 hours a day training, but it's like DRR where just throughout the day they're rewarding their puppies for whatever they're doing. And so I usually don't find that I have that problem, but I actually wouldn't care if they did jump ahead. Did I answer all those questions?
How did you set the client portal up?
Oh, it's so my website is powered through GoDaddy. I don't have a WordPress website, although I do love WordPress. And when I had my last website was through WordPress, and I did have, it was a plugin that I used, but now I have the GoDaddy, and they just have the option to put a password protected page on there. And so that's what it is. And I think it's pretty awesome. It makes it really easy.
How long does a one-time client get client portal access?
Forever. Like, you mean like if they just did one private lesson? Yeah, I wouldn't kick them out. No. Once again, I'm like super lax about that stuff, guys. Usually the nicer you are about stuff, the less, nitpicky you can get about that. They're going to come back to you, or they're going to refer you, or, whatever it is. If it was a client that I was having problems with and they stopped doing sessions and it turned kind of ugly, yeah, they'd get kicked out in an instant. But I haven't had that happen in a long time, like in a really, really long time. I had a very close call to a horror story earlier this year. I think I mentioned, I had 2 puppies that got parvo. I had a board and trained puppy at my house at the time, and it was terrifying because it was only like 12 weeks old. It was a German Shepherd. And as soon as I had that positive parvo test, I got that, I bathed the puppy. I separated all my puppies from the other dogs from each other. They were all in different rooms in my house. My one that had parvo got, he was at the emergency vet. The next day I took the puppies that I had on my property to the vet to get the SNAP test, and they all came back negative. But of course there's an incubation period, so we had to wait. One of my friends was incredibly kind and took 2 of my puppies that I had. One of them was the board and train, and I was upfront about everything with my client. Like, I called her instantly. I updated her literally every day, and every time her dog pooped, what the poop looked like. If he didn't vomit, he luckily did not get parvo. But anyway, so one of my friends took 2 of my puppies and kept them separate as well. One of those puppies got parvo, so I had 2 that did catch it and 2 that did not. And thank goodness my client dog did not get parvo. Needless to say, once he was all in the clear, I sent him home, and we are just doing right now some private lessons. And that was really scary. And she was because I was so upfront and open and honest and like really accommodating to everything. She did not get upset with me. She was like, I am so grateful for you and how you've handled this and all of the help that you've been giving us. And so that could have turned ugly really, really fast. The parvo, I had a foster dog, an older foster dog that like tried to dig the china in my yard. And I'm pretty sure he brought the parvo up from my yard, and was bad. But I am very like, I try really hard to placate clients where it doesn't screw me, but making sure that I'm always in communication up front. So I usually don't run into clients that get upset with me about stuff, which is nice.
What between session support do you give?
Oh, lots. So, I mean, I'm always available, and I usually tell people don't call me because I'm usually doing a bunch of stuff, but send me a text message or an email and I will get back to you. And if we do need to talk, then we can, chat. But they, like I said, they've got the client portal, and I always tell them first, go look at the handouts in the client portal. The client portal's got the videos, it's got downloadable handouts for them. And if that still doesn't answer their question, then just send me a message. And so it makes it really easy.
And Bethany has a Facebook page.
Oh yeah. And Bethany has a client support group on Facebook. I used to have that, and I just never really got a lot of interest. People never really, they never used it. They would always contact us privately, which was like, guys, that's what this is there for.
I do notice she gets some really strange questions.
Yeah, because you're in it. So Bethany, she has her Facebook, and hers is far more active.
It's very, very active, but there are times when I'm like,
where do you come up with these questions?
Like, why are you asking that here?
Yeah. And once again, I run things out of my home. Bethany has a big facility with 5 trainers, kennel techs, and daycare staff. She runs a large boarding and daycare center. And so hers is a bit different because it's not like, one of her trainers' clients can message Bethany and say, hey, because she's going to be like, I don't know. So they have, of course, a work phone. So they have all of their questions funneled to the support group for that kind of stuff. So, it just depends on what your setup is. If you have the facility, I would try really hard to detach myself directly from the client and put them into more of that group, like put all questions should be centered here. And then, I'll be able to answer them, or any of my trainers can answer them.
Then you're by yourself, where she has other people.
Exactly.
If it was just her, she would be answering questions all day long.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous, when you've got that many clients. I've got, quite a few, especially private lesson clients is what I do mostly. And I just know that a lot of times my clients can get a bit overwhelming when they message me. And I always have to tell them, like, hey guys, you can't message me at, 3 a.m. That's just not cool. So don't do that. Or I just don't respond until my business hours, the next day, whatever it is. And so definitely you got to set some, boundaries in terms of what you are and are not willing to do. But once again, I'm like super duper flexible with that stuff, but I can be because of my setup.
I wish my clients would message me. I encourage it, but they don't want to bother me.
Yeah. Who is it?
Elena.
Yeah. I'm telling you. Well, you live in like Southern California, right, Elena? And so, you have this is the hard part. Every area has different clientele, because my clientele are lots of rescues. Tucson is a massive rescue community. Hardly any,
She's in LA.
Yeah, LA, yep. Hardly any purebred, well-bred dogs. And if they are, they're from shitty backyard breeders for the most part. And, it's a very different mentality that we have in Tucson. And I look at like Bethany's clients here and I get a little jealous. I'm not going to lie, because she has, at any given time, 10, 12 puppy board and trains. And they're like these expensive ass dogs. All of these, rare and unique breeds, or you get these crazy ass hybrids that are crazy ass expensive, that literally the owners are sending straight from the breeder to the facility for training. I find like families here, because of the way the community is, it's much more, you have like, 4, 6 children, they're busy professionals, and they want you to just take their dog and train it. And it's a very different thing here, as where LA is, another whole type of demographic, where they're usually very, very busy professionals, and, they want you to do the work and they check out. I tend to find with my friends that live in that area, they get really frustrated and they share your exact frustrations, Elena. And so, I mean, the best thing you can do is just flood them with as much information you can, not necessarily in person, but start that, client portal, start a client group if you can, and you're just always posting information. You're posting helpful videos, because even if they're not asking you directly, they at least have the option to go back and look and read and or watch what you're putting up.
Good so far.
Okay. All right. So day training programs. I had 2 that I was doing at the time that I really loved. Once again, it is not conducive for me to do right now because of my setup. But I had a 2-week program, and it was Monday through Friday for 2 weeks in a row, or Monday through Friday for 4 weeks in a row. And basically the dog got dropped off in the morning. I had set hours, like a 2-hour block that they could drop the dog off. And then would get picked up later in the afternoon. And once again, I had like a 2-hour block that they had to pick the dog up by. And that was Monday through Friday for 2 or 4 weeks. And they had to make the commitment to those 2 or 4 weeks that, for dropping off and picking up. So the very first Wednesday that the dog was with me, it always started on a Monday. So I would have 3 days of training with the dog. When they would pick the dog up on that first Wednesday, I would go over their first lesson. And usually at this point, I've already also given them some handouts and things like that. The developmental periods had them doing all of that. But that first Wednesday, we would do our first lesson, and I would go over what we've already trained the first 3 days, and the most important stuff for them to now work on when the dog comes home, and like how to change, their structure and schedule for their dog. And then from there, it was every Friday that I would do a lesson with them. So basically, if it was a 2-week program, I would meet with them 3 times. If it was the 4-week program, I would meet with them 5 times. And that seemed to work out really well. So on Fridays, my evenings were relegated to the 2 different day training dogs that I'd have in. One would be at, 5, and then another would be at like 6:30, just depending on the pickup times. And I loved those programs. It was really nice because I was able to socialize the dog with the other dogs that I had at my facility. We got to do all the training. I could get the dog on a really nice schedule. And at the same time, the dog didn't have to stay and board with me, and it would go home every night. The clients loved the day training program because they got the dog socialized, they got the dog trained, and the dog didn't have to come home, or, the dog was able to go home with them every night. I absolutely expected them to do their homework. This was not a board and train where they were hands off. They had to do their homework every night. They had to keep up the schedule. They had to, do some of the relaxation stuff, because otherwise they're not going to be successful, if they don't do it. Do not ask me what I charged, because I do not remember what my day training programs were. I can give you an approximate. My 2-week program, I do believe, was like $1,200. And then my 4-week program was like $2,700 or something like that. But I don't quite remember exactly what they were, but that was kind of the price range that I had for my day training programs. I really, really liked my day training programs. They worked out really well. Are there any questions about the day training? And Bethany doesn't do day training at all. So, all right. So then we're going to move on to board and train programs. And the board and train programs are, for Bethany, one of her most popular. And for me, I used to have a ton, and now I don't take on as many. I usually take on like 1 and maybe 2 at a time. So my board and train programs, I have 3 different programs that I will do for board and trains. I have a 2-week, what I call a puppy fast track program. And that puppy fast track program is $1,500. And I just go over setting the puppy up in a good schedule, getting them on a good sleeping schedule. Crate training, I do like doorway manners. So, teaching them not to rush out any door, crate door, a gate, in or outdoors, car doors, things like that. I teach recall. I do the relaxation exercises, name and explain the body parts. And I teach some boundary stuff, and of course, just basic manners. And so it's a very basic board and train. It's only 2 weeks long, and it's just really, like I said, it's a puppy fast track. It just gets a lot of that stuff going for the owner, and then that way they can kind of pick up and take off from there. I do what I call transition lessons with my board and trains. So transition lessons for me are, while the dog is in learning with me for the board and train, the owners must come during that time and learn along as well. So I generally, with a 2-week, will meet with the client once or twice. It really just depends on the client and the puppy, but I'll meet with them once or twice before the puppy comes home. Then of course they have their go home lesson. And once again, because, you know, in my setup, I can afford to have it this way. I give as many follow-up lessons as needed. I don't put a time or a number on it. Usually I find with a puppy fast track, I'm meeting with them like once or twice and that's it. But they get as many as they want. And usually with the puppy fast track, I never ever have them go over 1 or 2. And I only in those lessons will cover information that they learned in the board and train. I'm not teaching them new things. They're not private lessons. They are just follow-up lessons to what the dog has already learned. And I usually do make that very clear. So that's my 2-week program. Then I have a 4-week program, which is my Finding Freedom program. And my 4-week program seems to be one of my most popular puppy program. In the 4-week program, I teach all of the stuff that I teach in the 2-week, plus I teach obedience. So sit down, you know, work more on come. I'm usually starting to get the puppy working at minimum with a dropped dragging leash. I do a lot of long line work with the puppy. Teach it to go to place, all that kind of stuff. And I'm, you know, really doing a lot of play work with the puppy and just building its vocabulary a lot more. And once again, I will do transition lessons, and usually they'll get about three-ish transition lessons with the 4-week program. And then they get as many follow-up lessons as they need as well. And once again, only on information that was learned during the board and train. That is probably my favorite program. I love the 4-week board and train. It works out really, really well for me. And that program is $2,900. And then I have my last board and train, which is what I call my results-based board and train. And this is kind of what Nicole was asking earlier. This is the behavioral type of program that Bethany was talking about with that Great Dane. You guys got to see the video of. Usually puppies do not go into this program because they're usually not, you know, behavioral nightmares, although I've had a couple that did go here because they needed so much work. They were incredibly fearful, you know, dogs that just would not have made it far enough in the 4-week program. So in the 4-week program, in the results-based program, there's no time limit. It's a $4,000 program. And I just set goals, realistic goals with the owner of what we want to achieve. And then I keep the dog until we get to those goals or as close as possible without going, you know, at an insane amount of time. And the results-based board and train is so nice. I mean, you know, sometimes those dogs get done in 3 weeks. Sometimes I have them for 3 months. It really just depends on the dog. But they are so nice because the dog isn't pressured. I'm not pressured. You know, the owner already knows that my dog could take a while, so they're not like, when is my dog coming home? When is my dog coming home? It's set up very specifically for the fact that there's no time limit. Generally on week 2, I start meeting those clients weekly for transition lessons. If it's a really problem dog or problem client, I will meet with them more than once a week. And then once the dog goes home, I do follow-up lessons. But because I do those transition lessons, I very rarely get a lot of follow-up in terms of having to do lessons, because they've already been learning the entire way with their dog. The dog's learned how to work with them. You know, we've met probably in a lot of different environments. We've met at their house a couple times. It works super easy and super well, you know, in that case. And usually, like I said, I only take 1 or 2 board and trains on at a time. If I have a results-based, you know, board and train dog, I might take a puppy board and train, but I'm usually not doing more than that in my setup. And those work really, really well. Do you have questions about that? Nope. All right. So Bethany, I might not be able to tell you all of her board and train programs, just because she's got a lot that aren't as popular and she doesn't really get into. But she has a few different puppy programs in terms of her board and trains. So she has a 2-week, 3-week, and 4-week puppy training. They learn all of the same things in all of those board and train programs. The only difference is how heavily the dogs are worked and proofed with the things that they're learning. So of course they're going over the scheduling and getting the puppies on, you know, the good schedule and all that. And then she's training all of the obedience. You know, sit down, come, place, loose leash walking. I think she teaches leave it. In those 2, 3, or 4 weeks are learning exactly the same thing. Obviously in the 3 or 4 week program, they're just learning it to a much more reliable extent. And then she has her, what she calls her fully trained puppy camp. And her fully trained puppy camp is, do you remember exactly how many weeks it is each time? I think it's 6. Yeah, it's 6. It's 6 and 6. So it's a 12-week board and train, which, you know, for a puppy seems like crazy. But what she does is she does 6 weeks before the puppy is 6 months old. And then she'll send the puppy home. No, 6 weeks before the puppy is 6 months old. Did I say that right? And then after the puppy is 6 months old, she will bring the puppy back for another 6 weeks of training. And she does full on and off leash obedience, all of the relaxation stuff, name and explain the body parts. She goes through all of that. So basically what she does is she gets the dog that initial big training as a puppy. She sends it home, lets the owners continue working on that stuff. And then she brings it back for 6 more weeks after the puppy is 6 months old and does e-collar, off leash, all of that stuff. I'm saying it right, right? She's looking at the website right now. I've heard Bethany talk about this enough. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Puppy must be between the ages of 6 to 12 months for the second stage.
Yeah, 6 to 12 months for the second portion of it. And sometimes she will do the full 12 weeks in a row. Like let's say that the puppy is, you know, getting ready to turn 6 months.
You may stay with us, your puppy may stay with us an additional 6 weeks or longer based on them and how well they're doing with the training.
Yeah. So yeah, and I mean, so sometimes the puppy won't go home if it's like ready to turn 6 months. She'll just do the full program in a row. But that program for her is $6,000. And, you know, while it's not her most popular program, she gets about 3 or 4 or 5 of them a year. And that's a lot of money.
It's just shy of $6,000.
Just shy of $6,000. You know, so I mean, even if she only got 2 a year, that's almost $12,000 right there. And she said she gets like, you know, anywhere from 3 to 5 of them a year. So it's popular enough that she keeps the program because it does bring in a lot of money for her. And so, and like I said, in that program, she's teaching, you know, on and off leash obedience. She's teaching the relaxation triad. She's, you know, e-collar training the dog in the second half of the program. And so it works. That's a program that, you know, works really well for her, and she's made quite a bit of money. So those are her particular board and train programs. And if you have questions about them, I can answer them. If I can't answer them for whatever reason, we can post it in the support group, and Beth will be able to answer it for us at a later date, or a later time today, but I'm pretty sure I could probably answer them for you. Let's see here. Length of programs. So we talked a lot about, you know, each of these programs. You have to find, you know, when you're putting your program together with whatever, let's say it's a group class program, don't initially say how much or how long you want each, you know, program to be. Don't be like, I know for sure I want a 6-week class. What you should do is put together the content that you want and then break that down and see how many classes that's going to be. Because that way you're not, you know, being really sparse in your classes, or you're not putting too much in your classes. Because if you only do a 5-week program, but you have so much content that it's really hard to fit in a reasonable time, you know, and you're going 2-3 hours each class, that's probably too much for people. You know, so find all the content. These are all of the things that I think I have to have in my puppy class. And then break that down into how many sections you think it's going to be individually. And that's going to help you figure out how long that program should be. All right. And there's no right or wrong. That's the thing. You know, I know a really, really popular dog trainer who does 4-day board and trains. I don't get it. I don't know how she does it. But she's very successful with it. I know Bethany has tried to do it and she hated it. So, but it works for this other trainer. You know, for me, their LSU did a study that they found it takes 34 days for a dog to move something from short-term to long-term memory. And I always try to keep that in mind when I'm teaching dogs things, because, you know, when I'm teaching them something and I expect them to retain that information, and I have an owner who's never done dog training before, and I expect them to also retain that information and do it properly with the puppy, you know, 34 days, you know, and you're only doing a 1 week board and train and then sending the puppy home, sometimes that doesn't always compute the way we want it to compute. And so those are things that you should always keep in mind. And I do tell my clients, hey, it takes 34 days for your puppy to put this information from short-term to long-term memory. So that way they can also understand why their puppy isn't an instant magician at doing these things. Okay. Let's see here. Play groups are, you know, or what we call socials. We have other places in Tucson that run play groups, and that's what they are. They're play groups. They're not teaching the puppies about anything in terms of not being a bully. They're not advocating for puppies. It's just kind of a free-for-all, let the puppies run and play. And so I much prefer a socialization class. And I actually think I want to change that from saying play group to socialization class now that I think about it.
Where that 34-day number comes from?
It was LSU. So Cindy Duan is actually the one who I learned this from. So, but LSU did a study apparently that the basically figuring out that it was the 34-day mark for those dogs to move the information from short-term to long-term memory. So running play groups or the socialization classes, you know, Bethany charges $50 one-time fee. I don't charge anything, but I get so many clients, so many puppy clients out of these classes that, you know, for me, I don't feel like charging. I want these people to come to get, you know, all of the good socialization. They learn a lot while they're in those classes, because I'm always talking about what to look for, when to, you know, intervene, when to not intervene, what normal dog play should look like, what abnormal dog play is, you know, how to set themselves up for success when they're going and socializing their puppies on their own. And they get a lot of information out of that. And then I become a much more trusted resource. And all of a sudden they're signing their puppies up for training, whether it's a group class or private lessons or a board and train. I get a lot of puppies that sign up for training out of my socialization classes. It takes me literally a half an hour, one time a week to run these. So, you know, for me, the payoff is way more.
What ages do you allow?
So my socialization classes, and I'm really sorry we didn't get to do any more. I promise you we will post a bunch of videos for you guys to see. It has been crazy windy. Like, we would literally be blown away. It has been awful. But ages. So I allow 8 weeks to about 6 months. I do not let puppies, unless they're small, start after 6 months. They can start right before, kind of right at that, but after 6 months, and I shouldn't say never, I have made exceptions. If I feel like, if I've seen the dog before and it's a really nice dog or something along those lines, but it goes up to 6 months. Now, if the puppy starts before 6 months, and then of course, while coming to classes, turns 6 months and starts going over, I don't care. As long as that dog does well in my socialization classes, I will let them stay for as long as they want to stay. I do also offer a graduates class. My graduates class is at 6 p.m. on Friday, and my puppy class is at 7 p.m. on Friday. They're both a half an hour long. And my graduates class is literally for clients of mine that, you know, are older and need socials, and couldn't go into my puppy class, or my puppies that age and size out of my class, that they're just don't do well with the small dogs and puppies. They're just too rambunctious. They're just too big, whatever it is. Or the time of 6 p.m. works better than 7 p.m. for the owners. They have the option to, you know, bump into the graduates class. And that makes it really nice for, you know, for those puppies. But basically I have small dogs which is 25 or 30 pounds and under that are allowed to come, and then puppies between the ages of 8 weeks to 6 months. Vaccination wise, they have to have be current on vaccinations for their age, and at least have to have one set of vaccinations for at least a week. I do require a clean fecal exam that was done within 30 days of them starting. And I only require it once. And I do talk a lot about like dog parks and why I don't like them during classes. And so, most of the people aren't, running off to dog parks anyway. And so, I do require that clean fecal exam. I cannot tell you how many puppies have tested positive for Giardia or Coccidia, or some sort of parasite, and the owners had no idea. They were having, solid stools, they were eating normal, and sometimes there's just, it is what it is, and so they are not allowed to come to class until we get a clean fecal. I had one woman sign up, it was her and her roommate who got litter mates, and one of the puppies tested positive. I don't remember if it was for Giardia or Coccidia or whatever it was, and they, went through their doses of medication, and they said, okay, we just finished the meds. Can we, bring the puppies to class? And I was like, oh, you got, did you get a new clean fecal? And they're like, no, we don't want to pay for it. But, the dog has already finished its medication, so we should be allowed to come. And I was like, well, no, we have to see a clean fecal exam. And they argued with me, and I was like, I'm not arguing with you. If I don't see a clean fecal report, you're not coming. Well, we're not paying for that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. Go somewhere else. Like, I don't need you in my class. You're the one that wants to come. It's a free service that I'm offering. If you can't follow those very, very basic rules, I literally have no reason for you to be in my class. And she got real huffy with me, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep every other dog safe. Now, the reason that I would not allow that to happen without seeing a clean fecal is because Giardia has been increasingly more difficult to get rid of with even, your first dose of medication. I don't know if you guys have had the same experience, but this is in my area. I've literally had puppies that, had Giardia, not personally, but clients that have had Giardia, and they've had to go through 3 rounds of Panacur and metronidazole, 3 rounds in order to get rid of the Giardia because it kept coming back as positive still. So it's been super resistant strains that we've been seeing, and it's just been really miserable. And I don't trust just because your puppy's gone through, 1 dose of medication. I need to have verifiable information, and I tried to explain it to her, like, I have to be able to keep all of these other puppies safe. What if your, the Giardia or whatever it was hadn't cleared up yet? And she was just being super unreasonable. So you have to stick to your guns with that.
Do you find that people don't want to come out on a Friday night?
No, I stay really busy. Like my socials, like I said, I average, 20 puppies in my class, and most of them are repeats. And then before.
And you don't have to. Bethany does hers on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, Bethany does hers on Saturday mornings.
Well, she runs 2 classes
Yep.
back to back of each size.
Yep.
So.
So Bethany runs 4 classes a day. She runs 2
on Saturdays.
On Saturdays, she runs 2 puppy classes, right?
Yep.
1 medium size class. No, 1 puppy class, 1 medium class, and then 2 large.
Something like
2
that.
large problem behavioral classes. So she runs 4 on Saturdays. The reason I do Friday nights is because the location, the facility I use is a daycare, and Friday nights was the nights that they had available for me to use their space where they didn't have a bunch of dogs in there. I used to do Saturday mornings as well when I had my outside facility. The hard part with outside facilities in Arizona is the weather. So, during the summer, we were having to do like 7 a.m. classes, which sucked really bad. 7 a.m. is not fun. And by 8 o'clock, we were already almost at 100 degrees. And so we had to be really careful with that. During the winter, we were meeting at 9, which was nice, but the indoor in Tucson just makes more sense for us. So I was very happy to be accommodating of the dates and times of the facility that, they let me use.
How do you keep track of vaccination record paperwork?
Don't ask me that. I usually have them text or email it to me. And then generally each class, I ask if anybody's dogs has had new vaccinations that I need to be aware of. So, you know, really, really well.
How many people do you need to safely run small socials?
Oh man, I mean, seriously, I could do it by myself with 30 dogs. Like, they're puppies. For the most part, when it gets a little more complicated is when you have a bunch of new puppies that come all at once and you don't know what their temperament is like. And you've got, 3 of those 5 puppies are really shy and fearful and hiding against the wall. And then you've got, the other 2 that are incredibly rambunctious and they need slowed down. That would be the only time where it would be nice to have a helper or 2. But, you could easily mitigate that by not allowing that many new people in your class at once. But I could easily run my puppy classes by myself, no problem. I just happen to be lucky enough that I have 2 other people that help me. And, the one is my husband. And the other is one of my students who I'm training to be a dog trainer and slowly getting her away from Geico to come work for me. And she's really good. She's probably better than most dog trainers in my area. There's a lot of good dog trainers in my area, but she is really fantastic training and reading body language and stuff like that.
And if you have regulars, I mean, that's how Bethany and I became friends. I literally saw an ad for her socials. I think it was literally her like second social she had ever run.
Oh, nice.
And I brought my 2 dogs, and by the time she made it to like her 15th social, she handed me a
she's like, here, you've done it. Yeah. So Bethany started doing socials all by herself.
No, it was her and Al.
Was Al helping? She was at her mom's house.
Yeah.
She was doing it by herself.
Yeah.
And so, Bethany started doing socials by herself, and she was running problem dogs. Now, this isn't the safest way to do it. And of course, she was very young. And she always says this when she's here. It wasn't the safest way to do it, but she started off with just 10 dogs that were coming, and some of those were her dogs. And, at some point you get people that are just regulars that know what to look for. Megan was probably one of those like, hey, Beth, something's going on over here. And so Bethany.
It was because one of my dogs was involved in still, I think to this day, the largest fight she's ever had.
Oh, nice.
In social.
Very fun.
So,
but at some point Megan became proficient enough that, Bethany was able to hand her over some of the reins.
I helped her run socials for about 10 years.
Yep.
Which
is pretty awesome. So
before I finally said, I want my Saturdays back.
Yeah, I mean, after 10 years worth of them.
And she had staff by then.
Yeah,
so.
but I mean, that's, Bethany at the time was not running puppies. I mean, she probably was, but she was running, problem dogs with that. Talking in terms of puppies, I mean, you could safely by yourself, maybe when you first begin, run 10. Just get yourself comfortable with that. Once you're comfortable with that, add 5 more. Once you're comfortable with that, add, another, get up to the point where you're running 20 by yourself. And hopefully you've had a client or some helper that's been there enough to, see what you're doing, what you're looking for, that you can also hand, some of the equipment over to and say, you watch that half, I'll watch this half. I am at a point now where, we'll see what it's like on the 29th when I don't know what people will come. But before we had this whole COVID mess, I had a ton of regulars. Probably 3/4 of my class were regulars that continually came, and then we would have new people that would show up, and then those would turn into regulars. But it gets to the point where every single dog, what dogs need to be on your radar. So we always had a boxer that would come. And he, in the beginning, was just a nightmare. I mean, he would run and pounce on dogs. I mean, he wasn't aggressive, but he was just a boxer, just, and he's squishing little Yorkies. It's like, dude, you can't do that. And so I would always have one person shadowing that boxer to make sure that he was being, slowed down and only choosing to play with puppies that were interested in him. And then we would get, every once in a while, we would have one of my regular clients come back with a really small, timid little terrier mix that we would put a shadow on, just follow that dog around, make sure that it's comfortable, no dogs are harassing it. And after a couple classes, no longer had to worry about those dogs because that boxer became one of my most stable dogs that I had in that class, because he learned really well, I don't harass these dogs. I know that these dogs enjoy to play. And very quickly, you really learn to read what dogs in your class you have to focus on. If I've got a new dog that comes to class, I look at it. Once the leashes come off, I see where it's at, how it's doing. If it's a fearful dog, cool, we're going to have somebody shadow that dog. We're going to have somebody there advocating and creating that bubble. If it's, an obnoxious dog, we're working with it to slow it down. If it's a really easy dog, it's not even on my radar anymore.
If it is just you running the social, though, you don't want to have too many dogs for you to be able to, like, you can have 10 dogs, but you don't want 4 of those to be
being problem of whatever.
dogs.
Yeah. And if they are, you would keep the really rambunctious hyper ones on leash or the really fearful ones on leash. So that way you have more control, and the owners would be the ones walking in the circle, holding the leash, if that were to come up.
Now, the next question is, how big is your social area, which we did cover on the first day?
Yeah, we did cover that on the first day. Mine is an indoor doggy daycare room that's about 2,500 to 3,000-ish square foot, somewhere in there. You want to make sure it's big enough for the amount of puppies that you're running. I could easily run 30 or 40 puppies in that room, like easy. If you're running a smaller area, I tried doing a 900 square foot facility or training room. And I think I had 6 puppies in there, and it was incredibly stressful. There was not enough room for these puppies to actually play without bumping into the other puppies that were fearful. There was a lot more management on my part. I was so stressed out. It was just a lot more energy that I had to put into maintaining a safe space for everybody. And when I say safe, I mean, we're dealing with puppies. I mean safe as in mentally safe. Like, they felt secure, especially for those shy puppies. And that's, I think, the biggest thing is when you have more space, they can move and create, space away when they feel they need it. So
could you do it in a yard with a pool?
It depends on the setup. Why don't you take a picture of your yard and post it in the group, and we can look at that.
Tell you what we think.
Yeah, I can tell you what I think. If it's right in the middle, you'd probably be harder, but if it's off on the end and easy to section off, you could probably do it.
If you couldn't get from one corner to the other,
Lickety split, don't do it. Yeah. If there's a bunch of obstacles in your way, don't do it. All right. So if you guys have other questions, just keep posting them. But handouts and content, all of our handouts are in the support group. I think, I'm pretty sure. And if not, we will post them in there. I'm pretty sure they are. I don't know why they wouldn't be. We've had this conversation every seminar we've had. So I'm pretty sure they're in there in the file section. Like I said, my syllabus, all of the handouts that I give, that Beth gives, everything that you guys, that we do, those are in there for you guys to go through and look at. I have zero problem if you guys want to steal my, my puppy classes and courses and stuff. I've got no problem with that. So we do have a Q&A. Okay. Big stretch, Glory. Big stretch.
problem client question.
Okay.
I have a return client who sent her adult dog for behavior issues, board and trained for so years ago. I since have learned she has an alcohol problem. After determining that through voicemails, phone calls, etc., I saw that her dog's issues had much to do with that. Fast forward, she has since lost her old dog and bought a new pup, 5 months old now. She contacted me for training. He's coming in next week for board and train. I had previously discussed with her how her energy and altered states had a huge impact on her dog. So my question is, how do you deal with this sensitive but real and serious issue? If you've ever had to have that discussion, I'm afraid she's going to F up the new pup. To be transparent, I'm a 30+ year recovering alcoholic myself.
Yeah,
You
so
would think I would know how to handle this.
So it's probably hitting a little too close to home for you. I mean, truthfully, when Megan was first reading that, my thought was like, I would have probably referred that client on. but 100% just be transparent with your client. Like, this is part of the problem, is sometimes as trainers, you know, we try to find that fine line of like what's too involved in a client's life and what's not involved enough. Because if we're not involved enough, we're probably not going to make the changes that we need. But if we get too involved, man, sometimes they just suck us into this drama that is like, what the hell? Or, you know, we get more invested in their dog than they are. And so you have to be very realistic with that. One, you do the board and train, you send this dog home, you are straight shooting with this client of like, listen, these are the things that we need to see. You need to keep this schedule. You need to do X, Y, Z. If that client's not, you should tell her this up front. You know, if we're not seeing you making these changes for your puppy, then I'm definitely not the right trainer for you. And there's nothing that I can do to help you, because I mean, what can you do to help her? And so, you know, be sensitive to her, tell her, I want to help you. I want to be here to support you, but I can't be more invested in your dog's success than you are. And I think that line right there is really important for us as trainers to always roll around in there. I cannot be more invested in my client's dog than they are, because it is heart to break for us when things don't work out the way they should, because the client just isn't capable or isn't willing to do the things that it needs. Now, the nice part is it sounds like her previous dog was a behavioral problem, as where now she's starting with a new puppy. So it could be a blank slate of, this puppy doesn't have behavioral problems, so we can mold it into the dog that she wants it to be. You know, generally puppies, even though they're not less work, it's just different kind of work, and it should be fun work. So maybe this is the thing that she needs, you know, in order to do the things that she should with her dogs. So I really hope that works out for you. I try not to be a pessimist about that stuff, because clients can be, you know, so difficult. You know, I know a lot of dog trainers train dogs because they like dogs more than people. I like people more than I like dogs, and I love dogs a lot. So, you know, I really like people, but every once in a while I just get exasperated by, you know, it's like, ugh. You know, just dealing with some of these people day in and day out can be really, really challenging. You know, I have my fair share of stories, but, you know, not that I'm super, you know, old, but the older I get, the more I really just learn how to handle these situations different and get less invested. And, or I have a lot of great friends and mentors that I will contact as well. Mark and Stephanie have helped me out actually very recently with that puppy board and train and the whole Parvo thing. I had an idea of how I wanted to handle it, and I ran it by them. I ran it by Bethany and Al. And I was really happy that they all came back with the same feedback that I was feeling. So that was really cool.
I haven't watched most of your seminar. I was wondering if I can ask you questions after today.
So the questions I want you to put in the support group. So that way everybody can see them, unless it's like a private thing, then of course message me. But if it's just, you know, content related or puppy related, post it in the support group. That way everybody can learn from it, and it will, I promise you, get answered. So, but yes, ask. And we have somebody in the Q&A.
Oh, seriously?
I don't know why it's not popping up.
Okay, that's just about the last one.
Okay.
They're about the last one.
Okay, cool. All right. So the next and very last thing in terms of running programs is, are any of you guys AKC, the CGC evaluators? Because if you are also an evaluator for the Star Puppy program. And depending on your area, this is a very popular thing. About 10 years ago, it was incredibly popular in Tucson, and all of a sudden it just like dropped off dead, and I don't know why. I know it's not super popular here. Well, for Bethany, it's not anyway. But there's a lot of areas where just having this as you being the evaluator for it, even if you don't set your course content up to specifically follow the AKC Star Puppy program, like even with my syllabus, the puppies could easily pass the Star Puppy program. And what I find that it really does for clients is it gives them, one, a goal, right? Instead of just this open-ended, like, okay, where is this leading to? It gives them a goal to reach and achieve. At the end of it, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, I have a star puppy. I got the certificate and I got this ribbon and my puppy's got a graduation cap on. You know, they feel like they achieved something. Yeah, I mean, they truly feel like they achieved something great. And it's a really cool thing. I mean, it really gets the client's investment into your class and into, you know, the buy-in of what you're saying, because they, you know, one, AKC is really, you know, this big, awesome thing in their mind. And, you know, they have goals that they get to achieve with their puppy, and then something very tangible that they get a hold, you know, at the end of it when all is said and done. So I always recommend, like, if, you know, try it out. Try kind of promoting things as, you know, an AKC Star Puppy program. Like at the end, you take the test and your puppy passes it and you get your certificate, and you can have a star puppy. A lot of people absolutely love that. And so it's something that you guys could definitely look into offering. If you are CGC evaluators, you can start it right away. If you're not CGC evaluators, do it. It's really inexpensive. It's super easy. And it just adds another, you know, thing of credibility to you as a trainer, not only for your puppy clients, but all of them as well. So that brings us to the close of our kind of programs. Thank you. End of third day. This is 9 days in a row that I've been doing nothing but training and working all day long.
Yawning.
I know. This is not about you guys. This is just a very long 2 weeks that I've had here. So the end of our program. So if you guys have other questions, keep throwing them up there. I'll answer them. But we're pretty much at the end of our seminar. There's just one last section that we like to go over. And that section is what we call endless potential. So now that you have a puppy, you've done a really great job raising it. You've got endless potential. Where do we go from here? What do we do? There is so many things, not just you personally, but you can also really work with your clients in getting into these things. You know, dog sport, service work, therapy, there's so much you can do. And so these are just some of the things that the three of us have done. This is a whole page of you, man. Look at that. Look how pretty these Swissies are, man. That's awesome. Drafting, of course, Berner, Swissies, all those are drafting dogs. They pull carts. You've got kids, you teach them to pull your kids. We don't have snow in Arizona, or southern Arizona, I should say. You can pull them through the dirt.
You could.
And the cactus, that'd be fun. Sorry you fell out into that Saguaro. All right, so, you know, but just barn hunt is really great. Have any of you guys done barn hunting or drafting? That stuff is so much fun. I love. I haven't done a ton of drafting, and I've done a little bit of barn hunt. It is just, the dogs just love it so much. Pack hiking, that's an actual like sport, isn't it?
We earn a title for it.
Yeah, you can earn titles for it. I thought so. I need you to put that in the puppy support group, the
Okay.
website for it. I need to see that.
We technically, it's not an AKC title. It's through our Greater Swiss Mountain Dog Club of America.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. If you have a link for it, that'd be great. Conformation, obviously, you know, these guys breed and they want to be able to evaluate their own dogs against what's out there. And that's why conformation is a really big deal, is making sure your dogs are what they're supposed to be. They're getting evaluated by, you know, third, fourth, fifth parties, and making sure that they are the quality that they're supposed to be. But conformation can be a lot of fun. Have you guys ever seen Best in Show? That is absolutely 100% accurate.
It's so terribly accurate.
Sorry for anybody that's like that. Don't be. All right, rally. Rally is a lot of fun. You want to talk about creating some really nice obedience. That's not quite as stuck up as AKC obedience, even though, you know, both are good. Rally just lends itself to a little bit different, you know, more pep and more talk to your dog, is where AKC obedience is just a little bit more straightforward. But both are really great to test your skills. Spring pole is a lot of fun. That was my my little Shorkie, Shih Tzu Yorkie, working the spring pole at a JJAC seminar. Super fun. Hunting, I've trained a couple hunting dogs. I've got my GSP, which will be, you know, going off to hunting school at some point here soon. Weight pull is a lot of fun. You know, Robin Casse, has a GRC club that she does. For those of you who don't know what GRC is, it stands for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Robin, Gameness, Relationship, and Control. And it's a dog sport that JJack.
That's correct.
Yay! It's a dog sport that JJack kind of created. And it is all about drive sports, and it's really, really awesome. You guys should look it up if you don't know what it is. And if you're in Robin's area, go hang out with her because she's really good at it. But a lot of this stuff is, GRC related. But, this is my female shepherd that I talked about. I got her at 6 weeks old. I called her my redheaded stepchild. And she was probably like 7 or 8 here doing this stuff. And that was like her first introduction. And oh my gosh, she was just a beast with it. She loved it. And it really, really helped me better my relationship with her. And you can see, Megan over here doing some Swissy, pulling some tires. So that's really awesome. Every time Robin has been out to Tucson to hang out for seminars, she has her dogs, and she always brings her harness and some chains to do some drag with them. So that's always fun to watch.
She says she's also a certified K9 resistance trainer.
Oh, awesome.
That's for weight pull conditioning, which is what those tires.
Yes, exactly. That's really cool. Let's see here. Therapy and service dog work. I have trained a lot of service dogs. Megan has a lot of your Swissies are therapy dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just so much that you can do once you set these dogs up for success. David has
Q&A.
Oh, he raised a hand. Hold on, David.
How do I even find that?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Maybe I can. Oh, you got it?
I don't know. What do we do? Do we allow him to talk?
Yeah,
What do
you
we
can
do?
allow him to talk. Are you there, David?
Do I click that? Oh, there we go.
No. David, are you there? We can't hear you. Do you have a speaker?
How about we just have him ask his question in the chat?
All right, yeah, ask it in the chat if you don't mind. All right, would you message back with chicken fettuccine Alfredo for me, Lindsay? Thank you. So service and therapy dog work. You can really set these dogs up for success with all of the puppy stuff that we've been doing to build into this. This is my go-to. Dock diving, disc dogs, agility, all of this stuff. So really getting into more of the sport work is a ton of fun. I absolutely love this stuff. This up here doing the disc is my McNabb, who is he is a monster with it. He is just, you can see the intensity in his face. And he was only like 7 months old there. I mean, he's just a beast. We have a Q&A.
David is asking, are you aware of the new regulations coming out with all the airlines?
Nope, but you might have to be more specific so we know what you're talking about, David.
And Sonia says, I might have missed it, but with private sessions being 1 to 3 hours long, how many do you feel comfortable scheduling daily?
I always say they're 1 to 3 hours long. Very rarely do they go 3 hours long. Usually what I'll do is I'll start my day at, like, let's say it starts at 10. I schedule that in my calendar till about 11, unless it's like a very first appointment or evaluation. If it's an evaluation, I do leave 3 hours open because sometimes they do go to 3 hours. If it's just a regular appointment, I pretty much, will give myself a half an hour leniency. So I'll schedule it from 10 to 11 in my calendar, and then I will leave an hour drive time to my next appointment. So my next appointment wouldn't be until 12. And that's the way I schedule. And I've never had an issue with it because there's no reason for them to ever go 3 hours. I just always tell the client that, like, it's a pay per lesson, not per hour. So.
And how do you set up with clients when you do service dog training with clients?
Like private lesson wise, I mean, what do you mean? How do I set it up? I just do private lesson wise. We do all of the puppy stuff with obviously leaning towards our goal. And I'm always telling them that there's a high potential your puppy could wash out for whatever reason. This Borzoi here, I trained as a service dog, or started her training, I should say. Her owner lived in New Mexico, and I basically raised her and got her really, really far in the process before my life took a drastic change, and I helped her find a trainer in her area. But basically, you know, when I'm training them, I'm working towards lots of relaxation stuff with them, making sure I get them ready for public access training. You know, with this dog, I got her through all of that. Excellent in public, started all of her obedience, everything like that. And then her task work is what I sent her off to do with the other trainer in the women's area, because she lived about eight hours from me. And so, you know, the changes that happened in my life, I just told her, I was like, I can't keep training her right now. You know, but with private lesson clients, I mean, I just meet with them as much as we need to meet. Usually we go into the, you know, just we do a pay-per lesson. I don't do as much service work now just because my setup doesn't really allow for it. And so I've got other people that I do refer them to now as well.
Good.
All right. So dock diving is probably my most favorite sport. And disc is probably my next most favorite. We have a Q&A. You know, but I dock dive with my burner. She's, you know, there's hardly any burners that dock dive anywhere. There's not very many, and she absolutely loves it. So sometimes it's just not, you know, it's not breed specific. You can get any dog doing this stuff. You know, burners aren't a breed that are known to absolutely love water. And so I just worked with my puppies and taught them to love water, and all of my burners love water. I could probably dock dive with all of them, but this particular girl loved it the most. And you guys saw her, that was Tris that we did CR with.
David said the airlines are going to be requiring certification, obedience, advanced obedience, canine good citizen, and more for any type of emotional support and anything less than a service dog.
Yeah, which they should. I agree.
So I haven't heard that, but
yeah,
I think it's great.
Yeah,
if that's the case.
No, David, neither of us had heard about that, but I think it's fantastic. I absolutely am appalled every time I go to an airport and see these wild, unruly asshole dogs that are emotional support dogs. Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I sat next to a woman that had, what was she? A Maltese. And, you know, I mean, it was a nice enough dog, but, you know, it was just, you know, she putting it on the tray. I mean, it was just, you know, it was more on her end than it was on the dog's end, you know, but how many times do we see, you know, the flight attendants being bit or people sitting next to the dogs being bit? I mean, it's just, it's out of control. So it makes me very happy that they're trying to put some sort of regulation on that.
How do you introduce your dog to swimming? I think we did cover that in past days.
Well, we introduced how we introduce litters, not, that is like a whole nother separate thing. The pool that we have, it's a above ground pool with a ramp that goes, it's built out of PVC pipe and bread trays actually. And we just go really slow and we work tons of relaxation throughout the process. So have the dog on leash, we work a little pressure release. The dog gives any step forward towards the water. We're doing a lot of massage, a lot of CR, helping the dog stay relaxed. We will introduce food if we need to.
What?
Bread trays. So
like bakery trays.
Bakery trays. Yep, that's a good word. The bakery trays. Easy. Yeah, Glory. So they're, probably 2 by 2. And they're just plastic. They work really well. They work really, really well. I've seen a lot of other setups that also worked really well. So we're just working lots of relaxation. The biggest thing when you're introducing swimming is that, dogs mostly aren't afraid of water, they're more afraid of drowning. And so if you get that dog very comfortable knowing where the exit is, don't focus on the swimming aspect. Most dogs come fairly knowledgeable on how to swim, even if they're not good at it. I say most because like English bulldogs and French bulldogs aren't always, they're not even capable sometimes of actually swimming. So you put a life vest on them. Sometimes I'll start dogs in life vests as well. But when I get the dog in the water, I literally will spin in one spot directly around. So the dog is only swimming around me and back out the ramp. And I will do that over and over. And that is the only amount of swimming that we do, is just right around my body back into the ramp until, one, the dog is really calm about it. Two, I got the dog actually wanting to swim. Like, they actually are kind of resisting me pulling them back around to get on the ramp. Because they're like, no, I really want to continue swimming. And I'm like, too bad, you got to get out. And so that's building also more anticipation. But now what's happened is they feel very comfortable knowing where the exit is and how to get out of the pool, that they can feel comfortable actually swimming in the pool. And if you keep that in mind, you should succeed pretty darn well with getting a dog comfortable swimming. I think we have a Q&A.
David talking about airlines more designed to cut down the number of phony EMS claims.
Absolutely.
And he's found that if he puts dry kibble in the puppy pool, they are all in almost immediately.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you know, with puppies, when you're just starting to introduce them to water, and we did talk about this a lot, you know, with introducing like the litters and stuff. I'm not sure, you know, who'd ever asked the pool question, if you had been able to tune in that day, but yeah, we just start with the kiddie pool, you know, put an inch of water or so and toys, food, and all sorts of stuff, and just let them get in there and clamber around and have a good time with it. And then you slowly can add more water. My one assistant, the one that I mentioned earlier, who helps me with socials and stuff, and I mentioned that she had recently got a new puppy from the lady that hosts our Puppy Potential in North Carolina, who raised a litter. So it was really cool. But anyways, she's literally in the process of teaching her pity puppy to swim with Christopher right now. And, you know, they, I think, have done 3 lessons, and the puppy's already swimming all over the place, super comfortable. I was there for her first introduction to the water, and she was very unsure, very hesitant, and a little bit spastic, you know, when she was in there. And now they just posted pictures and stuff of her, and she's like swimming all over, and she's super calm, cool, and collected about it. And they dock dive with their other pity, their older one, and he hit 27 feet, 3 inches in dock diving, and that's massive, especially for a pit bull, but that's massive for any dog. And he also does disc. I mean, he's just a monster of a dog, and so they're hoping that this new little girl pity that they've got is gonna kick ass too.
I think we're good.
Okay, so anyway, so dock diving, disc dog, agility, herding. This is like the most favorite out of everybody's around here. For us, you know, you can see my Border Collie Stark in a couple of these, Glory the Beauceron, Lumos the German Shepherd. I don't know what burner this is. This is one of Bethany's burners that she herds with. Megan is saying she just had one of her Swissy puppies go to a home that herds as well. And so, I mean, herding is great. You want to talk about really, you know, activating that seeking system and fulfilling some serious drive. Some serious instinct with these dogs. It is just fantastic. My Border Collie, he does competitions with herding. I just send him off to a herding instructor, and she does it with him. I don't have time, but he loves it. I mean, it's just such a fantastic thing. Modeling and acting. Like I said, I just completed a 6-day certification course with Joe Silverman, all about teaching dogs stuff for movies and TVs and commercials and TV shows and stuff like that. This picture, I was in a calendar. These are some of Bethany's puppies that, you know, have been put in magazines. This was a photo shoot that I did with some of my dog, or, you know, that had somebody asked to have my dogs in. And so that kind of leads us to, I mean, there's a ton of other stuff. Nose work. What other sports are there? I mean, there's just a billion. You can do scent work stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you can do.
So much stuff.
Those are just some of the things that personally we have been involved in. And seriously, there's just unlimited potential that you can have with your puppies when you raise them right and you do the right things with them. We don't suppress them, and we really let them kind of shine. So the biggest thing, if you haven't already, which I would be surprised if you haven't, join the Puppy Potential Support Group. And by the way, this is the cute little pitty that I was just talking about, the one that they're teaching to swim right now. This is Fury. She's absolutely adorable. Join the support group. Just type it in on Facebook, or go to that initial email I sent you guys with all your login information. The link is also on there. Big time resources. So these are just some of the main, you know, inspirations, our mentors, things like that. Bethany's, a big portion of her socialization program came from the Monks of New Skeet. You don't have to love everything they do. I know I sure don't, but their socialization program is pretty top notch. A lot of puppy culture stuff as well by Jane Killian. She does a lot. There's a couple other ones, Avidog and things like that, that have puppy raising programs. But those are a couple that you can check out. I cannot recommend enough, guys, Training Between Ears with Mark and Stephanie McCabe. This has changed my entire life right here. And if you guys ever get a chance to go to an in-person seminar, do it. And if you can't make it in person, we've actually live streamed like 3 of the seminars that I've hosted them. I've been somewhere between 15 to 20 of their seminars. I help them coach sometimes. I've been to California, North Carolina, Utah, helping them coach their seminars. I mean, they are just incredible, and they are such kind, generous people, and you will literally take your training to an entirely different planet if you learn that stuff really well. Movement Markers seminar with Marina Ozuna. This seminar was just amazing. It's not a dog training seminar. It is all about dog body care, learning about gait and structure, movement, all of that proprioceptive stuff that we went through. She just covers that in like so much more. I will say her seminar is very expensive for 3 days. I am very lucky that she's only an hour and a half from my house. So if you do go to it, come visit me. Or she does them also all over the country. I don't know where she's going to be the featured speaker at the IACP conference this year as well in Florida. But she is an immense wealth of knowledge that I cannot recommend enough when it comes to gait, structure, movement, things like that. I just absolutely love her stuff. I seriously, if you get a chance to go to that, do it as well. These are just some of the links that I have on. Oh, we didn't talk about spaying and neutering.
No, we didn't.
Where the heck how did that not happen? We're going to talk about that right now. These are some of the links that I have on the studies that have been done with spay and neuter. I have a lot more of them now on my website under the resources page. So really quick, I'm just going to talk about how we feel about spaying and neutering, because there's a lot of, misinformation. There's a lot of studies that are still happening, a lot of studies that have already happened, and things that we always want to keep in mind. And of course, this is a personal decision that you have to evaluate and make the right decision for you and help your clients make the right decision for them. I never get mad at a client for making a decision that I don't agree with. All I can do is try to give them the best information I can and help them make the best decision that they can for their life. For me personally, I do not like spaying or neutering my animals until they're at least 2. There are serious hormones that are removed when we do, spay or neuter. We are removing their sexual organs that produce, estrogen and testosterone and all of these other things that help with growth, bone growth, that help with muscle development, that help with brain development, all sorts of things. I always say, it's like, could you imagine neutering a prepubescent boy? Absolutely not. Those hormones are so incredibly important. They have done numerous studies that have found, the damage on that early or pediatric spay and neuter has caused, issues with, growth issues. They found issues with, the CCLs that tears, the ACLs. Which one? Do you remember?
What? Sorry, I was reading.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you were talking.
Oh.
We can get to these.
What was it that tears much easier when
Anything?
Yeah. But there's just serious developmental issues that happen with pediatric spaying and neutering. They found that dogs tend to, I think it's females, tend to be more aggressive when they are spayed. So there's just so many potential problems that can come out of it. Yes, it's true, when males go through their adolescent phase, their rebellious phase, they can have up to 7 times the amount of testosterone, and they can become kind of dickheads. But
They think with certain parts
Yeah,
over
right?
other
parts. But truthfully, once you get through that, they're usually gems. For my own personal dogs, I own 6 intact males. I don't have fighting. I don't have marking in my house. I don't have, issues with my dogs wandering. They're not humping each other, although I will say my McNabb, that was his newest thing he's been trying to do because he's a horny teenager right now. But I just don't allow it. Those are generally very much training issues. I have my oldest intact male right now is 5. And it's my border collie. I have zero plans of breeding him. But he is just, lovely in terms of that. That helping. My assistant that I keep talking about, these pitties, her one that does dock diving, she found he had a prostate issue. She had to neuter him, and he was 2.5. And he's her service dog, like beautifully trained, amazing, like legit service dog. And when she neutered him, he all of a sudden started developing fear issues. It was like, what the heck? And it's because those lack of hormones. And on my website, under the resources tab, I have a ton of links for all of the different studies that they've done out there showing, the detrimental effects of pediatric spaying and neutering. There are other options, because sometimes you just have to. Doing an ovarian sparing spay or a vasectomy can be very beneficial.
One of the questions.
Oh, cool. I'm glad I answered it. Yeah, doing a ovarian sparing spay or a vasectomy, absolutely. I wish rescues would start doing those with puppies versus just spaying and neutering them. And I understand, like, in the rescue world, a lot of times it's the law that they have to be altered before they can be placed into a home. They won't even allow you to do like a spay and neuter contract. But there are rescues that are on the East Coast that are doing ovarian sparing spays and vasectomies on puppies. And what those are is basically, instead of removing the entire sexual organs of the female, they're removing the tubes, they're removing the uterus and the cervix and leaving the ovaries. And the ovaries are the thing that produces those hormones. And so you are leaving, the organs that are going to allow those hormones to still run and flow through the dog's body, while removing the possibility of, them getting pyometra or anything like that. They won't go through, they're not going to be bleeding. Some of them will still go through heat cycles without the blood. And then for a male, they would just snip the vas deferens. Yeah, vas deferens, like anatomy. And it's just like a vasectomy for a man. So they are no longer able to reproduce, but their testicles are still intact. So I highly recommend, and I recommend it to my clients too, to look into ovarian sparing spays or vasectomies versus a full spay and neuter. And if they do want to spay and neuter, I always try to get them to wait until the dog is fully developed and fully mature. And usually that happens around 2.
You can see some really, really strange growth patterns in
super
dogs
strange.
that are males, especially in the larger breeds like mine. You see them growing really, really tall, but very, very gangly. They never put on that full mass, that breadth of everything. And you find spaying and neutering early is going to up your chances for all kinds of dysplasia exponentially.
Yep.
Simply because they don't have the support in those joints from their hormones, and they need those. Lori says, is it different for different breeds and for mutts? They're all dogs.
Yeah. I mean, obviously
it depends on like small versus big.
Yeah, that is so. If you have a Great Dane, I would actually say wait even longer because their body takes so much longer to develop. If you have a smaller dog, you can get away with spaying or neutering them earlier because they're usually fully mature at an earlier age. But still wait as long as you can, regardless. My oldest burner, Indy, was 3.5 when we spayed her, and she changed and developed so much from 2 to 3 years old. I mean, her head widened, her chest really broadened out.
They have to have those heat cycles in order for those changes to happen. And you literally, I mean, having so many intact dogs like we do, we watch and go, wow, her chest, her head,
Yep.
their hips,
Yep. Everything just
everything. It's just like a teenage girl that's suddenly going to, her hips are going to broaden,
Yep.
you know, and she starts
Other
her,
things broaden.
starts her period and whatever. It's exactly the same. They need those hormones in order to grow correctly.
Yeah. You know, you see a lot of times when, you know, you have pediatric spay and neuter, really long bones. So the long bones in their
They're really
limbs
tall and
get
gangly.
really tall. They're really usually very narrow. And that's what you say. They're tall and gangly, right? Their heads never usually broaden out. And these are, I say generalities more often than not. Obviously not every single time, all the time. And, you know, sometimes you get really nicely put together dogs that were spayed or neutered at an early age. But what they found is that more often than not, it's causing problems. And especially there's, you know, studies that were done on golden retrievers or studies that were done on German shepherds. You know, they've done some very breed specific. And the reason they've done breed specific is so that way they could track lines and, you know, these are the specifics for this. It was much easier to get, you know, real test results that way. But why would we think it would be any different for any other breed? It's a dog is a dog in that sense. You know, if you're removing those growth hormones that, you know, change them physically and mentally, why would we ever think it would be different for any other breed? Just because the you know, they haven't done research specifically on a Shiba Inu or whatever it is. But it's super duper important all the way around. I mean, of course, anecdotally, not talking necessarily scientifically, but anecdotally, before I knew about this stuff, it never registered in my brain. And when I really, really started putting a lot of research and into looking at this, I started watching all of my, you know, client dogs, my own personal dogs, and I was blown away by, you know, the cases of aggression that I was getting from dogs that were spayed and neutered, or fear issues that were, you know, for dogs that had pediatric spays. And I was always told by a couple of my early mentors, you know, like, you can never let, you know, intact males socialize because they're just aggressive and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And all of a sudden I own 6 intact males. My socialization classes are primarily intact animals. I've never, you know, my dogs don't fight. I don't have aggression issues. I don't have fights in my social classes. And if there's ever a scuffle, it's got nothing to do with the fact that it's an intact animal. Now, once again, that doesn't mean you can't have a dickhead, but, you know, that's a training issue. You have to work with them. And I tell you, my intact males are just so lovely. Like, I love them.
Lori wants to know, what are the disadvantages of not neutering? And then I'm not sure I understand your comments, Lori. She says it's 99% of fights in dog parks.
Probably intact animals, you're saying, is 99%. That's a training issue is what I mean. So if it is causing a problem, it's because people don't train their dogs. They let them go and they let them be dickheads. And is it because they've got a jacked up dog on testosterone that they've never put any control on?
She says, yes, that's what she's talking about. It's the neutered dogs that go after the unneutered. Yeah, I actually have a puppy who had a vasectomy, and not only did he grow to be a good, probably 20 pounds bigger and not fat than his brothers, but he just achieved that full mass, but he always gets picked on by the neutered dogs.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, to me, that's a training issue because they've never probably been around intact animals. They smell different, they act different, they look different. And this is, I think, a cultural problem in the US because we are so, you know, Jeopardy told us to spay and neuter our dogs. Was it Jeopardy?
Well, and I think
Wheel of Fortune.
I think that vets push it
Yes.
because it's a responsibility thing. It's not necessarily a thing that they probably truly think is necessary.
I don't know. I have a lot of vets that truly think it's necessary.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that owners are not responsible.
Yeah.
And if they're not responsible enough to have an intact animal and not just be creating tons of puppies, then yeah, probably they should be fixed, you know?
And that's where I like to say, you know, my clients that are coming to me, are obviously going to be responsible for the most part. Obviously, there is the exception,
I
but
think the question that we skipped was what are the disadvantages of not neutering?
yeah,
That was, yeah, so the disadvantages of not neutering. I just had to neuter a 5-year-old boy because he was having prostate issues.
Mhm.
He had an enlarged prostate, and it came down to it was medically necessary. I have found that the pros and cons of both are pretty dang even. If you neuter or spay, you're going to end up with dogs with breast cancer, but if you leave them intact, you might end up with a dog with PIO.
yeah.
So it's you have
But that's on the
issues
medical.
both.
That's on the medical end.
Yes.
Behaviorally, though, we generally don't find the disadvantages to keeping them intact. We generally find behaviorally there's more disadvantages to pediatric spay and neuter. And when I say pediatric spay and neuter, I'm talking 6 months and under. Ideally, we like to see them, a year would be the absolute youngest that I would like to see if we have to have a spay and neuter happen. But I would say the disadvantages of keeping, was it specifically about a male intact?
Yeah, she said, what are the disadvantages of not neutering?
I would say that you have to do a lot of training through the rebellious phase, like a lot, even more so for me than a already altered animal.
I get a lot of people, puppy buyers, who come to me thinking that they want a boy because they are afraid of heat cycles and they don't want to deal with heat cycles. And my response is always, yes, but a female is ready to be bred twice a year, give or take, whenever her cycles are. And even during those 3 weeks of her heat cycles, she's really ready to be bred for like 4 days.
Right.
Whereas a male,
he's always ready to go.
He's always ready to go. And which, what do you want to deal with? There's a whole lot more training that comes in to manage that sexual drive with boys than it does in girls. Was that the question we skipped?
Yeah, that was.
Anyway, I think we're caught up on questions.
Awesome. If you guys have any other questions, throw them into the support group. If, obviously type them now if you do, but otherwise, if you think of any later on tonight, tomorrow, whatever, throw them into the support group. We will absolutely answer them for you. We are going to get this downloaded and edited, and I will get it up as soon as I possibly can in terms of you guys being able to watch the recorded version of it. And we really hope that you guys enjoyed the seminar. We do appreciate that if you guys did, leave us review on our Facebook page, the Puppy Potential Workshop, not the support group because you can't leave a review there, but the actual Puppy Potential Workshop page. Please leave us a review if you really enjoyed it.
And thank you for being the guinea pigs.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
The virtual.
If you guys have, any type of personal comments or anything like that, if you guys want to give us some, good feedback and critique or anything, we love that kind of stuff because it helps us grow and do better. But send that to us privately so we can always work on that as well. And it was really fun being able to hang out with you guys virtually. And I hope that I get to see all of you soon and we can hang out and have a good time. You guys have been awesome and have asked some really fantastic questions. So we appreciate it and we will talk to you guys soon.
Do you want to stay for 5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll stay for 5 minutes if you guys have any other questions. And then we will go from there.
Thank you, Robin.
What would she say?
Great stuff. Thanks.
Yay, thank you. We love it. This is seriously like my favorite thing to do. I love teaching this workshop. The in-person is so much fun. I mean, just the energy is just really there. We get all these puppies. I love when we get to have litters of puppies come for the first day and everybody gets to like nuzzle with them. It's just so awesome. We did we have a Q&A. We did the North Carolina. We had a litter of like foster pity puppies. We've done, litters here in Utah where we've had 3 litters. We had a litter of 3-week-old Golden Doodles, a litter of 5-week-old German Shepherds. We had a litter of 9-week-old Great Dane Weimaraner mixes. Like, it's just so much fun.
Sonia says, do you recommend any hormonal support to help counter the issues of spay neuter in general or pediatric?
You? No.
I don't think there's really anything that truly works.
Yeah, nothing
that I've heard of.
Nothing that I've ever heard of. Truthfully, it's good training, it's good nutrition, because big time, supporting those bones and things like that. Glucosamine, chondroitin, that kind of stuff. But nothing like hormonally specific that I've ever heard of.
And David said, thank you, ladies. Looking forward to getting together again.
Thank you, David. I will see you in a few days at some point.
All right, let's see. Thanks so much. I'll see you later in the year in Tucson, maybe in North Carolina, if you do a live one before I go to Tucson.
Is that Robin?
Elena says, I can't wait to go back and watch The Social. I was with a cane corso puppy during that time. I wish that we should like have showed you guys at one point what is going on outside, because like they have a horse pasture that's probably what 100, 200 yards away, and there
Yeah.
are times when we can't even see it because it's
Yeah,
so dusty.
the wind is just so bad. There's a tree that's like right outside the window that's like bent almost all the way over.
Christina says, I'm so glad I found this seminar. I'm so excited to get to implement it and pass along new knowledge. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Oh, thank you so much. We're so glad that you found it as well. I hope you guys learned a lot, and seriously stay active in the support group. It's already a pretty active group to begin with. But if you guys are out there temperament testing puppies and doing all this stuff, share it, whether it's questions, you just want to brag about how great it was, or
We've had people
whatever.
post temperament test videos and say, how did I do?
Oh yeah, we can help you. I mean,
do I need to do anything different?
Yeah.
Do I, whatever.
It's so much fun.
Elena says, what resources do you recommend, if any, about learning about nutrition for puppies?
Oh man.
Nutrition is a really touchy subject right now.
I know, it's really hard. It's seriously something that I don't love discussing right now. I know Volhard is a big place, that's recommended a lot. I think that they might be a little biased because they make food.
There are some things that I see them post that I'm like,
yeah. So honestly, Elena, I don't really want to discuss that on here, just because it's one of those things that
that's a really hot button.
Yeah. So
right
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say that we're just gonna skim past that question. So anything else? You guys have been a lot of fun. Like I was really unsure about how this whole thing was going to go, because we've never done a virtual 3-day seminar. I've done Zoom lessons with clients, but transferring all of this information that we rely so heavily on doing hands-on work with, I was really unsure how it would translate. So I hope you guys feel like us being able to work the puppies for you to see was enough to be able to feel comfortable and go start practicing and doing some of this stuff on your own. So I hope that it really worked well and you guys got a lot out of it.
Octavio says, really great. You are all awesome.
Oh, thank you, Tavi.
Thank you.
I think you're awesome.
Robin says, I need to work some puppies.
Seriously, go get puppy clients. They're the best.
Sonia says, thanks so much, and hopefully I can attend in person soon. Looking forward to implement the material. I have a deaf Catahoula puppy who will benefit a lot from it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and guys, and I'm sure, I think I've mentioned this on the first day, but in-person seminars, you guys get the returning student discount, and I think it's like $100 off or something like that. So it's a pretty good discount. For any in-person seminars that you want. We get people that come to like every single Utah seminar that we host. We get people that come to all of, the North Carolina ones that we were supposed to be at. And so, you guys are always, we want to see you. We're always adding new stuff and always adding new content. If you went and looked at the PowerPoint that's on the support group, you can see how much even already just from when that was uploaded, I think last year, how much this PowerPoint has changed and we've added to it. So we're always looking to, stay on top of the training that we're doing and making sure that we are giving you guys, the best that we can. What are we at? 12 people now? Is that what that says? I really think I need glasses.
Yeah. What?
I really think I need glasses. I'm like, can't see. We'll stay on for just about 1 more minute and then we're gonna hop off.
Elena says, are there resources on the support group for teaching rear end awareness?
Oh shit, that's what we forgot to do was the ground pivots. I am gonna make you a video. Thank you, Elena. I'm gonna make you guys a video on how to do my ground pivot. Scheist. How did I forget that? Thank you. I'm super glad that you reminded me. I will make you guys a video. I'm gonna make Megan actually record me doing it right now as soon as we get off this. And we will post that on the support group for you guys to see. How did I forget that? See you later, David. Yeah, thank you. I will post that video for you guys to watch. Yep.
Love pivot work, my favorite.
Yeah, and Robin, this, I don't know if you ever do ground pivots. A lot of people use like the touch tub where they teach the puppy to put their front paws on the touch tub and then the pivot around it. And so this is doing the ground pivot without the touch tub and teaching them to just do it, with no equipment. I actually love that. I don't want to say instead of teaching them to go up on a touch tub, but
She
also
transfers to a disc.
Oh, cool. But do you start on that touch tub? Yeah. So this is going to teach you how to do it without the touch tub as well. And I also do like teaching the touch tub. I usually do that way later on. I don't use it to actually teach pivots. I do the ground pivots in order to teach the pivots. So maybe you can find some use for the ground pivots as well, because it's pretty cool. All right, guys, I think we are going to wrap up. We will get, like I said, this edited as soon as possible. I'm going to go make that ground pivot video right now. So check into it. You teach it as a target also and then transfer to a Cinderway. Cool. That's really cool. All right, so we're going to hop off. If you guys have any other questions, put it in the support group. If you have any, comments or feedback for us. Okay, dog. If you have any comments or feedback for us, send it privately. If you guys love this, please leave us reviews on the Puppy Potential Workshop page on Facebook. It really helps other people find it and see what you guys learned, what you liked about it, to know that if it's, something that they would enjoy. And we will go from there. So have a good night, and I hope to see you all in person very soon.